running in the
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But
Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X North American Regional number 3, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs, Wavepunk, and Achieves, and we have some talking to do. We got a 30-minute pre-show here before we get into the action. Kickoff will be at 2 o'clock Eastern, but for now we just want to chat some Rocket League, catch you guys up, and kind of look at what's coming forward here. So thank you guys for joining me. Wave and Achieves, Wave, you guys have a nice long stretch here, pulling the Shogun and Johnny pre-show, then into casting.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm prepared to go. I brought my standing desk.
Yeah, you're standing, right?
Let's go.
Yeah, you got to do the squats, get the blood pumping. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Gibbs, you want to join in on the squats?
I can't right now. There's not enough room here in my basement. It's not gonna happen.
All right, well then I'm gonna let you join in on the talking, because so we may have some new friends here, of course, with the game going free to play. Some new faces may be joining us for the esport. We want to let you guys know what's going on here in case you aren't aware. Season X is a brand new shift for the Rocket League Esports scene. So let's break that down, Gibbs. What does this season look like?
Do you like tournaments? Because boy, do we have a lot of them. So we have lots of regionals. We have basically 9 regionals throughout the entirety of the year for the next 10 months until May for the World Championship. They're split into 3 different splits, so 3 regionals per split. What people are playing for is points and prize money. And if you get enough points, you go to the major where you get double the points. So that'll be 40% of the points allocated basically for the entire split is in the major. So that's why when we get to Regional 3, we'll talk about this later, of what teams can make that major top 16. Very important to make it there so you get even more points. But all the points are added up throughout the year. Then in Split 2, we're down to 24 teams, and that'll be a different format. Split 3, down to 20 teams. That'll be a different format as well. So we will whittle it down as we go, and we'll find the very best teams. Top 6 from North America will go to that World Championship to compete for $1 million.
Well, right now we are still in that first split, which means we need to talk about the format that's happening now, and that's Swiss format, something that's not traditionally used across a lot of esports. People are used to those double limb brackets or so, but Swiss, let's break that down, how that works, Gibbs.
Yeah, so Swiss, 3 wins, you were in, 3 losses, and you're out. And the way matchups are presented, since we talk about this so often, is basically it depends where you come from. Like in the 1-0 round, obviously, like everyone came from the same round. But when we get into like round 3, the 1-1 teams, you take the teams that lost in 1-0, you randomly pit them against teams that won when they were down in that like lower bracket, basically. And we basically do that throughout the day. Sometimes we have to finagle seeds a little bit and move teams up and down based on where they began the day at. But that's how we consider our matchups. Like in the 2-2 round, the 3 losers from 2-1 will play against a random team that won when they were at the 1-2 stage. Now, the only rule for this is no rematches are allowed. So if you play someone in round 1, you will not play them in round 5. So there is a very small chance that in the 2-2 round that someone has played all 3 teams that they have played before. Then we go more into their seeding from the beginning of the day, and we pick matchups out that way.
Well, let's take a look at the teams that are going to be fighting in this Swiss format today. Yesterday was Group A. Today is all about Group B. We're going to whittle 32 teams down to 16 for tomorrow. And today we have 16. Only 8 will be making it out. Achieves, you were here with us at the end of the show yesterday. We were talking, kind of looks like the talent is spread out just a little bit more on that top half today.
Yeah, definitely 1 through, probably 10, 11 is a lot of the big hitters from North America here in Group B. So tough day today, but obviously at the same time, you expect a lot of those teams in 1 to 8 to make it.
Well, let's take a look back at yesterday. I did mention that yesterday was all about Group A. Let's recap that. We'll talk about Group B and looking forward in just a little bit. Group A was, again, there was some teams on the line here with their points wise, but today is what it's all about. So yesterday, I think most of the teams that made it through Wave were the teams that we would have expected. Maybe a couple, like Nefarious or Adept that didn't.
It was not. I wouldn't consider Adept a team I was expecting to make it out before yesterday started, right? Yeah, after yesterday, oh my gosh, love the team, excited to see them in future events. But it was nice. It was nice here, Chiefs, to have a week kind of go back to normal. Like we had crazy upsets last week, and this week it's okay, cool. The teams we thought were good. Sounds good.
Yes, it was nice to see everything sort of settle back to, okay, it does make sense. Nothing too crazy yet, but obviously, today's a whole new day. And, maybe everyone in 1 to 8 that we saw in that Group B thing is going to get bounced out. Who knows what happens?
You guys saw that Swiss graphic there and how many matches would have been played. We'd like to recap some of them. We can't recap all of them or we'd be here for another 4 hours or so. So let's just pick a couple matches that we think people should go back and watch, or matches we thought were important. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you.
You got to talk about NRG. They are back as the Kings of North America. Regional 2, they obviously won it with a 29-3 record across all their games. And what do? They just sweep everyone. And that includes when they play Rogue, a very tough opponent who was looking good on the day. Probably could have been 3-0. Easily could have been 3-0, I would say. But Rogue, they ran into NRG, just that brick wall, where not only did NRG win this series, they obviously swept it, but it never looked like it was in question. And that is the difference from NRG of old versus NRG of new. Back when they were a dominant team, they would keep teams alive in series. You know, there would be a lot of 1-0, 2-1 games, and they would usually drop one here or there to go 3-1. But the way they dominated Rogue here, it didn't look like they had any chance.
Yeah, I mean, like, we saw Rogue earlier in the day play, and Turin Turtle was popping off, and we were excited for this Rogue versus NRG matchup. And then NRG did NRG things, and it just wasn't even a competition. So, like, yeah, it was their accuracy, their first touch accuracy was the story for me out of that match, and I loved watching NRG be back in form. Excited to see them tomorrow.
I'm just gonna keep you going here, Wave. If you want to bring us on to our next one.
The next one, man, I want to kind of let's keep the thread going here. Rogue lost against NRG, which means they got to play again, so they went up against Adept next. These matches were back to back, so they got the warm-up games out of the way with NRG, and then going into Adept, everyone expected this to be a 3-0, but no, Adept showed up in a huge way and made this a series. The key thing for me here, Turin Turtle wasn't feeling well. We heard that from the team, the team chat in game, and so Rogue had to kind of adopt to this safe standard. Like, we know what we're doing strategy. We can't go all out. The way he was shooting at the beginning of the day wasn't the way he was shooting at the end of the day. The first killer ends up coming out there in game 5, delivering them the win. Rogue stays strong for the rest of that series, takes it to 5.
And it was definitely one that led later into the day, because after that match, I think you and I casted this match, Wave. We were really looking forward to see how the rest of Adept's day would go, because Calm was playing so well, and we were like, man, if Adept keeps playing like that, like how they played against Rogue, they're going to be a tough team to bounce out. Obviously, you're happy for Rogue to have them find success, and in a fairly convincing fashion, because that's what everyone has wanted from them for such a long time. But it was really about how does Adept finish out the rest of the day after this series is over, because they really took Rogue and gave them a run for their money, which leads into my match, of course, which was EUnited and Adept, to continue that thread. So I was very curious, of course, as everyone was, about how EUnited was going to continue to look with Tristan. Obviously, it's been a little spotty since they replaced Hoxer, but EUnited absolutely crushed it this series. I mean, Adept, I thought were going to come in here and really give it another tough fight for EUnited, but it was just disappointing to see a team that I thought had so much promise in Adept in their match versus Rogue just collapse under the pressure and the weight of having to constantly be at the top of your game all day long. When you get into those later rounds and you've played for 4, 5, 6 hours, it can be real tough to stay locked in and at the top. And EUnited shows why they're one of the teams that consistently were at the top of Rocket League before we got into this whole Swiss format of playing. So EUnited with experience came out and kind of dominated a team that I thought was going to be able to make it through.
And the only member that is on that team still is Ajax. They've made a lot of roster moves, obviously, through the offseason and now through this season, and he popped off. A lot of those highlights have him scoring a ton of goals. It's the first time for this team they made the top 16. Now they're in a 5-way tie for that very last spot, so they need more wins as they go through the top 16, because a lot of these teams will win today. So they're right on that bubble for the major, so it's going to be exciting to see if this roster move truly pays off and they go to the major.
I saw some really nice goals during that highlight there, and I kind of want to see some more. So I think it's time we head to our top 3. And Achieves, I'm going to let you take this one away.
Absolutely. You want some great goals. There were more than a few. Unfortunately, we only get to go over 3. So let's go ahead and start off with number 1, Rogue versus Adept. Game 4, 1:50 on the clock, and Kronovi gets... Hang on, we need a second look at that. What is this? Okay, double tap and bump. Oh, look, it's a goal. How convenient. It's definitely not one you're going to see every day. Going for the double tap, misread it, still score it. It gave everyone a good laugh. let's go ahead and get into number 2, Peeps versus G2, game 2, 4:44 on the clock. Gyro demonstrating the control and finesse pre-flip to get back under that ball with only 36 boost. This is a tough play to make, especially with JNAPS putting the pressure on him coming from the wall. And just to be able to get all the way back under that ball and not touch it heavy and get that ball over Chicago was just phenomenal. From his perspective, only 36. Pass it? Nah, don't worry, I got it. And moving on into the top play of the day, Rogue versus Xset, game 3, 3:08 on the clock. Turo with the air dribble flip reset. Just a phenomenal play. This one shows off not so much the control, obviously, but it's really the speed with which the play has to happen. The ability to dismount off the wall, get the flip reset off the ball, beat the first guy who's up early. T. Carell has a great challenge, but to still be able to get that flip reset, tip it up, and remain close to the ball to beat the last 2 defenders on the goal line really stood out yesterday. That was early on as well, so set the tone for Rogue very nicely.
Yeah. Oh, wait! Wavepunk was so excited that he actually
he just left.
He entered another
gone.
dimension.
He's so mad about number 3. So mad about it.
We can hear it. We'll see. We'll move on right now though, and let Chiefs get his face back here. I do like to see it. Get a great camera. But let's talk about the grid now. Let's continue looking back a bit here and just recap. We did recap a little bit yesterday as well, but in case people didn't watch the grid, we just want to refresh your memories here and talk about some of the things. There's one major storyline specifically you touched on a little bit yesterday, Gibbs, and that was version 1. They ended up in a very, very close situation when it came to their points in the grid.
Yeah, top 10 will make you go into grid season 2 or split 2. So you'll be safe there. And if you're not, and you're in that bottom 6, well, then you go to the promo relegation tournament. So version 1 versus EUnited, when we got to that bracket stage, whoever won that would be safe and the other team go into the promotion tournament. But for version 1, the way they got there was also so incredible. They took down Rogue 3-1. Then they take down the Pioneers, who've been red hot as well. So they did not have an easy bracket whatsoever. They get the 1 game advantage to go into that quarterfinal. They play a team of EUnited who did play well as well. They went to game 5 versus Team Envy. Then they take down Pittsburgh Knights. 2 solid results there. But at the end of the day, they split 3-3, but because of the 1 game advantage from version 1, they get the win there. So 4-3 overall. And they moved on to the semifinals where they played the Peeps and they did lose 4-2. But again, that's a solid showing from version 1. A top 4 finish. We haven't seen that in a very long time from them. But they were competing. They beat 2 solid teams and played Peeps close. So that's a good sign for this team where they're starting to look like they're figuring it out. It took way longer than everyone expected, but this might be the perfect time for Regional 3 where they need these points.
Another team I want to touch on, I think you covered everything pretty well there. I just want to touch before we leave the grid talks here on another move that happened for a team that was in the grid. It's the Sonics. Obviously, they took Shock out, who a few seasons ago was the star player, and they've thrown Roldiz in here. And Chiefs, you had a bit of a breath there. I think you have some thoughts on this. The question is, for me at least, like, is this the right move? Do we feel like at this point Shock should be put back in?
For me, I think personally, I'm still on the put Shock back in train. It's nothing personal against Roldiz. I like the guy. I think he's a great player, but great. I'm still struggling to understand why you would take out Shock. Obviously, we don't know all the details, but I mean, yes, they made the bracket stage on week 9 of the grid, but they only got there, or at least you can say they only got there because they didn't even have to play Space Station round 1. Space Station forfeited all of week 9 because they were busy moving house. And so then they get swept by Team MV in the semifinals, and then they just qualify through the lower bracket by beating Omelet 3-2. So and then they get swept in the playoffs, 0-4 to the Peeps. So yes, sure, the Peeps are playing well, but if you're a team that wants to feel confident about your chances when you absolutely need a win in this regional, for me, it's just not looking like replacing Shock was the right move.
Yeah, and the major problem, it's been 3 weeks of the grid, 2 last place finishes, and then what you just talked about there, where it's not the greatest results either. So I think the hard part is when you bring in a coach, you really don't know how much they're playing, because Roldiz was like, hey, like, I'm going to retire. Like, I don't plan on competing. So they bring him in as coach. It's like, how much has he been playing? And my huge issue is, like, get rid of the player that made you guys one of the best teams in NA throughout most of Season 9 until, the end of league play and playoffs. But I don't think they can hit those heights without him. And sure, he might not be playing the best right now for Shock, but still, you're not going to reach those heights without him. So I'm very concerned that they would replace him right now.
Well, speaking of slumps, you got the sidebar there. It's the slump. Let's start talking about that one. And geez, you did mention Space Station. That's what we're going into right now. Space Station started off RLCS Season X just on a blast, just taking over the entire scene. A lot of people, I know Johnny Boy even saying that they look like the best team in the world right now, but obviously that's changed a little bit here. Wave, I'm curious to hear from you if you think, is this a problem for for SSG right now, or do you think, this is something that was an inevitability?
I mean, I don't think it's inevitable at all. No, and yeah, like to reinforce how strong this team is, they got nominated this week, just 2 days ago, for Esports Team of the Year by the Esports Awards. Obviously, this team super strong when this year started. And are they in a slump? Not yet. I wouldn't call this a slump yet. I mean, especially with the change that just happened. Forfeiting the grid is like that. That was a technicality because they were like, look, we can't play in this tournament. We are moving house. Moving house genuinely could be the resurgence of energy they need. That could be the active participation again, and not like being that rut. I think that they are such a strong team. You see the plays that they're able to string together when they're playing well. And here's the thing. I also think that this is one of the easiest groups they're gonna have in a long time. Like most of the teams, I would say that they're gonna that would like.
And I think Wave makes a good point. It's I don't think it's necessarily a slump for Energy. Can you really call it a slump just because they're not winning everything? No, that's an unrealistic bar to measure anyone against.
Yeah.
I think too often we put a lot of teams on that. So, I mean, you saw it with a team like G2, they were looking a little spotty for a long time. They move into the team house and they look like the best team in the world. So I think Wave hit the nail on the head. There's a good opportunity here for once all of Space Station gets settled in the house and locked in, you see them level up one more time.
So I think the problem with them right now is obviously the first 5 weeks of this season through grid and through regionals, they only had 2 losses or 3 losses, I think it was. The last 2 weeks, they have 5 losses. And I think that is the issue when they were so dominant. Now, of course, you are going to lose once in a while now with a team like Energy looking red hot. So sometimes it's just these other teams have improved. But they lost to the Peeps twice. They also lost to Team Envy. They're starting to lose to that, top 5 we have right now in North America when they used to be perfect. We'll see what happens. We expect them to make the playoff bracket. It comes down to that quarterfinal match once again for them. I think, if they can get over that hump, they go into best of 7s, I think they'll be fine.
All right, we've been living in the past for too long. Let's start looking forward, guys. Let's talk about what is to be and start talking about the matches and teams that we're going to see. I want to start with the bubble teams right now because there's only a few spots left for the major top 16 from North America to make it. So let's take a look at those points first. You guys understand what's going on. These guys are gathering points across all these different regionals and eventually, of course, the majors. But right now, after the second regional, this is what it looks like here. And Gibbs, there are only a couple spots left here.
Yeah, so if you're a team around the 10th or 11th spot, you're probably safe. It's not mathematically safe, but very likely because a lot of these teams will play one another here. And as long as the top teams do well, it won't matter. But the main story here, obviously Boss FF, they got their 50 points. They're through to the top 16. So these are the points that they've occurred so far. But we look at 14th through, I think it's 18th. It's like a 5-way tie at 110 points. Plot twist, Down to Earth, version 1. They're all in this group, so they're playing each other. We go down to the other side. The only team that is not eligible would be Adept because they lost. So they are tied for 110 right now, but everyone else will get more points. So there's a 4-way tie for teams playing in this group. And then there's EUnited as well. They're also tied with them. They're through to the top 16. So they're going to need a few wins when they get to the top 16 to keep up with a few of these guys because, you expect at least 2 of these guys probably to make top 16 because of how this group lined up. But I think that is what is great right now for this group is all right, there's 4 teams fighting for 2 to 3 spots, but they all get to play one another right now. So I hope we get to see these matchups in that 1 and 2 round, maybe 2 and 2 round, see who can perform when it matters most and make that major.
Okay, well, we're not doing our regular prediction today, but I love to shoehorn predictions because I love them. So let's just throw some in here right now. It's close, guys. At the very end, it's very close. I'm going to go down the line. And out of 4 of the teams here, I'm going to list them in a second. I want to see who you guys think has like the biggest chance to get through, and maybe even a second team as well. So Down to Earth, Plot Twist, Version 1, and 72 PC are your options here. I think there is an obvious one, but you know, give me that one because you all will, and another one you think might get through. I'm going to start with you, Achieves, at the end there.
So yes, Version 1, they're the obvious choice. Obviously, we think they're on the uptick and they have a good chance to make it through to stage 2 and continue to earn more points. The other ones, I mean, I think your best choice would be Plot Twist, but that's purely because they already have a slight point lead over the other teams. And I think that might be the only reason they make it. I don't have a lot of faith in Plot Twist to perform too well, along with Down to Earth, 72 PC.
Yeah.
They've just kind of been on the downturn, man. I mean, I don't expect them to earn too many more points here, but I think Plot Twist makes it with the slight edge in the point lead.
Here's my thing. I don't have any data to back up what I'm about to say.
All right.
I only have faith. It's the complete opposite here. I love Jacob. I have loved Jacob since season 1.
Yeah.
72 PC connector. Just the fact that he's back here in season 10 gives. I just want to see. I want to will this into existence. Seeing him into that top 16 there. Obviously, Version 1 is the clear choice right now. But if there's a team I would wish to see it in there, it's definitely 72 PC.
That's fair. You know what? I'm going to back you up on that one.
Yeah, we're a world championship wonder. We'll see it again. We saw it in Regional 1. It's very possible it happens, but I don't know why I'm picking them, but I have to agree with the Chiefs. Plot Twist. 5 and 10 in the grid throughout all these weeks, or even worse than that, I think, but only 5 wins. I can't do math. 5 and 18 is what I think it actually is, which is worse. Now I don't want to pick them, but I'm still going to pick Plot Twist. They have that grid experience, which is nice. They're playing top-level competition. You hope that matters, but when you're that bad in the grid, I don't know if it does. I don't have a lot of faith. So I'm going to go Ghost Game, actually. I'm going to go Ghost Game. If they are down by like 40 points right now, I'm going to pick Ghost Game. They're going to make it out of this group. They're going to make it to 9th place, and they're going to sneak into the major. So Ghost Game it is.
All right. Can we, with any confidence, say that we should have not expected, or like that had to be
doesn't
an
even pick
thing.
a team that we
it's not even on the list.
That wasn't planned. I was just like, I have no faith. I got no faith in these guys right now, outside of Version 1.
That is fair. Well, let's take a look forward now as we get closer to kickoff and take a look at the matches that you're going to see in round 2. Round 1 has already gone and passed. We start this show by watching round 2. We're going to be watching one match from round 2 because then things get interesting afterwards. Let's take a look at those matchups, and a reminder that we do have another stream going on twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. You can just hit that squad button right underneath the stream here on twitch.tv/Rocket League and watch all the Rocket League you can. But over there, they're going to have Ghost versus Stromboli. And just a reminder, Ghost is that old omelet. So I actually wish they would have kept it at least for that matchup, because that was a battle of the foods there. But
omelet versus Stromboli.
Yeah. And over here we'll have Envy Version 1. But first I want to talk about that matchup. Let's talk about, because there's actually an interesting bit going on over there with Stromboli. That is a completely new roster, by the way. You know, the old ones over to Xset, and now this name has just been revived here with Alraz Stokely and now Chronic. Chronic, Gibbs, you were mentioning just before here, has just turned 15, which means he's now able to play.
Yes, so he turned 15 September 5th, 2005, and I just feel really old because I was in college then, so that doesn't feel good for me, but he's been great. He's been playing in all the Astro tournaments, weeklies, and they have been popping off. So Chronic is one of those guys to watch out for, one of those new bloods coming in, and we'll see how he does. Obviously, that team is 0-1 so far, but this is just his first taste, so this is where it all begins for him, so I'm excited to see where he goes from here.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, I just feel like wave like this, just this new wave of kids making us all feel old, just how good they are. Like I go back in, I see what they're doing, and I just feel bad.
All I'm going to say is I'm just glad somebody kept the legendary, wonderful name of Stromboli alive. That of all the team names to revive, that was the one that needed to stay breathing. So thanks so much to them for that. Yeah,
we need Orange Creamsicle back. That's the only other one I want. Okay, yes. So I want that team.
Well, before we get into this first kickoff, I just want to show you guys what did happen. We have visuals for that. So let's take a look at just those results from round one first, just in case you guys were wondering. When it comes to this, though, Achieves, there are a couple results here that just off the bat, I'm like, ooh, is this troublesome for the teams? Pittsburgh Knights being one of those.
Yep, scary stuff for the Pittsburgh Knights to lose. They went to game 5 versus Zero Issue. Tough stuff. Also, Ghost Gaming so close to pulling out a big win, 2-3 loss versus Alpine. But plot twist, starting off good today when you need a win. They went 3-2 over Down to Earth, which was one of the other teams that we were just talking about earlier about how to make it. So good win for them.
Roll Diz might be the clutch to get Jacob into top 16. Just saying. Winning one round there, 72 PC.
Sonics, man. Ooh, that is rough. That they probably are into the major based on their points, but if they go 0-3 today and some of these teams really do pop off, it's possible they're out.
Yeah.
So they still need to get some wins, and obviously they want to have that confidence going into the major.
That's the exciting thing with this system is right down to the last days is everything can change for who makes those majors. And those majors are very important for the amount of points you're going to get. But let's talk about those two teams that we did see in the top with a 1-0 record right now. It's Team Envy and Version 1. They'll be facing off as our first matchup. Let's start breaking this one down. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you here. What's this one going to look like on the field?
So these two teams, Version 1 and Envy, have played twice in the grid. It went to Game 5 both times, and it's a split decision. Version 1 won the first one back in Week 1. Week 5, then Team Envy wins it. Team Envy, I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned about Turbopulse. So the first two regionals, I felt like he played a little bit flat. His teammates had to carry him when it went to the bracket stage, and they obviously lost in the finals, so they still went relatively far. I need to see Turbopulse have a great tournament, so I'm expecting that from him, but we haven't seen it so far through two regionals. He showed up in the grid from time to time, but I need to see it here. I need to see it on the big stage.
I feel like Turbo, even when he's winning, looks like he's getting carried. He's the guy in the back who's covering all the things nobody else wants to do, and that's why he's won 4 world championships. Like, personally, I think Envy's. I'm so excited. I love that the stats back this up. That these teams have gone to Game 5, 2 different series. It's gone 1-1 on the results, and both these teams, in my mind, are looking better, are looking up, are feeling. I think Envy is getting more and more comfortable as each week goes on. Version 1 clearly looking stronger. Gibbs, I think this is going to be a great matchup.
Yeah.
And I think for me, it really does come down. I think Gibbs is right to say Turbopulse needs to be playing well, but I don't necessarily think it's Turbopulse needs to be doing everything. I just think Turbopulse needs to have a good day stopping Version 1 in the midfield. If that happens, I think Envy is in a pretty good spot here. But other than that, if they have a tough time stopping Version 1 from cleanly transitioning too often, Envy's could very likely be in trouble.
Well, chat, we know that you guys have opinions and we want you to get them out there. So it's time for our Verizon fan vote. Use the hashtags you see right below us here, V1 and NV, for which team you think's gonna win this one. Start spamming those in chat right now, but we're going to get our predictions out while we tally all of those up. We're not actually telling them. We have bots that do the math for us because we're lazy, but let's do our prediction. Let's do our predictions here too. Let's get them out. I'm going to start with Gibbs and then go down the line here. Team Envy or Version 1, who grabs the dub?
Yeah, we don't want to do any caster math here, that's for sure. We're going to go, even if Turbopulse is not looking that great today, they still have Atomic and Mist who have been popping off. I think Team Envy, they are still one of the top 4 for North America. So I think they win it. I think it can go to Game 5 again, though, because I think Version 1 will show up and they'll show why they've been doing so well here. All
right, Wave.
This is crazy. I've never gotten to predict a match I then get to cast. Envy. We'll say Envy. I think, Turbo still is going to be just fine.
I think I'm actually on Version 1. I think they come out here, they break through. I think they get it done. If only just. It's going to take 5, but I think they do it.
Yeah, you know, this one's hard to pick. I'm gonna say Envy on this one. We may have given them too much power. They got the caster curse on their side right now.
No.
I split.
We're split, so it's fine.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. You're just gonna be battling back and forth with your caster curse. But 61% in favor of Envy right now. Get online as well on Twitter if you want to get your full thoughts out there, not just a hashtag in chat at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But it's now time to head to the Verizon Skybox for our first round 2 matchup with Wavepunk and the Chiefs.
And I'm going to head over to the Skybox. And I came back to the Sky. Oh, here we are in the Skybox. Okay, cool. This is great. All the way over here. I have we could do biased casting if we wanted. I'm going to root for Envy. You're going to root for Version 1.
Yeah, there you go. We'll make it a grid match.
That's
Let's
right.
do it.
That'd be funny. Yeah, so this is a quality matchup. I love that we're getting a matchup this intense in round 2 of all things in this group. Envy gonna be in the orange with version 1. The new hotness, not even really a good way to describe this team. All of them legendary players from previous seasons coming together and forming something magical here that's finally started to pay off. Gimmick gets the setup, a nice clear from Atomic. And Turbo Pulsar will find the counter clear, looks for the play out of his own half, misses the ball. Mist will have to cover it up. Finally, they'll have a little bit of space here. XP on the respawn. Man, fortunate respawn there to immediately get the clear.
Yeah, put him on the right side. And the reason I was thinking version 1 get the job done here is because, yes, I think Turbo Pulsar will be a big component, but the other one is Mist. And if Turbo Pulsar is having a good day, but Mist is having an off day, not sure if Envy has enough firepower in the tank to get the job done. Atomic's good, but he can't do everything. But Mist gets this set up, and AXB is able to make the save. Atomic was thinking perhaps a different pass was going to come out, or Turbo was going to try and score it. Either way, Envy leave one on the table.
I don't know. It looked like maybe just the defensive coverage was just perfect. I'm not entirely certain if there really was actually a shot, despite how close it looked like there was. Well done. Version 1, now Atomic through the air. Few opportunities on both sides. Beginning of game 1, Gimmick off the ceiling. Here comes Torment, puts it on target. Mist gets the block. And the follow, continuation out into enemy territory. Now in the corner, pops it over the top of the goal. No shot here. Atomic will look to try and stall the ball for Turbo Pulsar. Turbo had already rotated back. That's Turbo's skill. He knows exactly what's going to happen. There's Atomic. Loft in front of the goal. Turbo trying to reach it. Gimmick will beat him. Now Atomic up into the corner. Torment with a clear. XP on the rotation back in. Only 2 players left in goal. Torment got kind of caught, but there's no first touch threat from Envy. Now bounce down. Turbo pulls up for the shot. Covered up by 2 defenders.
And this is exactly what you want to see from Envy throughout this series. I mean, they're really not putting an insane amount of pressure on version 1. It's kind of just some get the ball jammed in the corner, but that is the type of game that Envy wants to play versus a team like version 1. If version 1 is able to unleash Gimmick, let him start doing crazy stuff, have quick follow-ups from AXB and Torment, then you're going to be in trouble. But if you just play the slow, calculated, smash it into the corner, make quality challenges, I mean, that's just going to drain the life out of version 1.
Atomic onto the backboard. Mist trying to threaten, but Torment getting on top of him. And now AXB with the dribble down, gives it over to Gimmick, up against Turbo Pulsar. And he's able to cattywampus out to the corner. Now back onto the backboard. Mist picks this up, pops it over AXB. A demolition on a Torment might pave the way, and a nice shot. Oh, it's off the post. Excellent counterattack that falls apart just by a pixel.
Turbo was there for the follow-up too, and not only did they get the demo, they also got a fortunate tip. AXB almost own-goaled it, tipped it off the back wall. But Envy so far having a good game 1, a couple of good-looking chances that didn't bear any fruit. But so far, it's a good start.
There's Mist passing to himself off the wall. Looks to catch it, flicks over 1, he'll look for a goalie now, but AXB already in the air, won't be found. He got himself a savior medal. But we're still scoreless in what's been an exciting game 1. Atomic with the back pass. Here comes Mist, just cranks it to the net. Torment will send it to the corner. Now Turbo, another shot on target. Oh no, just barely wide. Atomic now in, up against 2 defenders. Solid Torment here in the corner, and he gets a nice clear. Now Gimmick lofts it towards the goal. Mist to Turbo on the counter. They'll go all the way to the backboard. 2 touches, ball goes end to end.
Ooh, and Gimmick looking for Torment. Now you're starting to see version 1 try and press a little harder. They're getting tired of being on defense all game. They really haven't had many chances. Only 2 shots to Envy's 11. Ooh.
Envy has definitely been on offense, but here the 2 might be enough. No, the tackle out. Avoid the demolition by exiting the goal. It clears him out enough. Mist takes it to the ground, gets it past 1. The ground game from Envy, strong now for a while. One of the players sitting on the corner, waiting for boost. Looks like Turbo found it. Now up to challenge Torment. Ball pinches awkwardly. Here's Atomic through the air. He's got a pass to Turbo. Turbo feels backflip, man. Not able to make the shot. Now onto the back wall. Missed up for it. Torment beats him. 30 seconds left and still 1 goal game. Anything is good at this point for any team. AXB to the wall. 2 players commit. Mist gets up. AXB pass back into the middle. Torment's there. Neutral play. Gimmick will try to trap this. He's got a full tank of boost. Couldn't quite get control of it. Takes to the air. Now over the top of 1. Mist flipping back into goal. He's going to get the first block. 8 seconds left as AXB puts it back into the box once more. Mist through 1. He's got 27 boost. Can he reach this ball? It's so close. Keeps it above the goal line. Here's the crash from Atomic, and it's just too high. AXB should be able to put this onto the ground. We'll go to overtime in game number 1.
And that's 2 big plays from AXB, driving hard back into his half from the midfield, taking away a goal-scoring chance from Envy. And it's been a defensive start for version 1. And I think that kickoff reset is definitely something they needed, but they desperately need to be able to bring the ball down and at least not let Envy have approaches like this.
Oh no, AXB's up for the challenge. He had an excellent read. Here's Mist though, and covered up by Torment. The defense continues to hold here for version 1. Now Atomic, pass across the box. Here's a shot. AXB gets the block. Torment's gonna be there. Oh, and it bumps the follow-up. What a play coming out of the midfield. And now Mist looking for a follow-up shot, trying to end the game right here. The shot just a bit wide, and Gimmick will get the clear. Puts it behind him, so he's got to hit his brakes. 2 players in the corner. Great opportunity here for version 1. Turbo Pulse slows this down, gives his teammates time, and follows it himself. Look at that follow through. Gets the ball off to the side, and now Atomic. This shot on target, good. AXB gets a block. He's up for the second one as he got the corner boost. Got them off the ball. Now back on front of the board. Gimmick will get it away. What an crazy overtime.
Yeah, I feel like if version 1 win this one, we're not going to be able to say steals. I think they earned this one. The defense has had to be on point. Gimmick into the middle, denied by Mist, and another transition now for Envy.
Atomic low on boost, didn't have many options. Torment able to cover him up. Now Gimmick back in front. Here's the shot. Mist reaches for. He doesn't put it in. Torment scores it in version 1. Takes game 1.
Earned indeed, and it happened. Gimmick finally able to pick off a poor touch from Envy. Just drops it right back down in the midfield, and Torment let it fly, blasted towards the top left, and good effort from Mist. But man, that's frustrating. You play so well. Honestly, I think Team Envy played a fantastic game. Version 1 also played great, but those big diving stops and huge cover-ups from version 1 as they were rotating back into their own half, turning people off the ball, getting demos right before goals were scored. Envy not having perfect shooting accuracy, so many balls off the post. This one could have easily gone the other way, but version 1's tough it out.
You feel bad for Mist, who got a wheel onto the ball on that final shot, still went into the goal. He put up 7 shots in that game. None of them found the back of the board. You know Mist is hungry for that first goal as we get into game number 2, but well done from version 1. So much defense. They only needed 1 goal. They got the one that counted.
And I really think that both Turbo and Mist did exactly what you wanted to see that game. All you needed from Turbo was to get in the face of version 1, not let them contest and transition cleanly. There's another just awkward scenario right in front of the version 1 goal. But I think Turbo did his job well last game, and Mist also. He was getting the ball in some great spots, just the follow-up could never convert.
Flip cancel transition. Here's Turbo off the back wall. Atomic sees Gimmick in the air already, knows he's got to fall back on the long-range pass. Now AXB to the corner. Here's Turbo Pulse up against him. Gets it over the top of 1, and now past 2. Turbo into open space. He's got AXB on the retreat. He should be able to score this. No, AXB does get back just in time. Turbo lost a little bit of control. He was out of boost. Atomic pass 1. Pass in front. Mist looks for the shot. Is it good? AXB gets another save. The team so strong. Turbo looking for the double tap. Couldn't find the touch. Version 1 stays clean.
You thought for sure that Turbo Dribble was going to be a goal, and then when the follow-up happened and that didn't go in either, you're like, man, what the heck is going on?
There's Atomic. Top of 1, he's got Mist in front. Here's the pass again, blocked once more. AXB in the way. Now Gimmick trying, covered up by Turbo. Torment into the corner. An Atomic pass 1, follows through Gimmick, gets it past him, and now Torment reaching to try and extend this into the goal. Oh my goodness, Mist gets back in time. What a counterattack.
Great save from Mist, but the field awareness on defense from version 1, 2 games now, has had to be picture perfect. A lot of great setups from Envy, and I think that miss actually helps AXB. Torment caught that ball a little heavy. He was fortunate to find a second touch on it. There's finally a demo. Is that going to be enough? Nope, of course. Gimmick's coming off the ceiling. Why wouldn't he be?
Mist has to make another save. Here comes AXB for a follow-up. Again, missed Savior Medal before halftime. How about it? Atomic now off the wall. Gonna fake that one past Torment, and now getting challenged by AXB. Pops it up, gets it over his head, and now he's behind Gimmick as well. Torment's had time to rotate into goal. He's gonna have to get it through the fourth player. But still, excellent work there in the midfield from Envy. Atomic now looking for a back pass, not even able to get it away from Gimmick, but Turbo will steal it from him and then go neutral against AXB. Gimmick now with the back pass to Torment. Turbo tries to reach, it doesn't make contact. And we'll see Torment get his own corner boost and transition back to midfield.
And you know, if there's one area of improvement version 1 really need to get down in this series if they want to have a chance of stopping Envy's ability to consistently shut them down in that midfield line, it's that first touch control that we talked a little bit about yesterday. They're consistently hitting the ball a little too hard and really having to chase it down, and they just don't have the space to work with to really make that work.
2:12 on the clock, still scoreless in what has been a defensive series. But not usually, the defensive series can mean one of two things. It can mean boring, or it can mean what we've got here. Two teams playing lights out on offense, really throwing threats at it, and the defense just standing up strong.
Oh man, that's actually such a tough save from Torment right there, because Turbo has two options: try and power the ball off the floor and into the goal, or go for the demo. And Torment had to manage both. AXB so close to getting the dunk, and now it's a 2-on-1 back the other way.
Can he use it? Joes for the fake, gets it through one, but and the shot from Atomic was good. Can Turbo reach this one? He stalls it out, misses, got 65 boost, but just didn't see a read he thought was good, so continues to fall back, gives the ball back to version 1, and now Gimmick's looking for the air dribble. He's low on the tank, and Turbo will challenge AXB in the corner, gets it through him. He's got a passer in the midfield, goes for the pass there to try and get it to Atomic. Atomic not going to be able to come up with anything now. Missed onto the backboard, looking for a double tap. This one actually good. You're kidding. I saw him follow it through, and I was like, nah, he's not going to hit it. And he did.
Missed, picks up the 100 boost, and yep, pick on that open backboard. AXB had to stretch, and Gimmick so close, but missed. Aced it. Top left. Ping around the boards a couple times and fall right in. He deserved that one.
And the backboard was open, but the goal is still double coverage, and AXB challenging there on the block. He covers up so much of the shooting opportunities, and then Gimmick had more of it covered. So few places where that ball actually could sneak through. Mist finds it for the first goal of Envy in the series, and possibly the only one they need. Now Turbo looking for a pass across. Just had a player cherry picking AXB. Saver medal here, the final minute.
Oh, nice.
Atomic up. Off two, pass out to Atomic. Ball stays on the wall. Torment across the field to AXB, now back to midfield. AXB to pick it up, gives it over to Gimmick. Excellent outfield pass, but just wide. The two goalies forced him to shoot to the corner, and he wasn't quite able to tuck it in.
Oh, they got all three jumping at that. How did they get this? Oh, Gimmick didn't get a good touch. He went straight sideways. All three players of Envy jumped at that ball, and Torment with a massive win. But Mista, of course. Who else? Mista's been back every time, it seems like.
He sure has. Oh dear, this touch from Atomic could make things sticky. Here comes Gimmick and Torment up against Turbo. There's the infield pass, goes for him, looks for the bump on him. Shot just a bit too high. Is Torment there? Back into the box and killed. Team Envy will tie up the series. 1 goal is all it's taken, both games.
1 goal indeed, but hotly contested 1-goal games. This was a very tough game for both teams. I think version 1 at the start of this game, still catching the ball a little heavy, but as it went on, started to figure her out. And I think this one definitely could have been an overtime game. Unfortunately, that one passing play from version 1 just got away from Gimmick a little bit, pinged it off the post, kicked straight left and couldn't chase it back down. But again, phenomenal defense from version 1. The situational awareness has been excellent from them. Really outstanding to be able to understand where all of those touches are heading from Envy into the midfield and be able to stick with them.
Man, it's weird when the stats don't really help you tell the story, right? Because Envy had so many shots in game number 1. They absolutely were on offense the most. They had the most pressure. They definitely out-pressured version 1 and lost game 1. And then here in game 2, shots super even, 6-7. Like, oh, version 1's bringing it back. Version 1 loses game 2. So, like, I don't know. Like, this is a wonderfully wild series we've got going on. And I do love it. I love strong defense. I love it when you have kind of the off roll, the less flashy roll that really is making a difference. And you do have to have them going up against a strong offense, though, for that to shine in the way it is. This has been a wonderful series.
Yeah, I think version 1 definitely really having to flex the defensive muscles, and version 1 definitely needing to just figure out how to string a few more passing plays together. I think they really started to come into their own at the end of that game, and hopefully they allow some less scary chances from Envy, because Envy has been putting together decent chance after decent chance. Nothing super like, oh, that should definitely be a goal, but a lot of, okay, they could definitely score this if it's done.
Yeah. The one that actually did go in was the one I was like, I don't think this is going to happen.
Exactly.
And then
half
it
chance
did.
at best.
Yeah. Here comes Torment through the air, pass across to AXB, blocked by Atomic, but he got 2 goalies out of it. AXB finds an open net to score early goal here in Game 3.
And you want to understand how positioning works? AXB, don't think about it. Just look at the position of the defenders. Where can they put the ball? Okay, I'm going to wait on that side. Look, it went right to me, and now it's a goal.
4:44 on the clock. We've had 2 goals so far. That is the 3rd goal of the series. The first goal scored in the first half of the game. This Torment looks for a clear over the top of Atomic. Turbo Pulsa will pick it up. Now Atomic onto the wall, follows it up himself, gets it past 1 onto an empty backboard. The defense is able to pick it up on the rebound.
It's a tough play from AXB again. A lot of saves had to be made like that from him in this series. It's one that looks pretty easy, but it's easy to do it incorrectly and allow a follow-up shot.
One too many passes on what was a creative play from Envy, or was it? How does this stay in? And also, how does this go in?
Well, let's see. Everyone kind of jumps at this one. Gimmick is just trying to throw that ball to safety. But how did...
Okay.
He didn't even hit it that hard. It was just the fact that he didn't even have to get that to bounce off the backboard. He literally just jumped and just made sure to get all the way around the ball. Kickoff for AXB to try and get it back. High flick over 2. Torment there, turning it in 2-1 again.
Get him on the kickoff. Kickoff goals worth as much. Man, we had such a defensive series, and then we've had 3 goals in the first minute here. Turbo just not quite able to get that one. Torment will score. But yeah, man, that last goal from Mist. That to me is like quintessential, the axiom of Rocket League of if you score every open net you've got, if you just put the ball on target every time you have the opportunity to, you'll be grand champ.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, cool. Like, this doesn't have to be a good shot. Let's just force him to make another save as they get another one on the infield pass. Atomic ties the game.
Well, that one needs to be a good shot. Mist needs to put this away from a defender coming at him. And how about 2? Gimmick on the pass. Understood exactly where Atomic was. Went out there to try and meet it. Atomic just able to beat him to the ball and tip that around his car. Great pass and shoot from Envy.
So they bring it back. And finally, all the offensive power we saw in games 1 and 2 starting to turn fruit. We got the ball in the corner. Torment plays it off of his edge, picks up his own corner boost, and Missile try to go for a challenge. Now AXB gets it off of his hood. Torment and Gimmick both moving up as well. And Gimmick gets it through 1. Atomic with a stop. Miss coming into goal, manages to dodge the demolition. And then AXB gets tangled up, but still gets the ball through 2 players. Turbo Pulse, the last man back. Gets the ball back into the midfield. Atomic will look for the clears. They got it past Gimmick on a fake, and now up against AXB. Slow play not going to work. Gimmick just tackles.
Oh, did they turn that in? Oh, it's off the wall. Follow through from Turbo. I love the aggression there because they have Atomic behind him, and now version 1 is kind of going to be jammed here in this corner. This is what led to that bounce goal from Mist when they just had to try and get the ball to safety. You can see him trying to take a moment there to really make sure they got a decent touch, and it will not cost him. Torment able to make a diving stop.
This pressure is insane, and yet version 1's handling it like it's nothing. Getting the ball to back to midfield. Here comes Torment on the counterattack. He's going to need at least 1 more touch to get this in, and Atomic will block it. Change up the rotational direction. Turbo pulls it now over the last man, and Gimmick rotating back into goal. Can Turbo do it? No, Gimmick gets it away. Tried to play the mind games with him. Torment emerges with ball control.
AXB took a little piece of Turbo out on that dribble. Didn't give him as much control as he wanted. AXB looking for Gimmick. Really didn't have the perfect amount of control there, and now Atomic on a dribble. Torment sizing it up well. Turbo floats one. AXB off the wall. It's tough. And how did version 1 keep making good touches like that? Tough save, tough follow-up, and the follow-through dunk. You're kidding. That's off. Torment
They still gotta find
put
the
that
goal.
in.
Hey!
It's off the post and in. You have got to be joking. What is that transition?
What? I think he used a flip reset to get a dunk, and then immediately like another cancel
Wow.
to get the second one, and then it's basically like it's still a difficult shot, but for someone as good as Torment, that's a free goal. 3-2 now, version 1. What a game!
Tough
Oh my goodness,
save.
are they gonna kick off? Okay.
Not quite, but a tough save, a tough follow-up touch, a tough dunk, and a tough shot. That was all the pieces aligning.
That was some good Rocket League. Here it comes on the other side, trying to tie it up once more. Ball still hanging above the goal. Here's Mist, looking for a double tap, broken up by AXB. And now Gimmick back down the field. Atomic passes to Turbo. Turbo now to the far side. AXB to follow this one up against Mist. Backs off, gives Mist a little bit of space here. Mist gets it through one. Here's to Atomic. Oh, look, tried to hit him with the changeup. Gimmick just covers him up.
I think Mist is absolutely feeling himself, getting creative there, trying to just twist under that ball to try and pull out a defender early and then go straight through him. Mist has been doing a great job on both the defensive and setup side.
Oh,
Again, the only reason Envy's not having success here is because version 1's playing some great defense.
long booming clear from Atomic, met by Gimmick at the ceiling. Now Turbo with a long pass to Mist over the top of one is all up to Torment and goal. Can he cover this up in time? Turbo gets it over, back to Mist, and they'll be able to put it in. That's another tie game. 47 seconds left.
Look at Mist just get this ball into a great spot. Torment clips the lip on the way up, doesn't have the cleanest approach, doesn't matter. Big block on him. Mist able to have time to react and tip it back into the middle. Atomic will come through and clean up. Envy, again, not willing to concede anything. A great equalizer late in the game.
Kickoff win. It's AXB. Man, everybody backed off that ball. Waiting for version 1 to play it out of the corner. Now back down. Here's Atomic into the midfield. AXB to pick it up. He's got Torment in tow. Just looks for the flick by himself. Actually misses it off the post, but the shot was just barely wide. Atomic lofts it back to the midfield. Here's Turbo. Back over to Atomic. Towards the goal. No, he gets it to the corner instead. Everybody misses, and Mist now is so caught. He gets the block. Excellent play, but still not quite out of dodge. Mist will have some space. 10 seconds left. Overtime looking likely unless Envy can do it right here. They've got control in the midfield. Up against Torment once more in goal. Off the wall. Torment took his time. Gets that block. Clock 0. Gonna have to keep it in the air. AXB over the top of one. This one should
Does not have enough.
Turbo will kill it there. Overtime in game 3.
And you got to applaud Mist just before that 10-second countdown hit, stopping that one-on-one, the recognition on that dribble. Great defense there at the midfield
what's
line.
Torment
Turbo
doing?
with a chance to put it away, and Torment somehow recovered. I think he had to drive up the side of the net there.
He made that as hard as possible on himself and still got the save. At this point, I think he's just showing off. Here's AXB coming back down on this one, and it'll be Turbo to take it away from him as they push this into the corner. Now Mist versus Torment. They give the ball out to Gimmick. He's going to try and trap it. Covered up by Turbo. Off to the side again. Turbo through to Atomic to the corner. Gimmick onto the edge. A miss from both Gimmick and Atomic. Torment onto the side. They look for bumps on the goalies. Didn't quite find anything. Mist keeps it through too. He's out of boost. This ball's on target. Torment had to make a save. High in the air. This one, oh my goodness, literally bounced off the woodwork. It's been so close the whole time. The director cam pointing the camera straight up for me. Is this? Oh my gosh, it nearly went in for the midfield. Atomic gets the block. Here comes another one from Gimmick, just too wide.
Oh, he turned him
Atomic
off.
covers up AXB, and now they got the breakaway. It's all up to Gimmick and Turbo, and Mist string this together. Turbo takes too long. There's too many touches there just to get it in front of the box. Everyone got to fall back.
Still got it through, but that was a tight one for both teams. Big push from Torment, and I think everyone can finally relax and take a breath.
There's Turbo, relaxing for a moment before diving back under. Atomic not enough boost to follow this up. Torment will get it out to AXB. Actually gets it past him. Is Gimmick coming in? No, he's still on the ground. Turbo out. AXB nearly finds a dunk. This one dangerous. Covered up by the one player there. Atomic not quite able to get there. Turbo, ceiling shot. Back to midfield. Past a Mist. Atomic off the wall. He's got that full tank. Wasn't able to flip reset it. Now Gimmick up against Mist. Version 1 starting to get smothered again, and it works! Finally, Turbo's able to muscle it through. Excellent setup from Mist.
AXB, a little bit of hesitation here. Thought Torment had it, and
No!
AXB,
Oh my!
he just waited a little too long. Didn't even see Turbo off over his right shoulder there. Was just thinking, all right, just make sure we get behind the end. It's in. Oh no!
I don't know. Like a little too long is like milliseconds we're talking about here, because
Yeah,
the
exactly.
setup from Mist, he goes up on the wall, beats Gimmick, I believe, and then comes behind, gets in front of the ball to touch it just a little bit to kill its speed, so it drops down underneath Torment and then bumps Torment. Like, that was incredible. What a setup from Mist to get them through there. And now Envy on match point. They've got the 1-game lead going into game 4.
That was undoubtedly the most exciting game so far in this series. A lot of fantastic back and forth, great plays, great defense, a lot of fun to watch. And you said it before the series even started, Wave. It's good to have a matchup with this kind of gravitas behind it in round 2.
Yeah, especially in round 2 where it's like, just go, just play. Like they're like, if you lose, it's whatever. If you win, it's whatever, right? There is no, you're not qualifying for tomorrow on this series. You're not out of the tournament on this series. You're just playing Rocket League. Like, these teams are gonna play well. As Torment starts things off hot, 6 seconds into the game, and then version 1's already on the board.
Like the patience from Torment, just seeing if this one actually gets through and if he's got a good chance. He's just playing support for AXB. And that's all you really need to do in a situation like that where you catch your team off kickoff. You don't want to try and stretch things too hard immediately after kickoff and try and force a goal there in case they get it clear and leave your teammate in a 2-on-1 back the other way. So good patience from Torment to make sure he had a decent chance. Atomic will get it right back though. 2 kickoff goals. How did this one happen?
All right, the defense thing started to cool off a little bit. Atomic, just an excellent play.
Wow.
All three of version 1, it seemed like, kind of followed the kickoff to the side, leaving the rest of the field open.
And then Atomic actually delayed the shot. He rolled his car to the left so he'd hit it with the wheels instead of the nose, because if he hit that with the nose, that might have actually got saved. Him delaying that kickoff just that little bit, let the defender go right by him.
Torment comes down. See the boom, clear it all the way to the corner. Atomic rotates out after stealing the boost. XB with a miss. Here comes Mist to take a shot. Torment's got the block. Mist wanted to reach it once more, but now he didn't really have anything he was going to be able to do, even if he did touch it there. Turbo Pulsa now pops it in the midfield. Gets it past 1, and then loses the ball behind him. Torment will take it over and now get the pass out to Gimmick. Looking for a shot here. Excellent placement. Blocked by Mist.
Who else? It's been Mist all day. It feels like when a save needs to be made for Envy. He's been there, having a great day so far.
Mist with a stop on 1. Here's Gimmick to Torment. Let's get it away from him. Atomic now long down the field. Yeah, AXB was thinking about it, but just didn't feel like, I just didn't feel like he seemed like he didn't want to crash. As another shot comes in, everybody from version 1 caught in the corner once more. Turbo Pulsa takes the lead.
Hello, Turbo. Just go ahead and put yourself in this scrum. 2 or 3 people right there just outside the corner, but small opening. Why not? See if you beat the defense there, and he did. Got all the way around it, made sure to put it in between the posts. That's all he needed.
3:35 on the clock. It's looking like it's going to be a nice high-scoring game again. As AXB sends it towards the goal. Up against Torment. Atomic got demolished in goal, but Torment has not been able to win a challenge. Get that ball into the box. Gimmick finally wins one, but it gets stopped on the post.
Oh, that's tight.
Here comes Mist. Back out. Torment to try and cover it up. We saw Atomic rotate out. Turbo Pulsa trying to move in and challenge at midfield. Now Atomic out to Mist. The outfield pass gonna work? No, it's blocked and was just a bit wide anyways. Now Atomic back in once more, out of boost, but bumping at least one player on his way. Now here comes the passes from version 1 as they try to tie this game.
Version 1, I think they all know what needs to happen, but they're either not in position to follow up on a touch that's about to come out to a certain area of the pitch, or they just don't have the boost and they're not even in position. A couple of times there's been some nice passes. That's the first time I think someone was ready for something to come down.
So AXB slowly gaining more control here for version 1. We've hit halftime. Envy, if they win this game, improve to 2-0 As Missile tried to carry it over the top, Gimmick got enough of a block on it, and Torment looks to get a second one. But there was no shot from the rest of Envy. A slow play from Atomic underneath one. Turbo pulls it, puts it upper 90. Torment gets in the way. It keeps the game at 1 goal.
Big save from Torment. Also his teammate Gimmick in that sequence. But only 2 minutes left, and right now just feels like version 1 struggling to really get the offense all on the same page. Torment trying to slow it down and let Gimmick come through and muscle it home. Risky approach. I like the idea. Into the middle. Torment can't get it through 2 and missed. And Gimmick will separate.
They separated out. Decide, I feel like it must be Gimmick deciding he can't leave this up to chance. And honestly, with Gimmick and Torment, they have been the leaders on this team in this series. I don't know if I was Gimmick, I would leave it up and respect the rule either. Atomical loft. Torment to the edge. Missed an Atomic. Out to the side.
Oh, this is good.
Oh, Torment, completely empty backfield. They're gonna have to fight. No, they don't. Actually, that was in. I thought it was gonna bounce off. Torment catches Envy with her pants down. Ties the game.
Yeah, Gimmick absolutely took a big bite of the biggest problem for version 1 scoring was Mist. Mist was just trying to rotate back on defense, and Gimmick came from behind him. He didn't even see him probably. Just completely blindsided, and they get a nice equalizer out of it.
1 minute left to go. These teams tied up. Version 1 needing to win and needing us to get into game 5. Envy tried to put it away right here in game 4. Turbo through 1. Counter by Torment. Missed with the counter touch. Now AXB back and forth in the midfield. Missed over the top. Ball stays pretty neutral though. Now Atomic to the corner. Here's Gimmick to pick it up and get it past Turbo. He's in enemy territory by himself, but Torment hangs back, waiting for the counter touch. There it was from Missing. Gimmick with the redirect. Oh my goodness, what a cherry pick to take the lead.
I could see it in my mind's eye. Gimmick stole the boost, and I was like, oh, he can get that. And indeed, he went for it. Atomic, I mean, you can't blame Atomic for having to rush into the net. He only had maybe 10 boosts as he was headed in. And he's got to try and defend the large part. Slammed on the brakes, but do they get it back? Not quite. Gimmick is there in time. And version 1 pull one out of the hat.
You can't blame Envy at all on that. That's just Gimmick. And here he goes, gets the line back. Oh my goodness. Torment gets the road paved for him. A 2-goal lead now.
Did Turbo bump him into the ball? No, Torment landed on top of Mist and just skipped off his car and hit the ball into the goal.
It's amazing.
It's like Kenobi's just got bumped into it and scored yesterday. Yeah. That's fantastic.
That's two unique goals back to back for version 1. With 14 seconds left, unless this goal goes in right now, this game's over and we're going to game 5. As it comes down, there's an opportunity. No, Atomic didn't have the boost to reach it. That one should seal the deal. And man, we watched Torment, Gimmick, and Squishy Muffins previously on Cloud9 dominate North America for years, Achieves. And it was plays like that from Torment, plays like that from Gimmick that got them there and got them that world championship in Season 6. As we go to Game 5, you know they're hunting it again, trying to get AXB up there with them this time.
Oh, absolutely. It was good to see both Torment and Gimmick find a bit of a shadow of what they looked like with Squishy Muffins here. Torment able to come through and deliver some big put-away goals. Gimmick with the crazy attempts on net and turning them in. And of course, AXB obviously being involved, just not to the same extent here in this game. But that's okay. You don't always need to be at the top of the scoreboard to have an impact. Multiple times, AXB just making big blocks or challenges in situations where plays need to be made, and often the unsung heroes go unnoticed because, that's what makes them unsung. AXB, that's fine. You got your team into where they needed to be, tied at 2-2. It's game 5.
If they don't notice you, chat, they're not going to write songs about you. So
exactly.
You will be unsung. That's how it goes. As we get into game 5, both Torment and Gimmick's names hang in the rafters, but Turbo Pulses hangs 4 times. This is his home field. Do not underestimate Turbo Pulsa on Champions Field. AXB now trying to take control. Atomic Out flips him here a little bit. This goes pretty neutral, and now in front of the box, Turbo looks for a block, but Torment, creative shot placement, gets the first goal for version 1.
This is absolutely a three-man play. Gimmick with a big stuff there, and AXB just making sure to force Mist to dodge him, because he knows Torment is coming through behind him. They can smell blood on that attempt when it just falls right in the box and sticks there. And Torment doing a nice job making sure to pick the right spot in the net. Too easy to rush that and hit it in the wrong part. Gimmick under pressure from Mist, able to make a nice save off the kickoff. Version 1 will retain the 1-goal lead.
Torment, needed touch to get out of a sticky situation. Here's Gimmick now lofting it across. Atomic's, I feel like, done this a few times this series. As Gimmick goes in to try and block Mist, he gets up over the top of him, and Turbo Pulse will get the clear. Envy under duress already. Again, Gimmick now trying to get it to AXB, gets it into the goal! Oh my goodness, they'll get a second one.
Well, AXB will get an assist here, but you felt like he probably should have deserved a goal. Gimmick with great pressure, Turbo and Mist, neither of them facing the play. So they can't actually go and challenge that ball as it bounces off the wall. They gotta take their chances in the net. And credit to AXB getting all the way around that ball, going far back post and forcing them to really stretch for it.
First minute, and version 1 has a 2-goal lead in what has been an extremely even series. Turbo now to the outside. Here comes Atomic to the backboard. Can he find this double tap? Torment makes it hard for him. Is there any follow-up? Where's the follow-ups from Envy as AXB actually flies all the way down the field? Here's a quick turnaround. Turbo, does he pick this one up? Gets the flick over to Atomic onto the backboard once more. Atomic, we've seen the double tap already once. Gets the pass down, and Turbo tucks it in. That's a 1-goal game.
Atomic and Turbo combined. I was concerned about Turbo dumping that off to Atomic, but how about it? Stick with the play. He knew he was never going to reach that ball. As Atomic went up for that, I was like, man, that's aggressive trying to get there, but no, he wasn't thinking about the ball. He's just trying to smash the guy out of the way and give them a chance to follow up, and they nail it.
Man. Envy lighted up there on that goal. And I was just criticizing them right before that, or critiquing their play, because it seemed that they were getting good setups but not following through. There was no immediate players behind them. They weren't trusting the third man. And then they're able to turn it into a goal on a team play. If that's how they have to do it, that's how they have to do it. Here comes down in the midfield again. Turbo Pulse wins the second challenge, and Gimmick's up for it. He puts it back in the midfield. Mist should have this one. Is it in? No, too high on what could have been the tying goal. Atomic back to Mist. They'll get a second opportunity. He flicks it over one. Torment covers it up. Mist still trying to hold on. How does he still have control as he gets it back in front of the goal? Turbo Pulse will have to stop it in midfield. Finally, the counter touch came through. The clears were there, but the ball, Mist doesn't make contact. Here's Turbo. All the defense was reading Mist. Turbo has an opportunity. Mist lofts it up once more. Turbo with a soft touch back in front of the box, and Mist puts it to the far post, and it still bounces out. Envy, a fake from Turbo, gets it past one. AXB now over the top of the 4-time. Here's Atomic to try and get it away. Can't quite get it out to Mist. Mist is up for it, but covered by Gimmick. Oh my goodness. Envy, did they finally get the demolition? And no, it's still turned away. Atomic with the soft one, and finally they tie the game.
Oh my goodness. If Envy did not score here, I would have just been like, that's it, they lose. And Atomic, little shimmy shake right before the shot, got the defenders to go from the left side of the goal all the way to the right. Finally get that inside the woodwork. And they tie it up, but man, if they did not get a goal there, Mist was going to be furious.
Torment with the stop, but this one's still dangerous. Here's Turbo, and he gets it into the goal. That's the lead right back. What is happening?
Oh, how quickly the tables turn. It goes from disaster to Envy to just the best day ever. They get a great play from Atomic to tie it up and instantly get the lead with 2 minutes off the next kickoff. Oh, what a turn of events.
Man, if the goal was like 4 centimeters wider, Envy's winning this game like 5-2 right now.
Yeah.
But like, given the circumstances, they're gonna have to tighten up the shooting just a little bit. But AXB with the play past one into the corner. Turbo Pulse tries a demolition on the AXB, means that they'll have a little bit less offensive pressure here, but it might be enough. 2 defenders up. There's Torment and AXB on a double commit on the other way, but it doesn't matter. It's in. The double commit is still enough on defense, and we're tied back up.
And this is why double committing doesn't really matter as long as you get a good touch. But Turbo kind of just limped that ball towards the midfield, and as everyone is landing, they get bumped from behind and leave an open goal for version 1 to tie it up.
I don't know if you saw the shot though. The offensive double commit actually is why the goal goes in. The first touch from Torment was pretty soft. The second hit from AXB just behind him is what added the pace to it. And then Envy couldn't get in the way. Tie game in game 5. What a save indeed. AXB now looking to get a pass down in front of the box. This one dangerous. I think everyone expected Atomic to touch that and wasn't quite there for it. They were reading the clear. And now Atomic back down. Turbo Pulsar waiting for it. Atomic gets a pass one. Here's the Turbo bumped by AXB. Bumped again. Gimmick now with a little bit of space, but kind of an awkward ball to catch. And Turbo Pulsar will take it away from him on the way back out. If I can't have a shot, neither can you, Gimmick.
I don't know if I've ever seen a team get out of more jams with bumps right in front of the net in a series in version 1 right now.
Oh, is that in?
It is insane. No, it's off the mark.
Turbo,
but Turbo
there we
will
go.
turn it in. He gets around it. It was definitely wide. Needed a little help. And version 1 get caught there. Torment trusting AXB to come up with a touch. Got caught moving forward, and that is disaster late in the game.
Turbo's always right where you need him to be. Excellent player. Now with a 1-goal lead, back in front. Oh, Mist gets another one. This will be another goal. 5-3. The kickoff this time going in Envy's favor, and they're starting to run away with it.
Good game. Oh, Mist, what a read. I mean, you've got 4 boosts, and you see the positioning of the defender right there, and just Sixth Sense told him someone's going to come try and take this on a pass, and he just soul-read that.
Whew. Oh, the tries from version 1. They're getting creative on the kickoffs as well. Torment thinking about crashing this box. With 37 seconds left, they have to get offensively creative, and they have to do it quickly. Turbo getting bumped as we see Mist trying to extend this lead. He wouldn't have a passing opportunity, so he had to take it straight to the goal. That's 2 players up on offense. Surprised we're seeing Envy this offensively aggressive. Atomic trying to cover it up from behind, and now here comes Mist. Let's try and stop it in the midfield. A block from Atomic will do it. And they've got version 1 completely caught on defense here. 12 seconds left. There's barely any time. They have to score on this touch. Can Torment drop it in? Oh, so close. That was their last hope. The clear from Atomic will seal the deal. Envy, in a thriller, will take it down and advance to 2-0.
Well, it was a phenomenal series. This is definitely one that you want to go back and watch. I could not think of a better way to start off the day than this game. Woo. It was a ton of fun to watch, a ton of tense moments on offense and defense for both teams. Just insane.
Absolutely incredible. And hey, Turbo Pulsar and hat tricks on Champions Field. Name a better duo. Oh, wait. Like, it keeps happening here, man. You can't stop the 4-time when it gets to game 5. You got to beat Envy in 4 games is what I'm learning here. Though, version 1 has done it in 5 games before, as we heard on the desk. So, man, what a match. What a series. And I can't wait to see what round 3 brings us.
Oh, yeah. That was... Love the start of the day. It's going to be a lot of fun if we get a bunch of games like that. So, well played, both teams. Envy will advance into the 2-0 slot. Version 1 down into 1-1, but definitely don't count them out if they keep playing like that.
Absolutely. We'll probably see Envy again a little bit later on. But that does it for round 2. I want to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the round 3 matchups of the RLCS X.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Turtle and Gibbs. We're gonna break down that last one. Yo, Turtle, Wave thought that would be close, and he was not wrong.
Oh yeah, that was an exciting series, and it was mainly because version 1 stepped up to the plate. This is the roster that I think we all saw the potential in, and now they're finally starting to show up when it matters most. In Game 5, it was back and forth, and it was really messy. I think now my favorite thing is when we get to a Game 5 and both teams are just scoring left and right. It was so fun to watch. And version 1, they were efficient with their play styles. You know, Gimmick was actually in a position where he was able to get 50s and get some solid redirects. Torment had some cleanup shooting, and AXB was passing all over the place. It felt like everybody finally slotted into that play style that they're known for, and that's why they started connecting. But Envy, man, in the final games, they started running away with it.
Yeah, it felt like there was a cast of curse when Wavepunk after Game 2, like very defensive series, and then it just turned into a clown fiesta. Like, I don't know what was happening.
Hey, I called it would happen.
It was nuts because, like, the offense from both teams is so good that obviously it's hard to defend, but also sometimes the defense would crack, and then we're just getting 2-goal swings back and forth. It doesn't matter, like, if you're up 3-1, because it's just going to come right back. It was crazy series, but again, version 1, they really stepped up to the plate versus Team Envy. It's a good sign for them.
Well, let's take a look at the standings now just to get a lay of the land before we head into round 3. This is where qualifications start to happen. A few teams are at 2-0, and 2 of them will make it through the next round to be done with their day, up through those 2 green spots at the top, and 2 will be done down on those 2 red spots down there. But just looking at the teams left here, Gibbs, honestly, not what I would have expected the results to look like at this point.
Yeah, we were talking about these major spots, and I'm like, sure, these teams could all make it through, but it's very unlikely because other teams should. But now that we look at what's happening, Pittsburgh Knights 1-1, Kansas City Pioneers 1-1, Plot Twist is 2-0, zero issue. The full Mexican squad is 2-0 right now. So there are some huge underdogs who are about to play the very best that we have in North America. It's going to be really fun to watch.
Well, Turtle, I want to say too, is like with those wins from Zero Issue, those aren't easy wins. PK and Alpine are teams that have been really fighting and taking shots at a lot of these top teams.
Yeah, and both of those series actually went to Game 5, which is it's super tough. I even casted a series yesterday with Team Frontline, and you know, it was difficult because the Matones had ended up getting reverse swept also in a series before that. So it's these underdog teams that are kind of lower in the league that have a difficulty closing out series, but then Zero Issue comes out, Game 5s all across for both of their wins, and they end up clutching it, which says so much about the experience they've been gathering, and now they're here to play. So I don't know what's going on, really. You know, Alpine, I expect them to do amazing things here. They beat out Ghost Gaming, and I was like, okay, this is where they start to pop off, and then all of a sudden Zero Issue are the ones that we got to pay attention to.
Well, let's take a look at our next matches now, because again, as I said, some teams go home and some teams get to continue on into that stage 2 and have a nice short early day. On the other stream, E-League, we will have a twitch.tv/E-League TV. You can watch KCP versus PK and V1 versus Sonics. On this stream right here, where you guys are watching, we have Envy versus Zero Issue up second, and first will be Plot Twist versus Space Station. I want to touch on that Envy one just very, very briefly here. Do we think, Gibbs, that there is a miracle chance that Envy is going to drop a series to Zero Issue right now, or is this going to be the hardest fight they've ever had?
Don't do it.
I'm rooting for Zero Issue. I'm rooting for them,
we all are.
and they're going to win it. They're going to win it in 4. All right, not even 5. Zero Issue all the way.
I like it. Hey, I've been vouching for that team for a while.
Why not?
You want to see it.
There's no way.
See it. But hey, they've already got results we wouldn't have expected before. So anything can happen today. But we got to talk about the match coming up first here. It's Plot Twist versus Space Station Gaming. Plot Twist has quite the uphill battle here. Space Station, though, we do know has been Turtle on a bit of a slump lately. You know, they did forfeit their grid spot or the match recently, but that was due to moving, right? So the question is, do you think now they're going to be in the mindset and space to be able to take a dub here and get their 3-0 on the day?
I think that was a benefit for them. Sometimes you just need a week or 2 off as a team to kind of relax, regenerate a lot of the stamina, because they had been going back to back with making it to the grand finals, always in the playoffs. They had a lot of tough series, and now that NRG, NVG2, they're all starting to pop off and kind of get to the same level, because before SSG were miles ahead of everybody. It's evened out a lot here in North America, and SSG, I think that week is going to make their mentality a lot better, and they're going to be solid here.
Well, it's time for our Verizon fan vote. So get those votes in chat right now. Hashtag, choose the hashtag for Plot Twist or for Space Station. Get your votes in SSG or PT, and we'll get those results in just a second. Let's quickly get our predictions out of the way and then get into the match since it's ready. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you. Plot Twist or Space Station?
Space Station, like, even when they're cold, it's only against the very best in North America. Like, I expect them to easily take the series, but Plot Twist has surprised us so far. It's possible, but I'm going Space Station.
Space Station, okay. Turtle?
I'm gonna have to go Space Station too. They had, solid wins, 3-1 against Stromboli, 3-0 against 72 PC. They didn't struggle in those, and that's why I gotta go Space Station against Plot Twist.
Charlie, you took a deep breath as if this was a problem to make a decision here. Space Station. I feel like this is one of those ones you can easily just kind of throw. Yeah. You wake up and just say, well, yeah, Space Station's winning. I don't even know who they're against, but Space Station's taking it. So Space Station Gaming is across the board for all of us, and I'm curious what you guys think. I should honestly be in favor of Space Station. Yeah, 87%. That doesn't surprise me in one little bit.
Get on Twitter. What's the highest number we've seen?
95, I think,
95.
for like Team Liquid or something.
I mean,
we gotta beat it. We gotta beat it one of these times.
I did puppet master the chat a bit on that one, so I don't know if that one counts. But get online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But it's time to head over to the Verizon Skybox for round number 3.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And here we go there. Round number 2. Space Station against Plot Twist. And Des was talking about how Plot Twist do a bit of a tendency of catching certain teams out. Unfortunately, so far for them, they have never actually managed to catch out SSG. Currently 4-0 against this team recently. It would be 5 if we included best of 3s, but we're not going to do that this time around. So this is going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, I've got SSG winning it. I don't think the Plot Twist have got the tools to beat SSG if they're even playing close to their best. Now, they do have an impressive win today over the Kansas City Pioneers, who have been popping off recently. They've been one of the only teams who are a real threat to the top teams, the top 4 teams in the region, while not actually being a top 4 team themselves. The top 4 in NA, they really have only been losing to each other for the most part. But KCP, they're a consistent problem. However, they also have problems beating the teams that they should be beating. And that means, for me, Plot Twist to win against them does not at all indicate that they're likely to be able to continue that against SSG.
Certainly not. Plot Twist, one of those teams that are trying to make their statement as they try and reach the Team Envies, the G2s, the NRGs, the Space Stations of the region. And this is the sort of game where you do want to start showing at least some upside to yourself, even though, as many predict, oh my goodness, Rattles has actually made that headway opportunity. And what is this from Space Station? We're trying to big you up here, lads, as, almost an unstoppable force here. And Rattles immediately trying to prove us wrong.
Yeah, I'm wondering there for a second, did Arsenal pull out the internet cable again? Oh, what a save. Taroko's just kept from point blank range. Typical actually dribbles it wide by accident. Now, great chances there for both teams, but both were really due to Space Station causing problems, first for themselves and then for their opponents. That's a nice bump. Rattle's able to steer the opponent away from the ball. The Space Station's certainly looking a bit off right now. Their results so far today have been pretty solid, only dropping that one game in their opening series, sweeping the last one. But yeah, the positioning has been questionable up until now. A bit of a slow start.
Certainly so. Typical to the corner, wants to go for the setup. It wasn't the bounce they needed, but Arsenal happily take over. Rattles for a follow-up shot. Decides to put it high. Definitely, that was very much a conscious decision of his. Saw that there was a couple of defenders back. Realized that his teammates do need to start rotating back for him, otherwise they might suffer a counter-attack. So far, Space Station holding onto the possession ball. They've settled down. Arsenal already up. Sosa has to get there, and that's why Sosa slightly misjudged where that ball was going, and it almost got caught. Now off the ceiling, dropped down to Rattles. Space Station Gaming have started off so slow, and they're ramping up the pressure as we go along.
That was phenomenal by Arsenal. They've thought to even fly ahead of that ball, land on the ceiling, and then jump back down for the pass. I don't know how he managed to compute all that before the ball reached him. That was incredible. Still, though, not an effective ending for Space Station. They've yet to score. And, between all of these hard hits and confident touches, there's a few misses and a few complete missed hits. So I'm very confused from what I'm seeing from Space Station so far.
Taroko wants to try and take the challenge. He had the 2v1 available to him. Feels like it wasn't quite communicated because there was neither a pass nor a bump attempt. 2 minutes left, though, in this game. Still no goals. It was a bit weird yesterday, Johnny. Our first series that we casted was, well, 8 goals, I feel, in our opening game. Much more tame affair so far. Not for a lack of trying, though. Both positive and negative. There is Mektos looking to try and grab something, but Sipical will just narrowly avoid him still. Plot Twist don't want to give this up just yet. They realized how long it took for them to find this opportunity to put this pressure on. Don't want to give it away. Again, that corner to wall to bump challenge. Doesn't quite work out, but Plot Twist just needed to happen once.
You got to watch out for Sosa, Plot Twist's newest player coming into RLCS Season X. He's been one to make the difference, really elevate this team. But we know pre-season they look like a real threat. Not had the best season and best success up until now, but that's going to be 1-0 surely. No, Rattles, great positioning the near post, but oh, he has to make a double save as well. That's more like it from SSG. Solid defense out of Rattles. But, you know, despite Plot Twist improving, I think, in the overall standings of this region, still second best, but Mektos gets one through. It had a touch from an SSG defender, but not enough to keep it out.
And they refuse to give up this midfield pressure. Mektos, not a great approach to the shot, but he made the most of it afterwards. Now with 56 seconds remaining, Plot Twist will look to try and take this. And it is Space Station Gaming who have yet to create their major goal-scoring opportunity. Now they're going to start pinging it between each other. That is 5 separate passes. And needed a little bit more accuracy on the final shot.
You know, there's these moments for Space Station in this game that we see their usual play coming through, the usual level of play coming through. But overall, it's been a pretty uncomfortable game for them. And I do wonder if maybe the fact that they've just moved into a team house this week and right before today pretty much got everything in place. Are they used to that yet? Are they still getting accustomed to that new environment? Because every player that we've seen on Space Station, but you know, at Arsenal and Rattles, especially, there have been a few moments where they just don't arrive in the position that they want to be in. They just drive past the ball or get a complete miss hit on it. Now, that was almost an open net demo leaving Taroko out of the game. But Plot Twists have defended pretty well for the most part.
Certainly so, and they are going to take game number 1. And it was a game that slowly started to swing into Plot Twist's favor. They had a lot of pressure heading towards that final moment. But as you said, Johnny, this is a team that has recently moved into the team house. And as someone who has also recently moved house, I can tell you, you know, things can take a little while to get settled down. I'm looking around right now. I've still got little bits of polystyrene all over the place. So, you know, we don't know what's going on over there. And it can definitely be a little bit disorientating. In fact, remember with Guild, when they were doing the boot camp, you know, that first week, weeks 2 and 3 looked okay in terms of performance, but that first week was rough.
Well, we'll see, because Space Station have had the you know, the occasional off game, even when they were clearly the best team in North America earlier on in the season. So it's all about how they respond to that. It was a slow start. The first touch was off. They kept on messing up their hits on the ball. And although, like I said before, we saw the occasional signs of brilliance, the passing plays and the aerial speed, for the most part, it's a game that Space Station will be extremely disappointed with. Plot Twist, you know, had a couple of good opportunities themselves. I think they've done quite well to create even a couple of chances against SSG, because Plot Twist are a very defensive team. That's almost a 1v3. Rattles denied by Sosa. It was past Mektos and Taroko, though. But yeah, this is all about consistency for SSG. They need to work on their approach to the ball, get their first touches right, and I think the rest of the game will come naturally.
Good news for both of these teams as well as that. The only thing that really matters is getting the result to go on through. If you get yourself a decent result here, then you are going to get one of those top 4 seeds heading into stage number 2. Definitely preferential match picks. How you do it and sort of the performances that go with it don't really tend to matter quite so much, as long as you can get it figured out in the future parts of the tournament. What is important is, you know, despite the fact you are getting those top 4 seeds, you'd like to start heading up towards the very top of that one. You want to start playing against the 16 seed.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. In terms of getting the job done, all that matters is getting through. Is that open for Rattles? It is. It's just going to go in. one of those positions where you thought, okay, is that ball going to be mean to him? It's going to hit the bar and bounce right down into the ground and then to safety. But no, it does just barely miss it. It goes straight in. No need for a panic rebound or anything like that. And that was careless for Plot Twist. They let that one through pretty easily, really. But yeah, I think Space Station, on top of just getting the result, they are a team who care about what the result looks like as well, trying to make it look pretty. This is more like it. I think the first shot hitting the post was an advantage because the goalkeeper totally threw himself into the wall.
Yeah, goalkeeper's got to respect that. Mektos would have preferred to see that hit his car rather than the wall. And that is now 2 to the better for Space Station, coming off a game that they didn't score a single goal in. And I have had a quick look. That number 1 seed is not going to be available to anyone in this side of the bracket since NRG decided to go 9-0 yesterday.
Oh, yeah, true.
So that's very much theirs.
Yeah, you still want to get number 2, so you don't have to play NRG. Now, look at this from Plot Twist. That's actually one of the rare times in Rocket League 3v3 where having a couple of players really close to the ball, even 3, can be an advantage. There's just no way that the Space Station defense know who's hitting that and where it's being struck towards. So great work. It was another bump off the ball that opened up that opportunity for Plot Twist. They're back in it. For me, it's all about the defense for PT today. They just want to frustrate Space Station, especially if they are going to be producing more dodgy defending like they did in the last game.
Drops down to Typical. Gonna want that 2-goal lead back. Rattles again takes his time. We're seeing a few more solo plays now from Rattles. Just trying to mix it up. Really catch it out when they do go for those passing plays. Now Rattles brought into action. You can see Arsenal on the far left-hand side. He's not gonna be able to take too much advantage of this, but Typical moves in. Always be a little bit upset that Sosa eventually tried to come and challenge him. Still not quite the SSG that we are used to seeing. As it is off the backboard, Sosa will get there in time. He would have needed a couple more boosts, though, to keep that play going. As for Plot Twist, they're looking for at least one of those corner 100 boosts to pop up for them. To make getting out of this situation so much easier, what also makes getting out of this situation so much easier is when your teammates just wipes out the third man.
That was exactly what the Plot Twist team needed. Once again, they're focusing on those bumps whenever they can on the recoveries. Not the best clear there, though. Typical, able to snipe that curve, bounce the ball downwards, but the defense holds strong for Plot Twist with just under 2 minutes left in game number 2. Arsenal, little flip into an air dribble from him, but another bump again to dispossess SSG.
I do love this. If you can't take the ball off them, at least take the car away from their control. Now Sosa can turn around. If he did jump for that bit earlier, he might have got the even challenge that he needed to at least try and bring a teammate in. Plot Twist know that the clock is now starting to work against them here. If they can grab this, they will require a reverse sweep from Space Station Gaming, but one step at a time right now. Arsenal takes it all the way down, looks for the second touch, takes it away from his teammate.
Yeah, the idea was pretty good there. Arsenal wanted to hit that back wall as hard as he can because then the ball's going to run away from the goalkeeper. That one's running into the goal now. And it looked like there was more shenanigans on the final defender. Mektos wanted a lot more power on that one as it went straight down the middle.
I don't know if the ball was going to go past him even without the attempted bump. Either way, turnaround is fair play. And if you are Space Station Gaming, you got to be quite happy just to get a few hits of your own as fake kickoff time. And they got Arsenal in a good position. Might not even need him. Up goes Rattles. In goes the ball.
That's, again, more like it from SSG. And I think the one thing, or maybe I think if I was to pick 2 things that's been missing from this matchup today that we're used to seeing from SSG at their best. One of them would be passing. They've had a couple of passing plays, but nowhere near the volume that they're usually able to produce. Number 2 would be dribbling. I haven't seen a lot of that either. It's been more conventional, focused on hard clears and just knocking the ball into the corner walls and then into the center. Very predictably, perhaps, but that passing play gives me hope that Space Station could step it up, that they could elevate. They make the necessary mid-series adaptations. There's a beautiful mind game by Rattles. It's these little things that make me think the Space Station will be able to get back to their best. The mind games, the dribbling plays, the passing, just these little meaningful touches, not just the booming clears and the banging shots.
The good news is they are still going for them. They're not just Going to change their play.
Oh, the goal steal! Oh, the double goal steal. Everybody wanted that one.
I have not seen that since Vitality last season. That was...
Oh, man.
Absolutely brilliant. God, Typical. Don't let him have that. Hey! Hat trick for Typical.
Man. Yeah, Typical denied a goal by both of his teammates, but now he's going to steal Rettel's shot. I don't know. Rettel's probably just wanted to give him something after saving a shot on the previous attack. He wanted to make up for it because we all know how much Typical cares about being top of the leaderboard, trying to get as many points as possible. He must be raging right now in team comms. Typical will be furious at Arsenal and Rettos for preventing him from scoring that goal. I'm pretty sure it was Typical, wasn't it, who had the open net.
Typical sat there midweek, every single week, just refreshing all of the stats Twitter pages, just waiting for the graphics to come up to see, all right, what was my player score? How many did I get per game? Where's Justin? Where's Garrett and these sort of things? Am I above them? You know, he's one of those sort of players. What he will be disappointed with is the fact that he allowed Rettles to take 7 shots in this one, which led to Rettles having at least 100 points up on him. Either way, for Space Station Gaming, it was a comfortable affair here over at Forbidden Temple.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from them. And I think it's what they want as well. Like I said earlier, it was Typical he got his open net saved. Both Arsenal and Rettles trying to get the goal steal at the same time. But yeah, they really do want to smash a team like Plot Twist. They're not going to be happy with anything less than obliteration, even though the result is exactly the same. The game score does matter. The actual score within those games, as far as I know, doesn't matter in terms of goal difference. So yeah, Space Station, despite that making no difference in terms of seeding, I think they're still going to be pushing for as many goals as possible, or as many goal steals as possible, perhaps.
Yes, certainly will be the case. Just to know where the benchmarks are, by the way, for the 3-0 teams. G2 dropped 3 games yesterday on their route to a 3-0, whilst we already noted that NRG didn't drop a single one, so that number 1 spot is pretty much spoken for. And right now, I believe Space Station Gaming are currently sat at 2 losses, so they can't afford to lose another one here.
Yeah.
For Plot Twist, they would already be forfeiting that spot, so they'd currently sit 3rd in the seeding if they go to take this, at least.
Yeah, I think that just avoiding NRG is the main thing for every team in NA right now. Beautiful pass and a clean shot from Rettles as well. Space Station in the lead by 1. That was really well played by Arsenal, catching the ball at the end of his flip there. But, you know, just to finish off this discussion about game score, you're right, actually. So long as SSG don't lose another game on their road to sweeping this group, I believe that means they won't play against NRG.
Envy
if they
have
both go
dropped
2-0.
2 games.
Yeah, I think Envy will probably. There's a good chance that they drop another one against the.
We're biased.
They're just straight up losing to our full Mexican squad. Zero issue. Yeah, if Space Station can just keep it at this, at least it improves your chances of avoiding NRG should they go 2-0 tomorrow.
Arsenal does manage to get a good challenge on it as it looks to go far side. That's for Plot Twist. That first game went pretty well for them. They kept SSG somewhat subdued, but there will be an argument to be made that SSG kind of did that to themselves. Arsenal's faked someone out on the cross on the ceiling. In came Typical. What a goal that would have been. We haven't had many contenders just yet for that top 3. This might be a good shout if that's not the crossbar.
Space Station ramping up now. The shots are coming in from all angles, but more importantly, these passing plays are phenomenal. Arsenal's really been putting them together with quite a lot of accuracy. Now here he goes in reverse. He's found it into the middle, actually. Mektos probably didn't expect Arsenal to hit that so hard. Well, backwards. But you've got to look out for him. Arsenal's able to generate a ton of power, even with no momentum on the ball. Oh my goodness, speaking of more power
one
than
of
you
these is going to happen.
What was that pinch out of Rettles? It might have been a little bit of a team pinch and a ground pinch at the same time. That ball flew.
Rettles is up again. It's only 1 goal to the better, but it's highlight reel plays so far for Space Station Gaming. They might be forced to drop one here. Another shot off target. Plot Twist forced to take shots so far that I don't think would have been their first choice, as it is now played to the far corner. Arsenal's got all the time in the world that he wants, and he wants to go for the full dribble. Goes for a shot off the crossbar. Rettles has got to try and make it work, and he certainly will.
We'll check out Arsenal with another brilliant assist. That is a gorgeous half volley. And then he smashes Mexos, who would have probably had a good chance to save that shot. So it's all Arsenal in this game. Perfect passing, 2 assists to Rettles. This is probably the point of the game now that they've got that 2-goal cushion. Typical's going to start ball chasing, try and get some points back, because at the moment, he's not where he wants to be, but he might stay there. Now it's Rettles and Arsenal with the exact same position as before. Oh, the pre-jumping Typical almost clipped Arsenal's rebound. But Plot Twist will get a good counterattack off this, as Space Station did double commit.
Now it's going to be Mektos to bring it back by 1, and Arsenal will keep it out. Mektos desperate to keep this offense going. He ends up clattering into Taroko. Not what they needed. Rettles still trying to pull out some more highlight reels. Space Station Gaming acting like they've already won this one, but if things stay as they are, we've got no reason not to be. Here is Arsenal, looks for the corner double tap. That might trickle in, but Sosa clears yet again. Plot Twist seem like they've had their moment, but ever since that game 1, nothing is clicking for them. Space Station Gaming heating up.
It's been a massive improvement. What a game Arsenal's having. I think oh dear, well, just I say that. I think SSG have own goal. Taroko's going to get the credit for it. Once that's Arsenal, it would make sense now that I'm singing his praises if he own goals here. Yep, perfect little pop there, I believe, wasn't it?
I think it was typical.
Was it typical?
Arsenal's on the backboard.
Yeah, but he flew off. It was very close. Hey, either way, though, perfect timing. Just I'm about to give Space Station credit for cleaning up their act. They've all managed to fly straight past the ball on the wrong side and watch it go into their own net. But outside of that, besides that one play, Arsenal's had a great game.
Yeah, everyone out there wondering, why is Johnny so negative all the time? This is why. It's for everyone else is good.
Besides the 3 own goals, he's been phenomenal. He's been player of the season if he wouldn't own goal every game. It's a big if, though.
If we're playing Guess Who, I'm going to say that one is Turbo Pulsar that you're talking about.
How many? Has he got more own goals in World Championship Finals than he does wins in World Championship Finals? He may do.
It's hard to tell these days when it comes to Turbo. How many own goals has he got? Lots. How many World Championships?
Many. Yeah. All right, looks like Typical and Space Station are back on track here. This has been a really weird series from them. It's a difficult day to really know what kind of Space Station we're going to get for Stage 2, because no disrespect to their opponents, but none of them have been at that the absolute highest level. I think the only teams in this group that I would really think would give us a clue in how well Space Station are playing are Envy and Kansas City Pioneers. Wins against those 2 rosters are they're legit. They're the difficult wins for Space Station to get. Everybody else in this group just not quite on that level. But yeah, that's what Stage 2 is about. It's where we get all the best teams playing against each other. And credit to SSG. Oh my goodness. Well, I think
all right, so
I think that's on purpose. That was on purpose this time.
Space Station have now scored more own goals than they've actually conceded goals.
Space Station they've won 3-2 while scoring 5 goals in this game. SSG have hit the back of the net 5 times. Plot Twist haven't at all. It's only a 1-goal game. You do the math, Twitch chat. But
I think that we can call that one a bit of dominance then. If they are able to go and do that. That is absolutely ridiculous. It truly is. But Space Station Gaming able to take that one. And it has been a very impressive performance by them so far.
Yeah, let's say it's been an eye-catching performance for me. That's the word I'm going to throw out there.
Is it really possible, like, for people that are new to the esport, because we are going to have a lot of those, especially with Rocket League recently going free to play. This is not the version of Space Station Gaming that we are hyping up here.
Hey, do you know what this was, Shogun? I think Space Station Gaming right now are doing their best G2 impression. Is this not exactly what we saw from G2 yesterday? Some cracking goals, some brilliant passing plays, and then, the occasional flying save. But overall, a defensive performance
not enough goals.
Forget about. Hey, we'll see. Maybe they scored 5 goals in the last game, even though 2 of them were in the wrong direction.
Well, depending on how we're trying to count this, they didn't concede a single goal.
It's actually, we need to change the abbreviation to SSG2. That's what it is right now. This is the new generation of Space Station Gaming. 1-0 plot twist early on here. No back post defense for SSG on that play.
I'll leave it for you guys out there to try and figure out what that super team would look like. Your own combinations of those, 3 players that would make the main team from those 6 that they've got available. 1-0 here for plot twist. And they've got to be looking at the way Space Station have been playing these last few games, and they don't want to be on the other side of this. They realize that Space Station have taken their foot off the gas. And you don't want to be the team that, a top team can do that against. You want to rubber stamp yourself as one of those danger teams that they've got to take seriously.
Well, I think NRG are probably the team who are happiest about this. Watching G2's struggles in defense yesterday, and now watching Space Station own goal multiple times and, have the weirdest first touches and awkward approaches to the ball. I think, NRG are just going to be incredibly confident going into stage 2 and indeed the playoffs on Sunday.
Yeah, and I do want to point out the main reason why we were talking earlier on about this seeding stuff is that, these are the sort of stages where that final playoff bracket starts to form. It starts to look like it's going to get its rough direction. And when teams don't perform, maybe in stage 1 or in stage 2, that's when we start to see like a Vitality versus BDS semi-final rather than being happening over in the final. Because the Swiss system, it doesn't subjectively rank these teams. It is very objective, and you've got to get the results to go with it.
Yeah, I think the grand final is the best place to play NRG right now. They're not slipping up at all. And if you can get them in a final, maybe this is a bit more unpredictable. Good save, Mektos had the low shot covered. Stosla was flying in high. That's what they need to be doing in defense. Plot Twist need to have multiple players back for every SSG attack, because although we've been critical of the defense, in offense, especially Arsenal, Space Station have still been pretty monstrous at times.
Off the backboard, Rattles wanted to find Mektos. He's at least made it awkward, and Mektos just lands on it.
Wow. Great
that was him trying to avoid the bump.
Yeah, he's just landed in the right place, but I think he improvised extremely well to get that ball to pin shelf in a safe location. Space Station were lurking. Here they come again. That's a double touch for Rattles. Oh, he's accidentally triple touched it wide of the net. That third touch actually helped Plot Twist more than Space Station Gaming. Obviously, it wasn't intentional for Rattles. They did have Arsenal coming in. Oh my goodness. Is that in? It is. Mektos makes it 2-0. And where was the Space Station defense once again? Oh, that's where
we found it.
They've been delivered to the corners. Typical was actually back for that. I was waiting for the goalkeeper to make a challenge, but he can't because he's been slapped into a different continent. We're going to see Typical in the EU major next week after that.
Oh, thank goodness we've got these walls up. These poor eggs would be in a lot of danger if these cars came flying at them like that. Rattles looking for Typical, and suddenly this is looking like it could be going to Champions Field. It's been a very strange series, Johnny. Still not quite sure how we'd be going to Game 5. But definitely looking like the lay of the land as Sosa just over the top. Arsenal by himself. Mektos realizing, oh wait, I missed that boost. Better go back and grab that. Got a handbrake break, dude. You don't need to go for the 3-point turn.
I think this is the best game we've seen out of Plot Twist, though. Game 1, Space Station were all over the place, and Plot Twist were the more consistent team, just able to edge it. Games 2 and 3, Space Station got it together a bit more, and unfortunately for Plot Twist, they just couldn't keep the Space Station offense at bay for long enough to pick up the 1 or 2 goals that they usually get in most of their victories. But this has been a much better showing from them. They've been making sure not to leave each other isolated in defense, backing each other up, communications on point. As long as Plot Twist can keep this going, then we know that Space Station will have to play a good Game 5. They're not going to get some more just free wins while they're scoring 2 own goals in a game. Quite clearly, Plot Twist have hit their stride at an important time here. Yeah, I'm sure Space Station have got the tools to come back from here. They've got the ability. Look at that passing again. Arsenal is Typical, back to Arsenal. And then into the back of the net. And it doesn't matter how many defenders you've got back for that play. You're not going to save it reactively. Got to be a bit more aggressive in that play.
Yeah, I think the entire team just got caught with everyone straight down the middle near the goal line. As soon as that happens, Space Station Gaming ping it left to right to left. And there you go. 1 goal advantage now Space Station Gaming will continue to press forward. What do Plot Twist want to do here in terms of how proactive they want to be keeping this out? Arsenal wants to pop it up again. And Mektos, his job will just be chased. Take some time off, but he is clattered off the play. Typical, just dancing around a little bit. Takes away a defender. Half a minute left. And not a single mistake allowed if you're on Plot Twist.
Yeah, they're doing their best to pressure the ball. Like we mentioned, they want to be more proactive. They don't want to just give Space Station a ton of space to set up these passing plays that are undefendable. Sosa almost made it 3-1. It's on the goal line now. Typical's going to dribble it clear. That's great composure by him. And he might have a ceiling play. This is danger zone. The Plot Twist. Typical's overhit the first touch, though. And that now is Plot Twist's game to lose. And they won't lose it. 2-2. We're going to game 5. I still don't know what to make of Space Station Shogun. I really do think it might just be this new setting, this new team house. I'm sure going to be a benefit in the long run, but maybe for now, they're just not quite used to it. They're still looking extremely uncomfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, it's been a strange performance. Let's put it like that. But good news if you're a Plot Twist fan is earlier on I did mention the 4-series win streak that Space Station Gaming were on against them. Well, this is the first time that they've managed to take them to the ace match. Every single time it has been 3-1, 3-1, or a 3-0. It's been split 2-2 on that one so far. So they are taking them to a place that they have not been so far. It is Plot Twist against SSG, an SSG that really is kind of a wild card in terms of their performance. You got to say it's possible right now. Like, SSG are the better team. We have seen them perform as the better team, but we've also seen them perform like there's butter around the entire field, and they're just sliding all over the place.
Yeah, honestly, it's a really good way to describe how they played in game 1, especially. They just couldn't get to the ball at the right time. It's usually something that just comes so naturally to these pro players. They don't have to think about, these little turns left and right as they approach the ball to get a good first touch on it. Whereas in game 1, Space Station would just arrive at the ball and think, wait, why am I here? What am I doing? I should be a little bit more to the right. I should be a little bit more to the left. I should have been here, a split second ago. So clearly, they're just not in the zone. They're just not able to play automatically brilliant like they usually do. However, full credit to Plot Twist. Game 4 was not Space Station beating themselves. It was Plot Twist putting together some really good offensive plays, and Space Station unable to get past what was a more impressive Plot Twist defense. Are they going to keep that one out, though? They won't have to. The post has got them covered. Rettles wants the boost steal, going to get it. So this could be a bit of a siege now. Plot Twist back corner boost control is totally gone. They've lost both of them to SSG. And it's important at times like these to just look for any 50-50 you can get, because Space Station are going to have this speed advantage.
The worst one about the Arsenal boost pickup is that he got it as he was going over the top. So
yeah, no visual.
And so that means as a defender, you can't really tell that it happens, so your timing goes completely out the window.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are so good at knowing when the boosts are going to be up in the corners.
Oh,
wait a minute.
wait.
Oh, Typical's back. Given the day he's had so far, I forgot that, we should just be anticipating him scoring from these positions. That's gorgeous. What a play by Typical. It looks like the defender underestimated what he was capable of from that angle. And, as did we. We were just getting into a little talk about boosts in the back corners. Typical reminding us why he is such a phenomenal player, both in the past and now.
He's going to be Arsenal with his own attempt. Ends up hitting Mektos. Might be a setup available. Sosa's going to have to hurry this one up. He's got Arsenal right behind him, who didn't want to be used for the pass, but he still ends up getting a contact that he didn't want. Almost used for a setup. Mektos back into the midfield. Now Sosa takes the shot and gets the goal.
Well then, that's a great response from Plot Twist. You'll notice Mektos intercepted that clear so early, and then Sosa likewise. Couple of soft touches from Space Station out of defense. And the biggest problem for SSG is they didn't keep those clears near the wall. They were just in open field, positions that Plot Twist can shoot from. That doesn't give Space Station the time to recover that they so desperately needed.
Plot Twist can do this now. Just got to keep this pressure going. They have ridden a wave of momentum from that previous game where they did look so good over at Utopia Coliseum. Typical. Oh, he was bumped into it. It means he can't control too well. Taroko is almost giving him a free reign to move back in. He's going to take it every single day. All 3 players gone.
Wow.
And that's the result.
I don't believe this. Even when Typical has a bit of a collision with his teammate, he's still able to walk across the field, get the ball past the entire Plot Twist lineup single-handedly. And Rettles did arrive for the open net. 2-1 SSG. As Typical has had those moments of brilliance to just carry SSG in this 5th game.
That is the danger, is that can happen at any moment. Typical can figure out exactly who he is and what he is capable of. Now the difficulty for Plot Twist is amplified. They've now got to find a way back into this, and they've now got to hold off Typical for the rest of this game. They cannot drop another goal. As it is going to go straight in. Mektos dives and he gets it. That also sets up well for Sosa, who can try and transition. He's out boost, but the other team doesn't know that. Off the backboard, first player up, Mektos can't beat Rettles.
It's great defense from Mektos. That was not an easy position to be in. Like you mentioned, he didn't just save the shot, he also managed to clear it in the direction of Sosa so that the counterattack could start immediately. That's what we need to see from Plot Twist. Quick transition play. Because Space Station are pushing up aggressively for a second goal here, or rather a second goal advantage. They're leaving a few gaps for Plot Twist to work with. They have got the potential to get goals in that kind of matchup, like we've seen in Game 4 of the series.
Diving in challenge from Taroko. Everyone's diving in from Plot Twist. They want this goal as quickly as they can possibly get it. It's typical. He might try and catch this instead. Sets himself up for a challenge. That doesn't happen for him. Sosa again setting up for Mektos, who wants to go down underneath. Fantastic defensive positioning so far, forcing Plot Twist to show their hands a little early. But now Arsenal's by himself, and he still keeps it out.
It's quality defense from Arsenal. Will he be able to get the double touch as well? It's bouncing down. Looks like Taroko was aware of that fact. Just over a minute left, and Plot Twist have been bringing the offensive power. That's more rare for them. Such a defensive team by nature. But with how shaky Space Station have been at times, Plot Twist are smelling blood in the water. That's in! Rettles, too far forward. He's on the goal line instead of in the goal. And what placement from Taroko to punish him.
Yeah, you can see the adjustment. He goes for it at one angle, realizes, wait, that left-hand side's completely open. And he switches where the flip is going to be. Hits it with the left-hand side of the car. And there we go, 2 each.
It's just not good enough for SSG. What on earth is Rettles thinking? Positioning like that. I mean, all he gains from being on the goal line there is that he's, a car length closer to the ball when it comes across. That doesn't really make a difference when you're making near-post saves. You can usually get those anyway, even if you're inside the goal line. In fact, I'd say it's easier. And if he just moves himself back just one width of his octane there, he would easily make that save. Instead of the ball being straight over his shoulder in an awkward position that he can't reach, he would just drive forward and hit it.
Well, Sosa would like to just drive forward and hit this one in, but Arsenal not going to allow that one to happen. Mektos takes his chance. Awkward bounce, and Rettles can read it! And it drops down. A huge whiff as well is going to allow Space Station Gaming their chance to counterattack. Taroko leaves it for Mektos. Straight out to Arsenal. He's got Rettles behind him. Not going to need it, and it will drop down. We've got overtime for a 3-0 record.
This is madness. Rettles really having an awkward time in this game. I wonder what on earth is going on with his defensive positioning. He's making it a bit hard for himself, and obviously it's not intentional. He's just not finding himself in the right spots at the right time, not reading the game as well as he usually does. And he is, very often the brains of the operation for Space Station Gaming. Chance for them to redeem himself, to take it all right here, but looks like Plot Twist defense will hold strong for now. One goal separates both teams from stage 2 with a perfect record. If Plot Twist can make that happen, it would truly be incredible. Rettles can't get up high enough for that ball. Arsenal, who has had a bit more of a solid ending to his series. Space Station wanted to try and get him on the ball as much as possible. Just I say that. It's bounced past him as well. It just seems like everybody at Space Station making nervous misplays as the pressure gets more and more.
Despite what we've seen here, we would expect to see Space Station Gaming make it to that playoffs, but for Plot Twist, that higher seeding gives them a much better shout to get there. Arsenal looks to follow. It's well read on the backboard. That backboard has been a no-go zone so far, but a huge whiff. Sosa moves his way up. He's going to have a typical, and he's got it in! Plot Twist with an upset victory. Take down Space Station.
Oh my goodness. Sosa with a huge play. He had a 2v1 option, Didn't need him. He just solos typical, goes right over the top of him. But I hate to do it, but we have to mention it. Rettles had a clean whiff on the ball on the right-hand side of the field, right before this solo play from Sosa. Rettles had a routine hit on the ball. It had to have been a routine hit on the ball from the angle I saw. It looked like just a basic hit where there was no challenge, no pressure. All he had to do is hit the thing, and they would have been fine. In fact, they would have been more than fine. The Space Station would have been in attack, but instead, another whiff, and Space Station, typical, despite having a good game 5 offensively, he couldn't stop Sosa there. Sosa doing everything he had to do there. Perfect timing, perfect mechanical execution on the play, and what a clutch to get that under all that pressure as well. Plot Twist advancing 3-0.
Well, that was certainly a bit of a journey of a series, Johnny. For those of you at home, I think now is the perfect time to go and give yourself a quick break. We're going to send one very quickly, and when we come back, we look to maybe get ourselves another underdog story as the first ever all-Mexican team looks to take on the most decorated player in all time in Turbo Pulsar and his backup crew for Team NV.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back to RLCS Season X, and the North American Regional continues on. And Johnny, what we just saw, I'm not even going to try and really hook up too well. Just go through every issue you had this series.
Well, you know, we're going to go easy on Space Station for now because they just had, I think, Rattles and Arsenal. I'm not sure if it's typical, but definitely Rattles and Arsenal moving into a team house just this week. It's been a bit of a rush for them. They missed the grid with their move still happening. So they might not have had the best practice in the run-up to this regional. They might not be feeling completely comfortable with their new setting just yet. But, you know, they've still got a chance to make it into Stage 2, which is what matters most. They have to just get the final win on the day from a 2-1 score. At this point, their seeding is already out the window to some degree, but Plot Twist advancing, that could be just the beginning of the upsets for today, but not as crazy as the next series that we're just about to get into.
Yes, and that series is Team Envy against Zero Issue. If you weren't able to join us previously, this is the first ever all-Mexican team to make it into the RLCS. And, you know, they've been ramping up through the previous weeks. They've been one of the easier teams to sort of keep track of due to, you know, how much they stand out amongst everyone else around them. And they've gone from, you know, really struggling in the first regional to almost qualifying in the last one to, well, 2-0 right now on the day.
Yeah, they're doing brilliantly today. It's not like they've had a lucky draw either. The two teams they've beaten have been Pittsburgh Knights and Alpine, who have, you know, been well in the top 8 for RLCS X regionals in North America. But, you know, I hope they're ready for this because they've barely joined the time. Oh my goodness, they are! False has got the opening goal. I was about to just say that they barely joined the lobby in time for this to start, but Atomic and Turbo have just given them the ball. It was Turbo actually with the pass off. Look at that, False with the Season 1 champion tournament winner title. He's flexing on Turbo Pulsar, who's only got the 4-time world champion title in game. But he's feeling jealous of that beautiful red title. Just think about that, everybody watching. You could go from Season 1 champion tournament winner to RLCS X playing against the likes of Envy and Turbo Pulsar. It's currently happening with False and Zero Issue.
That's gonna go over the top and miss. Well, this is one we got to be worried about for this game. Missed last regional, was outstanding with the way he was performing. Double tap after double tap. He's going to prove just how lethal he can be for the Envy's first goal of the series.
Perfect first touch from Mist. He really set himself up for success with the full volley. I wouldn't expect anything less from him, given his recent performances. You know, everybody watching, usually Rocket League commentary will try to remain impartial, but I'm sure everybody watching would you know, agree that you've got to root for the underdogs here. It's the first time that we've seen a full Mexican team in RLCS, and they're having a phenomenal run at it. They didn't just fluke their way into the first and second regionals. Now they're here, and they're taking wins off top quality competition, scoring goals in top quality competition. And, you know, it only makes sense, given the success of Spanish Rocket League players in EU recently, that the Spanish-speaking NA scene would also see success in Season X.
Hopefully we can always see the same speed as well. That is
always
one of the more entertaining sides of all of this. But yes, I think the key word there, Johnny, was try to be unbiased. We will do our very best, and we promise you absolutely nothing.
Well, I mean, we already had the Plot Twist upset today. Why not have another one? What about second upset, right? We need to get them all in. NA's been far too predictable this season. I mean, Turbo's got to be more generous. He's won half of the World Championship lands that they've ever been. Leave some World Championships for everybody else, Turbo. What about Mexico? What about Zero Issue? I'll tell you what, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing so far. It looks like they are not at all nervous to be playing in this matchup. Oh my goodness, Neskov just smashed the inside of the post there with a double touch, which was unanswered by Envy.
Yeah, Turbo Pulsar. You know, a player so good that he got bored of dominating Europe. Let's go to North America. First player to have regional wins in both regions, at least the original major regions. I'm sure he'll be making his grand tour over to South America and to OC at some point in his career. It's only fair. Everyone deserves the blessing that is Turbo.
You never know. Maybe he's going to make a quick pit stop in Mexico after seeing this performance from Zero Issue. These guys look like the real deal. They're keeping up with Envy in terms of boost management. And at no point here have they slowed down and been totally pressured into their own half. This has been end-to-end stuff. and they're reading the game pretty well. I think the first goal that Envy scored was definitely, I would call it an outplay, not really a misplay from Zero Issue. So if they can keep this up, this is definitely going to be a good series. That's a phenomenal pass by False. Blind pass over the shoulder, infield to Neskov. No, like I keep saying, if they can keep this up, Envy do not have a free win and a free 3-0 on the day.
Gonna need to try and find this bump.
False.
Nest almost got there in time. It's now JJ all by himself, but the transition from Envy is not too quick. They will be able to reset themselves, but Atomic's starting to dance around here. Look to miss. Can't quite get to it. Oh, almost saw the wave dash cut across. They're not scared here at all, and that is good to see. Now they're going to try and save this off the crossbar. Fourth man for every team comes through big, and it's going to come up yet again. JJ decided to jump for it. Turbo tries to lay it off to Atomic, puts it up high. In comes Mist, and it's in.
And Mist continues to be the difference. That's a great shot. Huge power on it, so there was just no chance for the defense to recover. They both thought that Atomic's shot would also be on target. Envy finally get a chance to just batter that backboard and see if they can get the full Mexican squad to panic. And I mean, anyone would panic under that kind of pressure, so no blame on them, really. Minute left to try and get themselves back into game one.
It's a good win to start it off, but Atomic covers well. Oh, but he did miss the 100 boost. That's going to make Envy's life a little bit harder now. But a demo from Turbo off the ball relieves all of that pressure. Another demo. All right. Turbo's angry. I mean, Mist jumping on in. We're asking him to start sharing some of the love around here. He doesn't like that idea. He needs more championships, more titles.
Wow.
I think, how long do you think it takes him to scroll down his in-game titles?
Oh, true, actually. Turbo's, you need to, like a folder for them.
We need to invite him on like
a big ring binder. You know, False is playing such a good game. The confidence of this guy is really great to see from a player who's totally new to this level of competition. Absolutely taking the game to Envy. This is reminiscent of watching the South American teams in their debut season of RLCS, where, you know, yes, they did end up losing in the group stage, but the way that they did it was definitely on their own terms. They were giving it a good go, and, you know, full credit to Zero Issue. This was a close game. It was a game where they saw plenty of opportunities to score. And yeah, False and Neskov in particular, what great offensive chemistry they've got. I'm waiting to see if JJ's also going to move upfield and turn this into a three-man offense, because he's been a bit more defensive so far in this game. And you can't really do that in the modern Rocket League game. And so, you know, the time is far gone where having one player sit back and the other two do a little rotation between them to keep the pressure on. That doesn't really work as well as getting everybody involved and getting everybody to recover and rotate around each other.
Certainly not, but this is also a huge testament to the new season of the RLCS and just how much easier it has become. And I'm saying easy with quotations right now because you look at the challenge ahead of everybody, but it's so much more likely that if you have got the quality, if you have got the skill, then you can come and be at this level.
I think possible might be the right word, because yeah, this format is very unforgiving. It's very difficult to get wins all the way into the playoffs. You need to win 6 times to get into the playoffs. Yes, you need to lose 6 times to not get into it. Oh, wow. Scored. I think the Envy defender was waiting for that to hit the crossbar, and it just never did.
It just came in right off the ceiling. That was hit with some power as well. And yeah, that's so close. It's skimming the crossbar. Mist was around, but reacted a little bit late. And there we go again. We see Zero Issue taking the lead. What can they do from here? It's going to be JJ. You want to see a little bit more from him this game. He is going to be trying to set up. This has been my one issue so far with Zero Issue is these rotations back. They've been a little bit slow. They weren't called for it in the last game because Team Envy weren't transitioning all that quick. This time around, Atomic was not wasting any time. And there we go. There's the goal back.
Yeah, so maybe that is why JJ tends to sit further back, because as soon as he went forward, as soon as he went in aggressively for a high ball, a position that he won't be able to recover quickly from, his team have immediately conceded on the counterattack. Neskov, which is totally out of position, far too aggressive while waiting for that center ball to come in. The hard clear just put him out of the game. False, though, causing some chaos and JJ is looking more confident in this game, I would say, than he did in the last one. So it's good news for Zero Issue. Now JJ with the wave dash. He needs to keep this going. Great shot, actually. He had 0 boost in that play, but the wave dash and the dodge were able to get him up to speed.
That is passed over. It needed to be a little bit more accurate, especially when you get your teammate that close to you. Can't really take the run up onto the ball, but still good offensive pressure. JJ pops the ball up, but it's over to nobody apart from Mist. It's that split-second decision-making that needs to be a little bit better for Zero Issue. If they can get that right, they can put the danger in as Atomic drops it all the way down. Here comes JJ off the backboard. That was the correct decision to make, but he did need to follow up, and he needed Turbo to not get there first.
What a read by Atomic. He was up so early for that with ceiling bounce, still got the ball to safety. But Envy are being outpaced here. This is a great performance out of Zero Issue. They've been extremely quick, but not to this ball. Atomic had the easier angle to get up for that one. The defender, after having to lean back this far, just had no chance keeping up with Atomic. And it's the consistent bursts, I guess, of Envy that are making damaging plays. Although I think overall, Zero Issue have been playing such a fast game. Envy have got the bursts of speed to really take advantage of any openings they see.
Here comes Mist. He wants to try and add that second goal up. Turbo Pulsar takes the shot instead.
Save.
JJ will pass it over to Ness. Needs a little bit more power, though. You've got to be trying to hit the backboard with those to at least force Atomic into a bad spot, because he can start doing this to you. 0 boost, 0 worries if you're Atomic. And he's looked better this time around. We had some worries about him in the last regional, but so far Atomic has been on form. Mist blasts it. And Ness somehow able to get his car in the way. JJ flip resets. This game has suddenly started to really pick up in a bit of pace. Great fake again, though, by Atomic. This is so much improved from last time.
Yeah, Atomic slowing down the game. I think he's realized that this Zero Issue lineup, they just want to play a breakneck speed. They want to get this ball moving around the field as fast as possible, turn it into a boost battle, turn it into one of those boomer simulator games. But if Envy can keep slowing it down, will it work? Wait a minute, that's actually going to be a goal for Atomic.
Oh, wow.
Somewhat of a dunk, somewhat of a passing play. Did this hit Turbo in the way? And it did, because Turbo's got an assist. Look at that.
Set it up.
That's still got to be the luckiest passing play I've ever seen.
No,
surely, there's no way Turbo bet that.
I just accept it these days.
Just Turbo Pulsar things. But
I love how we use that phrase for, like, Justin and first killer, and then Turbo just comes through, flips whichever way he wants to, and it just kind of works.
Yeah, you know it means a different thing if you say it's just it's just Justin things. You know, he's just scored an incredible double flip reset, flick rebound goal, and if you say it's just a Turbo goal, everybody knows that he he flipped, missed the ball, and then barreled through it anyway and caught everybody on the field out of position.
The thing is, though, Turbo, he does take those chances. He does take those opportunities that other players just might not see as. Atomic flashes another one. 0 effort. 0 effort. That is an entirely different team. 0 issue. That's the last from season 1.
Lots of effort, actually, right now.
Very much. And I don't think that is a team that 0 issue necessarily want to be with, as didn't really have the best results off the backboard. False just drops it to Turbo Pulsar. It doesn't take the first time shot, instead tries to loft it up high. Atomic again for the backboard. This time around, nobody around on the backboard to defend it for 0 issue. I should get it right that time. I'm very happy with that, because it's very easy to start. It's very easy to just start. Okay, that's the name. It's in my head now.
So this really a big turning point in the series, I think, and the main thing that I've noticed is that Envy are just now dictating the flow of the game. They're choosing where this game is going to be played. They're letting 0 issue come at them and saying, okay, you guys want to attack, that's fine. Come on then, bring it in. Let's see if you guys know how to rotate back when we hit you on the counter. But overall, the answer has been no. 0 issue are overextending and then giving Envy opportunities that they really, I mean, it's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to just get up there and score goals. That's all they're thinking about, really. But Envy's ability to absorb pressure and to slingshot it right back at 0 issue, I think, has been a level that they've not yet seen today from PK and Alpine.
Yeah, certainly not, as that is going to be a game done. Maybe Fulls can give us something for the road, but the ball will just drop straight down in front of him. And it is one of those things, Johnny, that you know, this might not be an issue that Zero Issue have ever really spotted before, because you don't run into teams that can hit the ball as well as Team Envy every single day. So at the very least, it will be something for them to learn from. But you do see the teams that take on Team Envy. You know, we are talking about the Space Stations, your G2s. I was going to say Team Envy, but, you know, Team Envy are already up there in that sort of category, where it is things like the midfield hold that you need to be able to do very well, and it's the recoveries. If you are going to go all in trying to set up for your teammates, you've got to recover quickly. And for Zero Issue, those two parts of the game are a little lacking.
Yeah, well, the style that Zero Issue are trying to play now, I think game one, JJ was a bit nervous and he was holding back. Or maybe he just had one of those games where every time he goes for a 100 boost pad, it's been taken by somebody else. And, you know, it happens. I'm sure all of you guys watching back home can relate to that one. But looking at game two, yes, they're all getting up. They're all playing aggressively. They're all getting involved in the offense. Now, the issue, like you mentioned, is that they weren't recovering fast enough. They weren't focusing enough on the plan B, because you need a plan B, a plan C, a plan D when you play against Envy. You're not always going to score with the first attack, even if your offense is brilliant, even if the attack is really good and the shot is difficult to save. Envy are still going to read it. They're still going to send it into the corner, bait you into a bad challenge, and then hit you on the counter.
I've got to that sort of stage where defenses have got so good in Rocket League that your best shot is just to make sure that there's nobody left. Just keep taking shots, keep forcing saves, until you do have that open net. Here we go. Third chance here for Zero Issue to try and make their mark. They're still going to have two more opportunities, even if they do end up losing this one. False over off the ceiling. Slows the play down, but, well, missed. He's seen that one. He usually plays that one. He definitely knows how to defend against it.
This is interesting and impressive from Envy, though. They did not take long to figure out a winning strategy against Zero Issue here. They're just letting them come at them, and again, they're able to turn around and hit them on that counter-attack, and there's no way for Zero Issue to respond to it. A bit of a panic clear there, though, from False. He wanted to either get that ball more up in the air or straight into the curve so it stays near the wall. Kicking it off the back wall like that is, I mean, that's what Envy wanted to do, so False kind of helping them out inadvertently there. And that's a brilliant flick. Atomic's going to rebound it in as well. 2-0. Envy have got the goals, and they've also got the defense to handle Zero Issue's dangerous plays.
Well, I've got to say, after how critical we were of him last tournament, Johnny, this looks fantastic to see from Atomic. So much improved this time around. He has not made a single mistake in terms of the offensive pressure that he's been putting out. Back over to Zero Issue real quickly. That's always the thing with Rocket League, is that if you have got one part of your game that's lacking, you spot it almost elsewhere in the way that they're playing. And one thing that we are seeing a lot from Zero Issue is that when they are tracking back, they're forced to have their back turn to the ball the entire way. They don't get the time to get back, turn, and then figure out what they're doing. And that's what leads to those backboard plays like we saw for goal number one. That's what leads to you just hitting the ball just to keep it away from the next touch, but not quite figuring out, well, yeah, that's getting away from the first player, but the second player is coming in for the rebound.
Yeah, it's the difference between playing catch-up on a counter-attack and being able to come at it head-on and stop it before it gets started. So we are seeing a few deeper rotations now. Neskov is all the way back at the wall before him. JJ did the same thing. So it might be too little too late for this series, but I'm sure that this Zero Issue lineup have got the ability to learn from their mistakes here and realize that, oh, yep, we overextended there. Envy were able to score a runaway goal there. You know, we could have maybe prevented that or at least contested it by playing a bit more conservatively, having the recoveries as the absolute priority on top of everything else.
2 goals to the better so far. Zero Issue will get themselves on the board as JJ gets the shot turbo through the smoke screen. Able to find the ball, so even when Zero Issue are getting good plays going, it's that defense of Team Envy, and if there was any team that maybe weren't going to make the same sort of mistakes that we saw G2 and Space Station Gaming make, you know, Team Envy are a little bit more no-nonsense.
Yeah, Envy, they are one, well, I'd say they're the only top team in NA who are quite happy to sit back against teams that they think they're better than. And they will think that they're better than Zero Issue here, significantly. They know they're the favorites in the matchup. They know that they should be sweeping this team the majority of the time when they play them, at least for now. And that's what they're starting to do here. Mind game for Turbo. Really well done. He sold this brilliantly with the air roll, totally convincing the defense that he was going for that. And Mist was even there to make it harder for JJ as well. 3-0, Envy comfortably winning game 3.
I think there's only so much information a brain can take in at any one time. You're looking at it, you're like, Turbo Pulse can go for a flip reset. Wait, Mist is coming in as well? What am I supposed to do? Like, at one point, you just got to jump and hope for the best. So, really, no blame to be handed out for that one. But we do still want to see Zero Issue at least get a goal from this game. As you did mention, Team Envy have just figured them out more and more. And you're seeing it, Turbo Pulsar especially. Every infield passing play, he's been the one to get in the middle of. JJ again takes the shot. Turbo pops it up over the top. Is it another one for the Swede?
Yep.
Absolutely.
It's all too easy for Envy at this point. Zero Issue are forced to take risks when you're this far down in the final game of a series potentially. There is no more time for holding back. There's no time to try and play a defensive style that you're not even that good at in the first place. They need to just throw everything at Envy right now. And in doing so, they've conceded again. It happens. This is still overall a great position for them to be in today. If you told them at the start of the day, you're going to start off by playing against Pittsburgh Knights, Alpine, and Envy, and you're going to be 2-1 in overall score at the end of it all, they would take it. They would absolutely run straight to the bank with that result. And deposit in a savings account with as much interest as possible. This is still fantastic. They've just got to try and settle down after this match, which has been disappointing in the last game here. It's had lots of promise. Had Envy not been so brilliant at adapting to them, and such a good team, such a patient team sitting in defense waiting for mistakes, then I think Zero Issue could easily have made this interesting. But they've got 2 more chances today. Their run does not end here.
So, under the rules of the Swiss is that they cannot have a rematch unless it is completely unavoidable in the next round. So, currently Alpine have already made it through. They would not be able to play against them, but they could play against either KCP or Ghost Gaming.
Oh my goodness.
As the other ones that have gone over there. I don't think they can play against SSG since they are coming from the same side of the tournament. The other one that we're still waiting on is between V1 and the Sonics, who are currently playing at twitch.tv/eLeague TV. That one could go either way currently. Sonics up 1-0 so far. Maybe Ness can give us something here as he looks to go down. Just let him have something, please. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Good guy, Turbo.
Thank you, Turbo Pulsar, for giving our first ever full Mexican team in RLCS something to go home with. A little consolation goal there. Turbo Pulse is always going to be the most generous own goaler at the highest level of Rocket League play. Adding another one to his already impressive list. But, you know, overall, first time that we've seen the full Mexican lineup of Zero Issue on the main stream today. I think that the more accurate description would be a few issues, but not too many issues for now. They've still got a good chance of making it through. The lineup of teams at 2-1 right now is pretty scary. You know, going into today, it's all teams that we would have predicted to beat Zero Issue. But looking at how they're playing, I think Envy have a very good playstyle against that. Other teams at that 2-1 record, who Zero Issue could be drawing in the next round, might not have as easy of a time dealing with them.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier on, Zero Issue have had, you know, much more difficult times in these regionals. You know, they've been ramping up in terms of performance. They've been getting better as we go through. So this might just be a case of they're going to look back at this and say, oh, okay, we didn't know we had these issues previously, and now we're going to go and fix them. So I think Zero Issue are a team that will learn from the mistakes, and maybe 2 months down the line are going to be a very, very dangerous squad. But we're going to keep an eye on them throughout the rest of the tournament. When we come back from a break, though, it is time to start round number 4.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
great saves at either end as well. Nothing has been given for free in this match, apart from that own goal for the first goal. But since then, this has been a very hard-fought battle. Now, lofted high, Torrent will not get there before Rolders, who is up much earlier and in the best position as well. J-Rus pops it, central Sathu there. Tries to bump Gimmick out of the air. Doesn't manage to. And now on that right wall, Torment can try and hit it away. J-Rus missing. Opens up a chance. Can it go central? Does not quite, as it's cleared away. Now 2 players from Sonics commit to that, but nobody on version 1 capitalizing.
4 minutes into OT. We're approaching 2 games played on game number 2 here. AXB gonna try and bring this out after that demo from Gimmick, and he's gonna get it! Delays it, fakes it off, just rolls in behind the ball. 4 minutes, 4 seconds into OT. Error 404 for Roldiz, as he cannot get to that ball.
Oh, that was a very silky smooth play. I said earlier, I would have liked to have seen Sathu go low instead of using his flip reset. AXB fakes to go high and does take my advice, ends up going low and gets that winning goal for version 1. 1-1 now in the series. Great performance by V1 to bring themselves back into it. And AXB stepping up massively. 844 points, 6 shots, 4 saves. Cross the table, leading.
Yeah, I mean, this is the V1 storyline. This is the storyline that me and Lawler told all last week in week 8 grid, this week in week 9 grid. Game 1, they lose them. Game 2, it's a close match, typically a little bit lower scoring than that one. Game 3, they tend to turn up. Game 4 goes awry, and then they win Game 5 in OT. So, if the story holds true, they should take down this game, and then we should see a Game 4 go the other way.
Well, let's see if that hypothesis does get proven in this 3rd match.
I've spoken. It won't happen now. I put it into the universe. I've ruined it.
It never will. Of course it doesn't. You're a caster. We're inherently cursed. Torment starting things off with a shot. J-Rus. Oh! By the fact it was 75% over the line. Does not go in. Torment again with another chance. Not enough boost to get over the ball, though. And again, the save away. Scrappy, rush defense, and J-Rus with the shot. We are off to an explosive beginning.
So this is what you haven't seen. What you've asked for, and the things that you haven't seen out of version 1 is that they can do this. They can do this swarm-style offense. I don't know how it'll work here. Pass out into the mid. Gimmick gonna get a touch. Also takes Roldiz off the pitch. He's now trying to get a piece of J-Rus. Can't catch him. Sathu now getting aggressive as well, and you're starting to see the plays start to develop. Just a little bit too wide of a rotation here for the Sonics. If they could tighten that up just a touch, they may have been able to convert one of those attempts. Gimmick J-Rus is on the other team. That was like a direct pass.
Yeah, J-Rus just caught that. I'm like, thank you. I guess I don't know why you passed it, but cheers.
Appreciate it. I mean, I guess blue team's closer to purple, which is your like horde color. I'm not quite sure what it was for, but we'll take it. Torment, he's gonna get aggressive. Everybody kind of bullying Sathu. He's the one getting taken off the pitch right now. And really, with the way Sathu's been playing today, probably the right guy. That's the dude you want to take off the field. If you can get a hold of him, yeah, take him out. Ooh, Sathu trying to touch Gimmick back. He's still in pursuit. He's a little mad, I think, about all these bumps. Rolled is now taking off. Aggressive play from version 1. This is a bit more bumps and demos than I'm used to seeing from them.
It's also the aggression off the ball, where the ball is literally the other side of the pitch. Yeah. And yet they are still bumping a Sonics player just to say, no, this is my house. You do not come in here and try and wrestle it away from me.
If you can tilt a player or tilt the team, by all means, go for it. And you know, as a Rocket League player, the chat knows what it feels like to just get bumped all the time. Torment, diving save. Last moment, showing his defensive prowess. His run, the defensive prowess is not there for Gimmick or AXB, though. Double commit whiff, rolled his open net.
I was Gimmick who went first, and AXB decided to follow up as well. So misplay from, I suppose, both Gimmick and AXB. Primarily AXB, though. Should have stayed back, waited in there a little bit longer, see how it ends up developing. Because that is it's a shot that could be saved away if the positioning was a little bit better.
Yeah, easy save. AXB stays back and doesn't double commit on that ball. That shot coming in from Roldiz, it's just a straight down the gut shot. It's not high, it's not low. Easy clear out. One of those balls that you can control and have a good clear too. Roldiz tries to get a creative touch, can't get it done. Gimmick, not in a great position, has to do a little bit of a backflip there to get the hold of that ball, and Roldiz is going to come in to keep this one alive for the Sonics. They've got to find a way to alleviate this pressure and get this rotation broken down for the Sonics. AXB finally going to be able to clear this one up through the mid, looking for the touch, down to Gimmick, finds it, they tie it up 1-1.
Fantastic pass from AXB, works his way up the pitch from the pass, gets one, gets a second, backboard, ends up evading Roldiz as well, who did challenge, and Gimmick with the shot and the goal in the end on the open net. Under 2 minutes, we are even once again, and looking at Sonics a little bit earlier, I would have loved to have seen a closer challenge, because the saves coming out, they were just stopping. It was a save and it stopped about 10 feet from the line. You send a guy in and you probably get a goal, because their formula was not changing. And now with approaching 90 seconds remaining, the Sonics, despite the fact that they lost earlier, they want to have this win. AXB proving that the shots they can get, the saves can be sent even further.
Yeah, it's scary, though. The saves that are being made right now when AXB and Gimmick are making a save, really all three of them. Torment's doing diving ones. AXB and Gimmick are completely flat-footed, not moving, having to do like half flips and different mechanics to try and get to the ball. It's scary for me. Gimmick going to be able to get this one down. Roldiz finds it underneath and into the corner. Great placement from Roldiz.
Exactly what I said earlier. Gimmick with a light touch, admittedly a more rushed save, but all three of the version 1 players weren't able to clear it away. Gimmick putting it central, and the shot and subsequent goal ends up coming in. SQ taking that shot, taking their chance, but Sathu on the other end, completely whiffing, open for Gimmick's redemption.
Yes. Sathu, can you call that a whip?
Away.
He was light years away. He was a full, like, 3 semi-trucks off that ball. I don't know what he was doing up there. He had that exact same conversation with himself. You could see him let off the boost, and he went, I don't know where I am.
I don't know why I did what I just did, but my thumbs decided it was apparently the right thing to do. His teammates will, of course, disagree, because now that sends version 1 even with 40 seconds left on the clock. AXB up, sends it high. This has been a dangerous position previously, but J-Russ clears it away nicely with the backboard pinch. Roldiz and J-Russ in the corner, and Sathu takes over. Central, Gimmick to nobody. J-Russ back to Sathu, intercepted by AXB, but J-Russ can get that third goal.
Man, these touches on the backside. Again, AXB and Gimmick, they're getting out there and they're getting these touches, but they're just dropping dead balls in front of the net. They're dead stopping them. They're setting up easy touches and follow-up shots for these guys. Got to find a way to clear that out. I know you don't want to clear it into the sidewall because you're just going to end up passing it back through the mid, but at least that sidewall touch would have created a little bit more time and made them have to try and make a tough read on the ball. That touch just hands it to them. And that's the thing. 8-3.
Even if that side touch isn't the perfect touch, it's something that Shogun taught when we played and he got annoyed with me in ranked about 2 years ago. On defense, you don't need to get the perfect touch, you just need to get a touch.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that version 1 are going to need to really work into their heads, because right now, they aren't thinking about where the ball is going necessarily, and they're kind of too far into just getting a touch. Sometimes you do have a little bit more. You can send it into a better position. The side wall is typically your friend. Even if it comes back central straight away, would you rather risk another pass coming in or send it central and you essentially cut out the middleman? Sonics taking that third game.
Yeah, he had the option there to go ahead and instead of trying to do that diagonal flip and cut it downfield, he was trying to get power into it to try and send it down towards that back corner and float it out over the defense. He had the option there to send it low and send a roller up the sidewall, which would have ended up buying them time. It would have gone up the wall and down, would have had time to rotate back, or for one of his teammates in the midfield, I think Gimmick was on his way back with boost, could have gotten up to make a touch off of that.
And now Sonics find themselves on series point. I can take it in this fourth game. And Sathu taking AXB off the pitch in this fourth game as Rolders now challenges on that right wall. Goes off the ceiling. No boost, though. Still have to land and then head his way back into that blue half. J-Russ up before AXB can get a touch on the ball. Sathu now 1v1 versus Torment. Does not secure the flick he wanted. And instead, Torment gets all the way down the pitch and misses that final touch. AXB, though, with the mid boost, can keep this push going.
Yeah,
oh, no, he just left. Oh, AXB.
Gimmick had a little bit of a bump there to buy them a bit of time. AXB will be there this time to get that block out. Torment looking for Gimmick. J-Russ will get the touch, but Gimmick in pursuit. Not going to be able to get the flick over, but will win the 50 against Roldiz. And AXB should have J-Russ beat here as he looks for the ceiling pass down. A little too close to the net. Everybody there. Gimmick not willing to commit on that one.
It's a good chance. Sathu does manage to save it away. No whiffs on this round.
Oh.
AXB shot on target. J-Russ, though, swipes across Gimmick with one, not the second. AXB going for the bump. Sathu completely whiffing, but Torment didn't even get the shot on target. That was pretty much open.
Not pretty much. That was open. There had been a bumper demo in the net. That one was a freebie. Torment just skies it high off the crossbar. Can't get it down. That's one of the things kind of rearing its ugly head from earlier in the season where you want to talk about a team that can hit that crossbar.
Oh!
What is happening?
No! How did that stay out?
I have no idea. This is a struggle bus situation. AXB's already committed too far forward. Gimmick ends up passing it to himself. The result of that, J-Russ with the save. Now Gimmick looking for a second touch. Can't get there. And that is an offensive attack sequence that it had to have ended in a goal. How are we at a 0-0 scoreline right now?
I have no idea whatsoever. That is not a good look for version 1. Torment, though, sending it long. Okay. For some reason, utterly, absolutely, unequivocally open net.
You know, after everything we just went through, for that to be the goal that we get out of that, I'm happy a goal has gone in, but I'm a little deflated. Like,
we should have had more resistance from Sonics in that final play. I think they got a little bit too ahead of themselves, I suppose. They thought, okay, well, they've had their turn at offense. Yeah. Maybe we'll have our go now. But the pass central just only found Torment as the attacker. Great positioning from him to end up getting the shot as well. Not missing that open net at the end of the day.
A bit of a double here. AXB is going to go ahead and back out of that. Let's Torment make the play on it. That's a good change of pace from what we were watching happen earlier in this series. Rough touch. J-Russ going to slow it down. Tries to get it up and over. Fakes off of it, and he almost carries it in. Torment off the ceiling with the God save. Torgod's in the chat for that one.
Oh, what? That is another incredibly impressive defensive play that we've seen now from both teams. J-Russ, great idea to slow it down, but Torment, even better idea to go high. Cover both angles, cover the low and the high. Fantastic defense as a team effort as well. Not one player just standing out there either. But again, back to the attack. J-Russ, a full central again from AXB. Send it to the side. I don't know how loud I have to shout for my voice to reach America, but my God, just do it.
You're going to have to get a little louder than that for them to hear you, but I 100% agree with everything you just said. Send it to the corner, send it to a sidewall. You got to stop dropping the ball in front of the net or just dead dropping it in the center of the field. It turns into a goal almost every single time. AXB going to be the one to bring it out. He's going to fake it around Roldiz, can't get past J-Russ. Torment waiting on the back wall, waiting to see what J-Russ is going to do. Tries to get creative to bring it over him, but not going to get past Torment on that one, and Gimmick will have to clear out.
Nervy time now because the next goal could mean that Sonics end up taking this series. AXB with the backboard with Torment up central fast, but J-Russ, despite the fact he was slower, gets the ball at the same time. AXB can get that central. Gimmick with the shot. Torment ends up with the ball behind him. So let's try and pinch it around. The positioning from J-Russ there, aggressive behind Roldiz. The close shadow means that it does not get too far away until it lands in the lap of another Sonics player.
This time, J-Russ through the corner. Torment again going to make the save, and all these saves are coming from the side wall, off the back wall, and all of them off the crossbar. Gimmick going to pitch it out, but again, right after the midfield and straight back into the hands of Sonic. Sathu up. Rolled is going to come in off the fake, but Gimmick does have the read. And the offense is cranking up the speed here on the side of the Sonics. Sathu, slow down. Down to J-Russ. Is it going to happen again? No, not this time. Torment clears it down to Gimmick. Shot on target. Rolled is there to knock it away.
Oh, that transition play in the end nearly secures the goal for V1. Another chance. Torment on target. Sathu saving away from the crossbar. Overtime. So many chances for Sonics, none of them taken. Version 1 with their chance, that not taken either with a fantastic save. The defenses on either end of the pitch stepping up to world-class quality. The shooting just needs to catch up.
Man, I am so mad that OT had to come in and ruin the sequences that we were watching go back and forth. Both teams were throwing it all out there, leaving nothing on the field, trying to get those touches, trying to make something happen. Torment this time, he's going to bring it in through the corner. AXB with a whip. This could be dangerous. Gimmick should be able to get there to meet J-Russ. He does. Sathu now with the touch into Torment, who will get it out towards the corner. Luckily, this one's not going to go into the midfield, as it has been throughout the series. And now, Torment up off the back wall. Sathu has the touch, and AXB should be able to maintain possession, but Roldiz is going to get in the way.
Now Sathu is his chance to put some offense on. Doesn't take it as Roldiz in the back. Does end up backflipping. Uses every ounce of boost to get a very gentle touch. Instead it falls over to Gimmick, who gets the double. Not going for too much fancy play at the moment, are either teams. Just going for practical, pragmatic play. Just getting shots on net is good enough for either team. Just hoping that one day one of them will end up going in. That's a good pass from Roldiz. Gimmick finally answering our prayers and sending it to the sidewall.
You know, it takes a little bit of time, but he'll eventually figure it out. AXB, Gimmick, double on that one. AXB with the whip. Luckily, this double commit, not a bad one in this situation. Gimmick ends up making the save off of it. Torment going to pop this up, tries to get a second touch as he comes off the wall. Big whiff, though, and that's going to drop it back into the hands of the Sonics. We're coming up on 2 minutes into OT here with Sonics still on the press, but Torment able to clear it out and buy a little bit of time.
Sonic's positioning makes me incredibly nervous, as does Gimmick's right there. It's both teams just getting it so awkwardly central, and that spawn, but I think it was AXB, trips up Torment or Gimmick on the way back. One player tripped up another player, and it was not a good spawn. TLDR. Central. Torment sends it long, tries to find AXB, does not, instead finds Sathu, then finds himself again. Bit of soul searching. Now Gimmick gets one touch, does not get it past anybody, but with that 50 will manage to. Torment removing J-Russ from the pitch. High on the right, Roldiz with 1-2, and then J-Russ with the third. I feel like our goal is going to come from very aggressive positioning from either team.
It eventually is. I think that this is going to be one of those ones where eventually they just kind of get tired of being in OT and somebody is going to force something to occur here, or by attempting to force it, we're going to end up with a very, very open goal, which will be another deflating situation after watching this game go the way it has been. I really hope it doesn't. I need something epic to end off this game 3.
I'd love to see a world-class outplay. Roldiz there with one, and then he secures the goal alongside Sathu. Roldiz with that pass central, gets it round every player, nearly saved it out the way. Sathu securing it off the crossbar. Sonics take it in 4.
Whew. What a way to end the series. Sonics are going to take that one down. That is going to advance them to 2-1 on the day. Version 1 will have to win the next 2 series to advance on into tomorrow. Good luck to both teams. Version 1, though, going to have an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, that Version 1 squad, though, despite the fact that was a 3-1 in the end, the last time I properly watched them play, I didn't see much of what I saw in that series. We spoke before at the start, and I was saying, I hope I don't see the version 1 that sends in stupid double commits, that sends in Gimmick to go for flip resets when there's no way that there's a chance that he gets it properly. A few infuriating moments, however, was that defense sending the ball central 2, 3, 4 times in a row, and a lot of the time, it leads to a goal. And it's such a simple thing to fix, is don't just send it central. Make sure that you get it to a side. Even if it slows down the inevitable, you're giving yourself that extra 10% chance of surviving and then going on the counter. But I see why you like that version 1 team so much, Supersonic.
Yeah, it's great. When they start getting their offense going, they're a ton of fun to watch. But again, the defense side, it is the Achilles heel for them, or the Achilles tendon. It is the problem child for them. And those clears, if you go back and watch that series, a lot of those goals come from them clearing mid. Sathy where rolled is already being in, just waiting there, sitting in front of the net, 15 feet off the net, catch the ball, bottom right corner, bottom left corner. And they send it on target every time. So they're going to have to clean that up, and they're going to have to fight through the next 2 series.
Yeah, consistent problems there for version 1, but also consistent solutions. Congratulations to Sonics, who will be going through now into their qualification match to make it through into stage 2. We're going to be going to a quick break, but if you have any thoughts about what you have just seen, or you want to say just how silly Spaceman looks today, have you seen his shirt? Are you kidding me? That was approved. Make sure that you let us know on Twitter. Use the hashtag RLCS and at RL Esports. We'd love to know your thoughts on where Spaceman should shop. Maybe not a charity shop anymore. Everybody, we'll be back very, very soon with some round 4 matchups where some teams will be making it through. We'll see you shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I am Leaf, alongside me Achieves and Gibbs to talk about that last series there. We were at high hopes for Zero Issue, but Envy, of course, Achieves came out victorious here.
Yeah, I think 3-0 doesn't really do Zero Issue as much credit. Yes, Game 3 got away from them, admittedly, but overall, I thought it was actually a pretty decent series from Zero Issue. They kept things pretty tight. I mean, obviously, they didn't come up with any wins, but it really wasn't all that bad.
Yeah, to me, it was like one of the times when we know that we don't actually write the scripts. This is the perfect series where it's Envy versus a huge underdog, and you're like, well, it's gonna be close, it's gonna be juicy. Maybe that underdog wins. No, like Envy, they outclassed them at times. Sure, like games 1 and 2 were somewhat close, but this was a sweep. And Envy looked good doing it, and that's what you expect from them. So they move on 3-0 comfortably. But on the other side, you know, obviously Plot Twist and Space Station we saw as well. So that one flipped the script a little bit. Plot Twist getting a huge win there. I heard Chrome talking that they haven't scrimmed in over a week at this point for Space Station. So that's the problem with moving during a regional. Like, obviously, they'd rather move now than right before a major. So maybe that's why.
No, I think that's a reasonable plan for them to have. That major, if they already know they're going there, is something you really want to focus on. So get things in place. But for Zero Issue here, Achieves, just before we move on, how do you feel now that we've seen them, you know, in comparison to the rest of the field in North America?
I mean, just like any other team on the bubble, they're a team with potential. They're already at 2-1 on the day, 3-2 versus Pittsburgh Knights, 3-2 versus Alpine. They're taking out some teams that consistently make stage 2 and occasionally day 3. So they're a team that you have to see more of to see if they're just the team that's hot this week with the lightning in the bottle, or they're the, ooh, let's enjoy watching those guys.
Well, we'll see how they continue, as they are not through yet. They have a couple more matches. Let's take a look at the standings right now just to see where everyone stands in Group B of this third North American regional. Swiss continue through to the day. That hasn't changed since the beginning of the day. We don't switch formats halfway through, and this is what it looks like. You see those green spots at the top? That means you've made it through to stage 2, and the red ones, well, you want to avoid those, Gibbs.
Yeah, 3 of those teams tied 110 points are down their version 1 down to earth, and the 72 piece. So those guys not looking good right now. And 2 of them are playing one another. That's a very important game right there, because one of those teams will then not make the major. The other will still be alive to make the major. So important games there. But for me, probably most disappointed version 1. They looked so good earlier when we saw them on stream. Then they just played, and if you guys were watching that series, they didn't look all that good. So going forward, it's going to be tough for them. But on the 2-1 side, we got most of the teams we expected. Zero Issue is obviously a huge surprise still. So we'll see who will match up against them.
And of course, we do say goodbye to Morning Light and Empty Space down at the bottom there. But as we said, we do have more Rocket League. So let's start talking about that. Let's look at our next matches here. We do have the other stream, the E-League stream, twitch.tv/ELeagueTV. You can catch some of the other matches that we won't broadcast here. There are a lot happening. So dual screen that, or just hit the squad button down below the twitch.tv/Rocket League stream, and you'll be able to watch both at the same time. But over here, we do have Alpine versus KCP and SSG versus Sonics. Quick thoughts before we move on that Alpine versus KCP one, Achieves.
That's going to be interesting. I think Alpine is a team that has a lot of good components to fight against a team like KC Pioneers. I think Rapid and Beast Mode, you know, obviously they're a very dangerous duo, but more than a few times, Alpine have shown me they've got a pretty decent defense going. So who knows how that one could end up. I think I kind of see it just like version 1 in Envy, where it's like, you know, it comes down to a few key factors. It's like, is Turbo doing enough in the midfield to really stop it or not? You know, it's something like that.
Well, we may as well talk about the match that is coming up first here, as we get to witness that one. SSG versus Sonics is going to be our first one. Is Sonics actually stepping it up? You know, previously in their last series, they're getting a 3-1 over version 1, who's on the upswing here. We talked about earlier, Gibbs, you know, wondering if Shock needs to be thrown back in here, and maybe they're still on the right path.
It's possible. We were watching that series. It didn't look pretty, I feel like, on either side, so I'm not sold on them just yet. But to put this in perspective, just 2 days ago, Space Station didn't even show up for the game versus this team of the Sonics. Space Station's scared. That's all I'm saying. Maybe they were moving. I think they were scared of the Sonics, so watch out.
Achieves, how do you feel? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about this match?
Very peculiar take, Gibbs, is how I feel about that. But I gotta give credit to Sonics. I said during the pre-show today that it's nothing against Roldiz. I just think Shock should be on the roster. But if they're sitting here at 2-1 currently, they get to sit there and say, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. So I think that this matchup is just another test. And it also is a test for Space Station Gaming because, yes, there are questions about are they slumping? Again, I don't think necessarily. It's an unrealistic bar to have to measure against constant winning. But if Sonics are able to take down Space Station Gaming, then you kind of go, okay, what's happening with Space Station, right? Because there's no reason that a team that was that dominant for that long should be losing against a team that's been struggling to consistently qualify.
Well, chat, you were wrong alongside us last time, but it's time for the Verizon fan vote to see if you can get it right this time. Hashtag SSG or hashtag SQ. Plot Twist took down SSG before in that tight game 5. I'm wondering now if you think the Sonics are going to do the same or if you're going to still stand by SSG. So while you get those votes in, let's make our predictions here. I'm going to start with you, Gibbs. Do we see SSG dropping another series?
No practice for Space Station this past week, so it might be a little bit closer. But both teams have played the pin connector boys throughout the day, and Space Station swept them. Well, let's not talk about what happened with the Sonics in round 1. They lost in 5 games. So if you compare that, Space Station should easily win this series. Obviously, every match is different, but Space Station with no practice, they're still a better team in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. Space Station with no practice, still performing admirably. Obviously, a 3-2 loss to Plot Twist, not quite what they want, but I think they'll be able to take down Sonics here.
I don't want to jinx them again, but I'm going to pick Space Station. Plot Twist was one of those seconds in the pre-show. We had it as Plot Twist being one of those potential teams that's kind of on the borderline right now that we feel like could push through. So the fact they got that dub isn't fully unreasonable. Wait, what?
I mean, that's saying it kindly. I think most of us were like, I guess we have to pick Plot Twist. There's no one else to pick. I'm not going to say we're going to take any credit for that. Plot Twist, you look great today. We didn't believe. End of story.
Good save.
Space Station across the board for us here. And for you guys, it is Space Station almost across the board, 84%, which is close to what you guys had against Plot Twist as well. So we're going to see if you guys are right soon. But get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS to make sure your full thoughts can get out there. But it's time to head to the Verizon Skybox for our next round.
And we're about to get Sonics versus Space Station underway. Leaf maybe trying to give everything that he can to give Sonics a chance in this match, Corelli. What about you? Where are you sitting here with Space Station with no practice during the week?
I think they're going to be fine. They've been fine so far. Obviously, that loss against Plot Twist, I think Plot Twist played a good series there. That was a close series. And I think that maybe shows what happens if you don't get the practice in. But I'm not worried about Space Station. To Achieve's point, when you are the best team and when you win so much, you do, as far as analysis goes, when you finally lose, people are like, that's a slump, that's an issue. That's not necessarily the case. You're going to lose at some point. And for Space Station, they're still a top team here in North America. For Sonics, they are coming off a very sloppy series before. See if they can pick things up here, play a bit more of a cleaner game against Space Station Gaming, which is a tall order to ask. I think Roldiz will fit in just fine. It's been tough for the Sonics the last couple of stages, or excuse me, regionals. They'll see if they can finally do it here in Regional 3.
Yeah, Roldiz, he's had some up and down moments since he's joined the Sonics roster. It's been some pretty big shoes to fill, but he's been pretty good in the midfield when Sonics do play well. And so you're definitely looking at Roldiz during this match and hoping he can continue a very solid midfield game and really help get J-Russ going, because if Sonics have hope in this match, J-Russ has to be finding opportunities.
Yeah.
And he has to be behind the ball. The Sonics got to find any way they can to create space for him, because he's their splash player. He is the X factor for the Sonics.
Yeah. I mean, when you looked at the roster before with Shock, you had these two massive weapons in J-Russ and Shock. Now you have Roldiz and Sathu, who can definitely facilitate the game a lot more together, but J-Russ is going to be the guy to look for to be that ignition for offense in those individual plays to help set up or score himself.
Well, Arsenal, he pulled off on his initial challenge, or just tried to trap the ball back into the corner, and now he has a demo on top of it. Reynolds slowing it down, takes a quick shot, and he snuck it into the top corner, but it was for naught. J-Russ somehow snuffed that ball out of the net.
And Sathu had no boost here on the breakaway. They could have had maybe a counterattack rather, but here comes Sathu. This ball's going to come out to J-Russ, has to take it slowly. Got Arsenal to bite, and unfortunately it's going to be cleared away. But Sonics had used so much boost on that defensive play just a moment ago, Jorby, that they couldn't counterattack.
And to me, that's the toughest part for the Sonics, as J-Russ gets behind the ball. You can't just take out one player on Space Station and hope to find success. Every single player has the ability to take over a game by themselves, and that's not even how Space Station usually like to play. But so far, I'm really impressed with the Sonics' ability on defense overall. But where they're really lacking is past the midfield game right now. The ball jets by the midfield line and a huge whiff on the back wall. But everyone from Space Station pulls off. You know, they have to find a way to get that consistent pressure. Find the positioning in midfield where, you know, you're reading where Space Station are hoping to clear the ball. Right now, Sonics, they get to about midfield, but it becomes a fight every single time by the time they get back.
And Space Station are giving them the space through the midfield quite a few times here. They're not rushing to the Sonics. They seem pretty confident on defense at the moment. They've done a good job to move out from their half when the Sonics advance. For Space Station, I think it's about converting the opportunities that you're going to be given, because you feel like you are going to get some chances. Here's typical, maybe a flip reset. J-Rust has to make the save, but you're seeing the space in the final third for Space Station that they're able to take advantage of.
Roll Diz probably approached that challenge best he could. Arsenal went for the fake challenge on Sathu, but J-Russ was playing the loss. Now the ball jet back to Roll Diz. The Space Station, they've been able to keep the ball away from the Sonics on their own half, but they have had struggles trying to push that ball in. Reynolds had probably the best shot for Space Station so far that J-Russ just made the better play on. But the challenges haven't been all Space Station here in the attacking half. Sonics do have to play a lot of defense, and if they don't get out quickly, they could be in trouble, but Roltiz keeps them alive for a second longer. Sathu turns it around out of boost. Hopefully can steal some for his team, and he does. Can Sonics take over midfield here? Well, J-Russ will push forward, but without any boost, you're really just hoping that Sathu and Roltiz can keep this ball locked and get a quality opportunity on net.
Tough situation there for the Sonics, but they're doing a good job of staying in the final third. They broke out and they stayed here for another 20 seconds or so. This time, though, it's going to be cleared downfield, and Reynolds is going to find the gap for the first goal.
Yeah, Sathu didn't have enough time. Roldiz tried to cut in on that bounce. He was expecting maybe a harder rebound out. Instead, it was higher up, and he was in no position to recover for it. He turns back, and that puts Sathu in a really tough position. He needed that extra half second or even more to get back to net.
Unfortunately, Sonics have been boost starved a lot of this game, forced to use a lot of boost just to defend their own net from all three players. And I think Sathu went to go get that corner, which is why he was behind the ball just by a second or so. And with 10 seconds left now, Space Station looking to get one more, maybe Sonics to tie it up. Roldiz actually misses the touch, gets by one. Sathu has some open space here to work with a second left. It will get the bounce for the Sonics. Can they keep it alive? Arsenal's going to kill it, and Space Station take game one.
Well, Space Station aren't trying to do anything too fancy here, Corelli. You pointed it out earlier with the way they were just giving up midfield to Sonics, because every time they did, Sonics were just pushing the ball forward. It's almost like for the entire 5 minutes, Sonics were expecting a challenge to come in midfield, and then it would never come. The ball jets away from them, and then they're in a low boost situation because Space Station really did a great job of keeping the boost locked down for the majority of that match. And Sonics, as good as the defense was, they only registered 2 shots on net.
Yeah, a very conservative approach from Space Station here in this matchup. And I think that kind of goes to show the confidence they have on both sides of the field. But like you said, Jorby, they did give up a bit of that midfield, and that was fine. You know, Sonics didn't really take advantage of it too much. They weren't able to break out. And to your point, it was because of the boost game, especially on the Sonics half. The Space Station players were able to soak it up and make sure that Sonics, anytime that they had space to move out, they didn't have a lot of options because they didn't have a lot of boosts. And so Space Station were very confident afterwards.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the difficulty comes with Space Station, even when they're just on defense, do such a good job of mixing things up and never really giving you the look that you're expecting. Arsenal, especially in that game, I thought that he baited the Sonics on a lot of challenges, forced them to give up the ball on those fakes, and that's been a struggle for the Sonics. It's adjustable. Sonics can absolutely adjust to that in game 2. I think that there's a good foundation to build on when you're playing defense so well. You didn't really double commit at all. The worst thing that happened to you was that you lost the boost game, and I think that's very fixable. I think you can certainly, you know, have a more aggressive mindset in not aggressive, but more a calculated mindset, if you will, when you're approaching midfield as Sonics.
Well, and I think you are seeing the offense from the Sonics. It wasn't very strong. Like you said, they weren't able to register a lot of shots, but mostly there weren't a lot of dangerous opportunities for them here in this matchup, or in the first game, excuse me, against Space Station. That's credit to the Space Station defense, of course, but it does mean that the Sonics aren't really able to generate those dangerous chances to then find that final touch. It felt like Sonics had no opportunity once they were in the final third. And again, even with everything that we've said about Space Station, that defense held strong. They were able to move down the field very quickly. Reddle's goal was a great example of finally catching the Sonics out. I think Sathy was coming around to get some boost. That's why he took a wide rotation back around, 2 players under the ball from the Sonics. So for Space Station, they're able to get a hold of things here in this game. And while they don't blow them out, they look quite good.
Oh, just kidding. We're not going to start just yet. We had to get a new server up for both teams. That's why we're on a slight delay, but the players are set and we're about to get the lobby reset. Everyone's readied up and we'll be back into the match. Sonics losing the first game 1-0. If you're just tuning in, Space Station are recovering after that 5-game loss to Plot Twist earlier today. Plot Twist, one of 2 teams so far to qualify alongside Team Envy, and probably the second biggest surprise of the day alongside Zero Issue. But we're going to get back underway with Space Station and the Sonics. J. Russ and company trying to find a hole through the Space Station defense and hopefully a little more boost in tow.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for the Sonics going into this game is how do you control the boost, especially in your own half. Here's Roldiz with a little flip reset. Arsenal cuts it out and see if Sonics can maybe get a quick one here right off the bat. Not a bad setup from them, and unfortunately not able to capitalize. Here comes Arsenal and Typical.
Arsenal gets right under one, but J-Russ stayed right onto the ground. Knew that Roldiz was covering that first option on the flip reset. It takes multiple defenders to try to stop it. And it takes multiple defenders to try and stop Arsenal and fail at it.
And Arsenal didn't have a lot of boost. Oh, actually, he picked up the full canister in the corner on spawn and just uses it to turn back around and take the shot on net. So fortunate timing on the boost pickup there. He had only 11. And great offense from Space Station early on. I think when Arsenal originally took it up on that pinch, Typical had also pre-jumped, and he gets 2 to go here. And Arsenal, a second goal for him.
That just floats into the net. Arsenal pops up. Sathu enrolled his commit, and Sathu was expecting a straighter aerial, or at least a straighter dribble, maybe expecting Arsenal to dip a little bit more. But like his launch, if he was expecting any higher, was not good enough. And Arsenal sailed over his head. Roldiz, realizing he had double committed, was way too late to do anything about it. And those are the types of goals you can't not give up against Space Station. Like, Space Station can't get easy goals, because otherwise, like, you have no hope against this team.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, Jorby, in the last game. Any of the players on Space Station have the capacity to take over a game. And when Arsenal's already up 2 goals in the first minute, you feel like it's already lost, really, against Space Station. Certainly not the case, but it's a great start for Space Station. You never want to give a team like this the lead.
Well, I mean, when you look at what we're now 6 minutes, 20 seconds of gameplay, Sonic still have only registered 2 shots on net. And look, Space Station just trapped them in the corner. J-Russ tried to challenge the ball, but Space Station just had superior positioning. And Reddles, he was patient on that first touch, lost the ball. But regardless, Space Station are making Sonic's life difficult, and typical mistouch might give them a boon, but Arsenal came back quickly, missed the next read, but Reynolds picks it up. So that was a potentially dangerous situation for Space Station. they're not exactly out of it, but that corner has been, it's been terrible for the Sonics, but terrible sometimes can turn to your side. Or I don't know. It's not terrible for the Sonics, but terrible for Space Station on this. What a challenge.
Yeah, big Sathu coming through on that challenge and just drives himself. I don't think he even flipped. Just drove into the ball and it pinches off of Reddles straight into the net. And Sonics will say thank you very much. That's how we get back into this game to cut the lead in half.
Love to be able to say that to an up-and-coming player. It's like, how can I score against an RLCS pro? It's like, just drive into the ball.
Slam your face into it, and it works.
It works. Well, J. Russ, that's a high ball. I almost had the read. Rolls is actually going to get the rebound off the crossbar and in. And all of a sudden, the Sonics swing this quickly.
Is that Coach Roldiz right now? Look at this angle with the dominance. Good man. Look at that shot. And the defense, you could see from Space Station, they were not expecting that shot to be on target. Everyone kind of froze when he hit it. And just like that.
Rarely do finesse and dominance belong in the same sentence as a pair. And Reddles launches another one in. This is another gaffe on the Sonics defense.
And Roldiz just, actually it does come off Roldiz. That has a blue trail. Unfortunately, it rolled his car a bit too far. And it just kind of ricochets off him and keeps its line on target. And unfortunately, I think the Sonics are expecting a challenge to at least not go directly backwards. And that one just goes into the back of the net for Reddles.
Roldiz, it's a high and hard ball, but Space Station have defended it and got it out. Now you have to really look at the Sonics on these next counterattack pushes. They have a little more confidence on their approach. Here's Sathu, nice pass to J-Russ. Typical dives for the save. Roldiz rolls it back across. J-Russ can't find it. Ripping around, Sathu picks it up, shoots and scores! And Sonics get right back in it.
J-Russ was so close, and we're going to see it here on the replay, just off the post, but great positioning from Sathu to let that play develop. And he gets everyone with that slow touch as well. And Sonics still here, tied up.
Well, that's two critical passes from J-Russ now. That first double touch on the read off the back of the backboard. And then that pass right in front of the box. Just the light touch out to Sathu gave him enough. J-Russ continuing to be the standout player on the Susquehanna Sonics. Now he takes another shot off the crossbar. All Roldiz dove in hoping. And now everybody's in retreat. Sathu buys time, and that might actually turn into an opportunity. J-Russ slows it down against Reddles. Now he's got to beat Typical. Whips around one, and J-Russ! The fancy wheels all up in the Space Station box.
Oh, he called his name. He was the player to watch out for. How about you cut Typical and fake out Reddles into the back of the net for you, big fella. J-Russ takes the lead for the Sonics, and in commanding fashion as well. Full control through the defense of Space Station.
So a big goal. Now they're going to need a big defensive stop. Roldiz knocked that ball off the backboard, but Arsenal very quick back to it. Reddles denied immediately by J-Russ. The Sonics are done playing defense all the time. Instead, they're going back on offense with Sathu's shot saved by Arsenal.
Yeah, we've been getting a little granular with the players and talking about who they are, but just in this game alone, everyone from the Sonics has stepped up and has contributed to the 4 goals here. Everyone has picked up the pace as well, and it's just been smarter from the Sonics, just better decision-making in the final third, and it's just leading to so much success for them right now.
Yeah, not giving up the ball as much, but maybe also a byproduct of having more boost in the tank to be able to set up in those situations. I do think scoring that first goal, you know, it switched that part of the brain back on for the Sonics. It's like, look, we got this. Like, we're just giving this up to them. They're reading it, and now Sonics playing a little more calculated on offense, and it's looking much better. Sathu has been winning challenges like it's his day job, and it is in midfield to keep the ball away from Space Station, but it's difficult. They're having to that was a tactical retreat. Everybody on Sonics kept possession of that ball, and Space Station are just trying to trap them in as they progress on offense. But final 10 seconds, and Space Station might tie it up. Typical wants the slow play, but J-Russ smacks it back to the side. Arsenal back to Typical, tips it off the crossbar. Arsenal punches it in. 3 seconds, Space Station don't go.
Oh, that was a great decision there from Typical to put it wide of the net, and Arsenal wanted the shot. Typical picks it off, and then Arsenal comes back around off the back wall to tie it up with 3 seconds left. Space Station not going down without a fight.
Well, it's gotten quite hot on this pitch. 8 goals scored between these two teams. The Sonics definitely feeling much better about their performance as we start OT.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for them, they weren't able to close it out here in regulation, so they got to go to overtime. And this is a scary situation to see Typical come off the ceiling, and he can't get it by Roll Diz. Good defense there. He was fully covered for the shot and the backboard.
That's now a couple of times that Roll Diz has been tasked with that very awkward clear on the backboard, where you see Space Station lurking and you're looking for the one gap. Your touch has to be perfect, otherwise they might find the back of the net. Typical will steal the boost away, but this might be J. Russ's chance to set up some pressure for the Sonics. Both rolled it. Sathu takes a wide rotation out, seeing that pass immediately develop, and this is going to be Arsenal's ball. He gets demoed on the plate. Rolls is going to let it drop for J. Russ. Wow, J. Russ in the first man role. Like, not just in this overtime, but in all of game 2. He has been so difficult to beat in a 50 situation. If you're trying to read what he's doing with the ball, he's had solid passes. He had the stick ground game. Everything is working for J-Russ right now. If he can get behind the ball again with space, or if his team can set themselves up, well, Sonics might be looking at a game win, but overtime continues. J-Russ couldn't handle it, and Reddles couldn't find the rebound either off the crossbar.
Very tense there for Sonics with that shot off the post, and they're giving up a lot more pressure to Space Station. This one is going to go right into the top right corner. Reddles with a perfect shot and nobody home for Sonics.
Well, they had cleaned up their defense to prevent these types of goals from going in the second half of game 2, and then, feeling the rhythm a little too much, got blindsided for a second and was like, wait, nobody is able to play the loss on this challenge. We're all spread out in midfield. All 3 players were sitting in the midfield zone, and no one was ever going to be able to get that. That's the 3rd goal like that, Corelli, in that game that went in like that for Space Station.
Yeah, it's a bit painful, actually, for the Sonics, because I thought they played a great game here. It was a high-scoring game for both teams, 9 goals total here in Game 2, but it felt like there were some weaker goals given up by the Sonics. This one in particular on the replay package here from Arsenal, he got 2 to go. They were fortunate with that one from Sathu. I think it was a good challenge, but this one was all J-Russ with the cut past Typical and the beat on Reddles. But there's also another one where the challenge of Rolled is just the ball goes right through him basically into the back of the net. That one feels, I think, the worst for the Sonics, where maybe that was the difference maker here in this game. You might have won in regulation otherwise.
Yeah, I think that it's funny because game 1 we talked about, wow, Sonics did a great job on defense in low boost situations. Then game 2 is like, oh, Sonics have boost. They're getting creative on offense. But the ball keeps sailing over their 3rd man. So now, Corelli, as with all things in life, it's all about the balance for Sonics. And the balance includes bouncing off the inside of the post so that it's not immediately 0-1.
Very close. And I'm surprised Arsenal even had a chance at that. The defense struggled to stay with it. And here comes Sathu and Roldiz. Now J-Russ forced to go, but a big clear. Can Arsenal get there? Not enough in the tank to catch up, and Typical's got to pass it back. And Arsenal going to take it backwards and maybe get a dunk on J-Russ. Unfortunately, not fast enough, and Sonics are out.
For all the doubt about Sonics and Roldiz coming in to replace Shock, I think that the more Sonics play, the more comfortable he looks in the rotation. It hasn't always been perfect in this match, and he certainly made his mistakes in those situations. But when Sonics are playing well as a team, he's a key part of that. He finds the good touches out towards midfield. He plays pretty solid backboard defense. And I think it's, on offense where he really starts to struggle, especially when he's in second man, where, he wants to play a certain tightness to the first man, but not always I'm not going to say cognizant, but not always fully aware of how Space Station are reading the play. So I think that's the one thing that's troubled Roldiz, but when he's been on, it's been great for the Sonics. I mean, they've done a great job here shoveling this ball away from Space Station. Space Station have been forced to, they can't carry the ball out and get demoed. Rolls that's a good 50 to set things up, but Sonics aren't really in the spot to do anything with it. That's going to force them the whole way back.
This is a good ball here for Sathu. Unfortunately, couldn't get a hold of it. Typical actually let it go, so Sathu could have caught back up to it. That's the space that the Sonics want to take advantage of, though. And here's a good pass. Sathu couldn't connect. J-Russ there to set things up. And unfortunately, things are going to slow down. A big boom from J-Russ as both teams trade it back and forth in the midfield.
Space Station really trying to shake up the rotation on Sonic's end. Not through bumps or demos, really, but through those surprise touches from Reddles in front. But he just finds a solid textbook pass over to Arsenal. But you'll see Reddles where he loves to be, which is hunting around the offensive zone. Arsenal picking up the goal off Sipical's demo. But Reddles not involved on this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Sipical could get that demo. He didn't have a lot of boost left, and Arsenal's just there, says, I'll take that. No one's home. And everything opened up by Sipical. That's the type of player he is. He will open up opportunity for you and literally serve it to you on the goal line and put your team up 1-0.
And if Sonics can't pull it here, not over for them. Sathu, a good attempt to sneak it into the top corner. Roll just launches it, and Space Station were going to let that drop. But J-Russ had enough boost to catch this, look for a pass, but Arsenal makes it difficult. Still, Sathu, he's tired of watching these clears go over their heads, and he's been playing a much more relaxed third-man position. That tends to be where he seems to feel the most comfortable, is when he's in a more relaxed position like that. The defense is typically more stable that way. But Sonics are having a lot of trouble getting that consistent offense going, Corelli.
Well, they're having trouble getting consistent offense, but how about that? J-Russ, as soon as we talk about offense, he heard us. He heard something about Sonic's offense, and he picks it up himself and carries it across the field. Got some help from that post as well. Sipical was right there, and the Sonics get one back.
Arsenal is just slow to that challenge. He was expecting something a little more straight line, but then he realized too late that J-Russ was still very much behind the ball and could push it forward. It doesn't really matter. The Space Station get right back on offense. Reynolds double tap. Sent away. J-Russ, long ball. He's like, hey, look, we can score a couple long ones too.
I was going to say before that had happened was, yeah, they weren't generating a lot of offense, but they're also having trouble getting numbers back on defense. There's been a lot of times where it's been 2v1 or at least two players moving down for Space Station. J-Russ doesn't care, though. We don't want to talk about the defense. He wants offense, baby, and he's putting it away today.
He's done with the defense. It's time to score a bunch of goals. Rold is harassing the last defender in net, forced Arsenal to try to make a diving save on his way back, and J-Russ gets another. So here come the Sonics. Okay. Can they keep it going, though? The thing you might want to look at is, do they get more optimistic with their positioning now? Do they start creeping up a little too far forward again? And then Space Station pick that gap, or can they maintain? Can they remain stable, I guess is what I'm really trying to say. It's going to be tough with 50 seconds left.
Yeah, but I do like the setup there with the bump from Roldiz. I mean, J-Russ gets credit for the goal, but that was all Roldiz bullying that guy in the net, that last man. And those are the types of plays that you want to really isolate the defense of Space Station. And Sonics all of a sudden finding a lot more space in the midfield now. They could get another one before this game ends.
Cool. Well, that one's going to be for Sipical. Roldiz stops Sipical and picks up the ball. J-Russ immediately turns on this, and he wins the next touch. So now the Sonics back on offense. Arsenal's low on boost, trying to avoid the demos. He actually secures his own boost, gets a little power boost from Sipical, who says, that's my ball, thank you. Reddles gets demoed. Sipical tries to score, but J-Russ picked up the save. Time running out. Arsenal wants one more try. Throws it on the backboard, and saved by Sathu. Sipical, one more chance. Arsenal, 12 boost in a dream. He's got Reddles downfield, denied! Sonics take game 3 and are still in this set. Here we go.
And they were able to squeak a couple goals out there, and I think Space Station might have fallen asleep on defense a couple times, but I think that Space Station had a lot more of the pressure here in this game, and it just felt like they didn't put away enough goals. I mean, they only scored 1 on the 10 shots that they had here in this game. Sonics, though, I don't want to take away from their win at all. There were some great setup. J-Russ, I like him behind the ball. I think that's where the Sonics are the most comfortable. Roldiz doing his thing, especially on that second goal. Those are the types of plays that I think Sonics are going to find success against Space Station here in particular.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if in Game 4 we see Reddles start to target a little bit and try to take out the one player that's consistently found the back of the net. To, Roldiz and Sathu's credit, I think they're doing a lot to create opportunities for J-Russ. But, if you take J-Russ out of the equation, where does that leave the Sonics offense? So I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for that. Or who knows, maybe they just continue to try to play, the way they have, steal the ball away, kill them on a quick counterattack. You mentioned the weakness on Sonics with Space Station's counterattack constantly in disadvantages. With the numbers advantage has been Space Station's most of the time. But we'll see what Space Station does, if they adjust to this or if they just take Reddles forward towards the net. Oh, he tried to wrap around it. That was a close one, but not close enough.
Yeah, and again, the boost game was very low for the Sonics in that particular position. They're lucky they get out of it here early. See if the Sonics could put together some offense early. Last time when they went out to an early lead, it felt like emotions ran high for them. They did so well. Everything felt so good. They got a lot of confidence from it. I don't know if confidence is really going to change anything, but they played a lot better, for sure, with that early lead.
And it wasn't the best challenge for Sypical. Roldiz was ready for it. The clear's good enough, though. And forced J-Russ to really work around 2 defenders, but he does so. Roldiz trying to take out the last, coming back into the net. And Sonics really trying to employ this demo philosophy against Space Station to really harry the rotation. And it's working, as you see on screen right now. Roldiz pulls it up again. Space Station forced to wait for a lot of these touches. And while you're first to the touch and you're fastest there, sometimes patience wins out on defense, and that's exactly what happened there. But then maybe you respond with a demo. That's a high ball that easily grabbed by J-Russ and Roldiz. Oh, okay. It's a proper tennis match there for a couple seconds.
Yeah, that was a serve from the corner.
Typical. Just no success in that corner. That's where they had so much success in Game 1. Winning that challenge in the corner, forcing a pass out in front of the box. But since then, even if the first man on Sonics loses that challenge, second man has always been ready for it in those corners. I think that's been part of what has been so troubling for Space Station when they get on offense, is they consistently get pushed to the corners and then their possession dies there.
Yeah, it does feel that way, and it also feels like after their initial chance, they are able to stay on the final third, but things really slow down for them where they're not able to break into the center of the field anymore and set each other up. It's kind of this fight for the corner, and nothing really goes anywhere until finally the Sonics are able to clear or pinch it away.
Space Station really aren't trying to force the issue. They're still looking for the gaps and slowing down when they feel they need to, because sometimes the door opens itself and Reynolds punishes the Sonics. Oh, and the counterattack from Space Station was brutal.
So I'm curious why J-Russ went for this, because watching it from his perspective, he actually did flick his camera to check, or as the ball went over his head, his camera switched around. He did see Roldiz, but maybe he just wasn't looking for him. Obviously, I knew Roldiz was there looking for him in that replay, but maybe he didn't. And unfortunately, cut out Roldiz, and he had a free touch there. And giving up the goal. Almost was able to make the save back, so he's got some work to do. He might just be able to earn one back here by himself. No flip reset for him. Couldn't get all his wheels on it. And unfortunately, not able to put something away. Sathu has his attempt. Space Station still playing some solid defense, and they're able to break away.
It was starting to look a little shaky with 2 Space Station players feeling the press a little bit, but getting out will definitely reset that. And Sypical, well, he's not resetting anything. He just extends what's already a lead.
And you have to go up. You have to go up if you're J-Russ there, because 1, 2, 3 little touches there from Sypical. He's getting more and more control of the ball. Sypical reads him all the way and just sets up for the dunk. But you feel like as J-Russ, you have to go. And maybe Sonics are going to get one back off the kickoff. They will, and it's going to be Safu.
This feels so cheeky on the kickoff. Safu, he slows it down. He consistently does that when he's on the kickoff. He's always trying to play the reaction read. That time he got it. He got a perfect hit on the ball. And you really couldn't ask for a better touch there for him to follow that up and score.
Yeah. Side flipping into it just makes him arrive a little bit later on the kickoff, which allows him to kind of push that past that first man and catch back up to it, keeps his momentum. It came off his car perfectly, though. You couldn't really ask for a better kickoff.
Yeah. Well, they might not ask for a better possession. Safu's got all the space in the world. He wanted that boost and the ball. Couldn't keep it close to him, but J-Russ will. And Reddles, you see him kind of stutter stepping on the back wall, knowing that J-Russ is trying to out-mind game him as well. But again, here comes Space Station on the counterattack. So many times, the Sonics just let Space Station come to the back wall. And that's something I don't really understand, because those are always dangerous 50s. I don't care who you are. They just let Space Station drive the ball the whole way to your back wall.
Well, there's a lot of space in the midfield as well. And Space Station, you got to give him credit. I've gotten some great clears to get over that man in the midfield, and really that's the best spot for that last defender to defend at that point. Space Station have had so much space to set things up. Sonics have had to just retreat to their back wall and make the save.
Reddles, hard cut, but J-Russ puts it right back. He's got the boost, takes a shot, and Reddles picked up the save. Quickly up for it is Arsenal behind the ball, but he actually misses. J-Russ picked up the demo, quickly turns around, now goes the ball. Hard against the back wall, 2 touches, Reddles got 1, but Roltis is there and it's still in the air. This is it for the Sonics. They gotta steal this ball from Space Station. They fail, and Space Station qualify for stage 2. Sonics will have to try one more time.
Yep, Sonic's not out of it, but a valiant effort here against Space Station, in my opinion. I thought they played, compared to their last series, I thought Sonics played phenomenal here against Space Station, and I think that there's still minor things to work on. Again, I feel like the numbers down on defense was a huge concern. Space Station is a team that will take advantage of it. You saw it a few times, but overall, I don't think the Sonics can be too disappointed here with this performance. I mean, you're playing against one of the best teams in the world right now, and you kept it close, and you really put the hurt on them in some of these games.
I think it just shows to the strength of Space Station that even when a team that so far this season hasn't really played the way you hope they had, when they do play well, that a team like Space Station being able to stick to their game plan, not get fuzzed by Sonics on what they were doing, and being successful in the physical game and finally getting more leeway in the boost department. But Space Station, were always trying to keep the ball close, never trying to overcommit or rush their touches. I think that's what makes them such a hard team to crack. We got more Rocket League coming up after the break to finish out the day. The rest of this round and round 5 coming up later.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I have. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RLCS Season X, the North American edition. We're currently trying to figure out our next 8 teams that will move on to Stage 2. You just saw Space Station qualify for theirs against the Sonics, but the Sonics weren't exactly an easy out for Space Station, Corelli.
No, absolutely not. They're a very strong 2-2 team, I feel like, after this performance. We'll see how they can do later, but Sonics, they start off a bit slow in the first game. You know, we had our criticisms, but they really turned things up in the second, and I thought that they played a phenomenal series overall. J. Russ, we called upon his name a few times. He certainly delivered for the Sonics. Great individual efforts a couple of times. I thought Rodliz looked fine as well. He did a great job of bumping people out of the way, keeping plays alive. A couple mistakes here and there for the Sonics. Overall, a solid series for them. Obviously, we expected the Space Station's win over here 3-1, or not 3-1, but the win that they eventually got 3-1, and ultimately a 3-1 day for them here for the first stage.
Well, we do move to our next set of teams, and that's going to be Alpine versus the Kansas City Pioneers. Kansas City Pioneers, they kind of took the entire North American RLCS by storm recently in posting, you know, very convincing results against almost every top team in North America. They've kind of regressed a little bit, came back to the grounds as most teams do after such a run, but you know, there's still a lot to love about this Pioneer squad. But you know, Corelli, for Alpine, a team that I thought would be on a consistent upward trajectory, has found that they're a little up and down the graph lately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of this Alpine team. I think that they're a team that do have the potential to do some incredible things here in North America. But the Pioneers, and they kind of had the same story, right? You know, we thought, okay, maybe they could do it. and they certainly have in the last couple of weeks, especially in the last regional and what they've done in the grid. And then now maybe looking a little bit more vulnerable. So I think this is a pretty even game, if you were to ask me. I feel like both these teams have similar stories. Pioneers a bit more success in their hands, but for Alpine, they have the talent. It's really just about finding that synergy, finding that play that's going to accelerate them into the front. And how about Magic Bear, the pinch off of Jordan, and he'll just take it back for the 1-0 lead.
Exactly how you draw it up. Magic Bear flipping into the wall with no boost, flipping into the ball to pass it to Jordan, who obviously was always going to pass it right back to Magic Bear for the cannon shot on net. And that's how Alpine like to start their games, Corelli. So exciting stuff there to start. It was quite a rebound.
Quick little 1-2. I thought they had pinched it. Rather, it was just a quick little pass off each other. And Alpine up 1-0, and they'll take it now. KCP is going to set something up, and Rapid's going to get the first goal to tie things up.
This is going to be someone's name I feel we'll be saying all series long. Beast mode on the pass. Good control across the wall. Too fast for the defenders to handle him, and he got a great pass out over to Rapid. Beast mode has had, he's a big reason why the Pioneers had gone streaking through the entire North American top half. And he still continues to make waves as he just rolls the ball up. Almost you get first killer vibes looking at Beast mode with how he carries the ball. He wants to be speedy, but also keep that ball notched to the bumper of his car, so he always has a chance with control. Or get a quick pass out to Rapid, and Beast mode is doling it out to Rapid all day yeah.
Yeah, and I don't even know if he meant to pass that. I think he might have missed it when he might have hit it too hard, but either way, it looked good. It came right down on top of Rapid, and he's able to put it away. So nicely set up in the end. And the Pioneers now sitting up 1 goal.
The Pioneers not fussed too much
what a save.
As Beast mode hops up with a great pre-jump save. He looked so casual jumping up there. Perfectly timed flip, too. It's been trouble for Alpine. They have not been able to hang on to the ball. Each of their touches just getting a little too far away from him. And then when Magic Bear does have a chance to catch it, KCP are right on top of him. Like the lateral pass, as Alpine were sitting back, and KCP almost got it by Magic Bear. The shot not good enough. Alpine's defense good enough for now.
Yeah, not a lot of continuation from Alpine. 1 or 2 touches out from their own end, but not able to keep the ball. And everyone going up for this one. Percy actually gets it away for Alpine. That was much needed as the defense was definitely in a tough spot. And unfortunately, the ball comes right back into their defensive third.
Now Alpine, they do collect all of their boosts. And Percy actually gets the catch, but just going a little too fast to really try to get around the KCP defense, in Beast mode, managing his boosts as much as he can. And he actually gets that challenge out. Beast mode playing really well today. Rapid, his double couldn't get to memory. But if you are a KCP fan out there, you're really liking how Beast mode looks against Alpine.
Yeah, he's been a great pickup. And he's been a great player for them ever since the pickup as well. I think they knew what they were getting with him coming in, but him really coming out and looking good. Rapid, on the other hand, has looked just as good, almost getting a second touch. Beast mode did have his flip, unfortunately not able to put it on target. KCP threatening here, as they have for most of the game, and Alpine able to stay alive for now.
Oh, just getting behind it. That was memory this time. Jordan launches another. Beast mode picks it up. And then Rapid is there to put it downfield again. He got a flip reset, but drops too far down. Alpine still having struggles hanging on to this ball. Right there would have been a perfect chance for Percy to get a catch and find a way to funnel it to Magic Bear. But instead they lost the ball, and it's Rapid behind the mark now. Rapid coming up huge in midfield time and again for the Pioneers. He's been really, as far as that role is concerned, I think their best player when it comes to the midfield game. And it's no difference here. He's more so just playing Beast Mode's tune right now. He's like, you're passing the ball out, and I'm just putting them in. And that's a happy place to be for Rapid as he gets another clear here.
And it's something that Rapid does so well. He's done ever since he was in Rival Series the first time we saw him. He's great at staying behind the ball from his defensive corner all the way into the offensive side. He never lets the opposition have a good, solid, quality chance to clear it away from him. He does a great job of staying behind the ball. And you're seeing it here even in this game. There's a lot of times where even as he's falling down, still staying with it. Here's Beast Mode, has an opportunity to secure the win. They're already winning, but one more for the road wouldn't hurt. And now Magic Bear and co might have an opportunity.
Magic Bear gets under it, flip reset. Does he have more? No, but it drops down. The shot for Jordan, no good. Magic Bear tried to cause chaos, but Pioneers find balance in front of the box. And it's looking pretty good for the Pioneers. Alpine, they had 9 shots on net, and that surprised me initially when I looked at that number because I think I can only remember about 2 of them. They really struggled to hang on to the ball in this game. Pioneers swarmed all over them.
Yeah, Pioneers, I mean, it was a 1-goal game, so it was still close, but the Pioneers definitely looked a bit more organized, I'd say, in this game. And I think that's why the quality of shots was higher. I think that's why you remember a lot more of the offense from the Pioneers than Alpine. Alpine were kind of scrambling to break out of their end for a lot of this game, and they were able to, don't get me wrong, but the setup from there was how fast can we put a shot on target? Can we catch the Pioneers out instead of setting up some quality chances? And that's to credit the Pioneers midfield and defense. They were able to really slow Alpine from breaking out of their own end and making sure that they could get numbers back.
You know, Beast Mode especially, he just wasn't really blocked at all by Alpine. He kind of just had his way with game 1. And if you're Alpine, you're definitely kind of double checking yourself when you see Beast Mode behind the ball after he has that kind of game. You're definitely more, attuned to his presence on the pitch. Percy, 2 touches, but Beast Mode flies in for the save and sets up Rapid and Memory for a quick counterattack. Here's the pass, but Memory couldn't get to it.
Better start here for Alpine. That was a scary opportunity, but they're not immediately on defense. That's a great read from Rapid. My goodness, called him out and put it away. He knew exactly where Magic Bear was going to go with this.
And knew exactly where he was going to put the ball. Look at that perfection. Timing, the jump, the flip, everything. Rapid can see the future, at least in this first minute. Magic Bear, tough angle for Magic Bear, but he had Jordan following close behind him. But, Jordan wasn't playing that really quick pass out. Oh, Memory gonna sneak this through. Alpine trying to retreat, had no answer.
Look at this pass from Rapid. Bang. Right out to Memory, flips into it and everything. Wonderfully set up from Rapid. Boys, he having himself a game here. Getting that first goal and then setting up Memory so well. And credit to Memory, great shot from him, but that was a fantastic pass from Rapid.
Ooh, Memory drops it down. And for Rapid, his midfield game usually lends itself to him being the passer in a lot of situations. We see him, funneling that ball to Beast Mode all the time. But they're starting to just turn into this nice little duo. And they'll trade spots like, yeah, Beast Mode, I can carry this ball for you, Rapid, and I'll find the space for you. Just put it in. Rapid will give him his due diligence. Here's Memory's due diligence to Beast Mode. And KCP, they are marching all over this team.
Another great pass. Finding the gap in the box there. The defense was going to be a little bit slow to that one. And great follow-up from Beast Mode to be so quick on it. And Memory and Beast Mode get the job done for a 3-0 lead for the Pioneers. And they are really pulling away here in this game, looking stronger and stronger.
So what's the answer for Alpine? There's just no response right now to the Kansas City Pioneers. These are high balls in front, and Magic Bear will grab this one. But a lot of times Alpine are still sitting down, waiting for the shots to come to them. You had no option in front, and it's a 4th ball in the back of your net.
And the defense, I think, is just slow to react to what's in front of them. That one all the way Memory had, and yet nobody could get up to him. They had already attempted earlier in the play, but it feels like the Alpine defense has got to pick up the pace right now. The Pioneers are just playing at another level.
Well, that was kind of the point that I was leading into was that, like, why are these high fly, like, why is there so much hang time on the ball in the blue half? Like, why are they trying to receive everything on the corners and the backboard when you clearly see 2 KCP players sitting around midfield? And Beast Mode has been so tough to get by. Magic Bear can barely bang that ball off the crossbar and get it out. But there's just been no offense from Alpine. It's just been reactionary. It's been, I hope I can get to this challenge in time. I hope I can make that save. And hope is not good enough for Alpine. The Pioneers, methodical and crushing.
And Percy, there's just nothing he could do. He had already crept up too far. He couldn't stop his car in time to turn back around. What a shot from Rapid. 2 goals to his name in this game. Both of them have been beautiful. And unfortunately for Alpine, this game is getting away from him. Maybe Jordan get one. And with half the game left, certainly possible. But boy, do they have work to do.
Yeah, it's a nice little double from Jordan here. Get a little bit more in the confidence bank. But, I mean, they didn't really have a lot of those opportunities at all. Where they might try for a solo play, but I mean, they have not put a lot of pressure in front of the box on KCP. And I definitely think, you know, a good portion of it, ooh, nice bench by Magic Bear. I definitely think a portion of it is just KCP playing, you know, excellent Rocket League. But at the same time, I feel like Alpine, they've not made the best decisions in situations where they had the boost to be able to contend, but then they weren't capitalizing on that. They weren't positioned for what the Pioneers were showing them. They were just kind of waiting for that ball, like, okay, where are they going to put it? And then they would react, which is, you know, it's not going to net you a win most times. And maybe it got away from them after a while and they're feeling like they needed to catch up. It's the booming the ball back, but you can also, you know, for the Pioneers, they don't have to sweat when it's 5-1.
Right, there's really no pressure on the Pioneers at this point. It doesn't even need to be pretty anymore. They just need to close out the game. So for Alpine, you really got to take advantage of the possession given to you and keep the ball. And right now, unfortunately, they can't. The Pioneers doing a great job of just intercepting, really, and being that first man in front of the ball. Here comes Rapid again.
Well, Magic Bear, you kick that ball up. They're working in some limited boost situations. He tries to get the redirect, but nothing's really working for Alpine in game 2. And trying to reset the mind for game 3. Look for a way through this Kansas City Pioneers offense, which has proven quite difficult to get away from. You know, we haven't even seen a lot of like extended defensive stands from Alpine because, well, Pioneers have just been scoring that quickly. Magic Bear, that's a quick launch back over to Percy, and they'll sneak another one in. You know, that's what you like to see from Alpine. You play, you got to play it out, and you got to shake it off. You might as well shake it off while the game is still going, and there's still time left on the clock. So by the time game 3 gets around, you're ready to go.
Yep, and it's a fine setup there from Alpine, and unfortunately, I think it's too little too late. I think the Pioneers know they can afford to give up a couple goals here and still be fine, but there's a lot of lessons learned here in this game, and I think number one, the biggest one for Alpine is they've got to pick up the pace on defense. You've got to control the boost in your own half. The Pioneers just ate them alive here early on in the game, and a couple devils come out, and that was gonna go off the post. Unlucky for Alpine.
You could have really started talking about something there had they scored, but this is going to be a little too much, even for Jordan. He makes a nice move, but regardless, Memory picks up the save. And, well, the Pioneers look like the Pioneers as they threaten to sweep Alpine here at the end of their road.
Yeah, I mean, I said the Pioneers, they looked vulnerable coming into this game. They lost against Plot Twist 3-1, or 1-3 rather. And then they had a close series against Pittsburgh Knights. They only had a singular 3-0 victory over Empty Space. So for them, it wasn't the best, or I would say the strongest showing from them early on. But I'd have to say so far through 2 games at least, the Pioneers have looked like a very good team.
Yeah, Memory, especially early in that game, was hitting the ball really, really solidly and accurately, and that made Alpine's job even more terrifying on defense. So if they can find a way to stop these counterattacks and they can meet the Pioneers at their punch, then they might have more chances on offense, more chances for boost. All around, the Pioneers dominated every phase of the game in that second. So how does the third play out for Alpine? Can they make those adjustments? I've seen it from this team, Corelli. Like, I know that they have what it takes to beat the Pioneers, but they just look disjointed right now.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that comment. As I think they do look disjointed, and it's you got to get a hold of players like Rapid here in this game. You got to keep track of where players are. The speed at which Pioneers is playing has to elevate your play as well. And this is the last game for Alpine to really step up to the plate.
Well, the rebounds already put Alpine in a tough position, but Magic Bear, he wants Jordan. Jordan didn't have anything in the tank to get to it, and Pioneers never left offense. Memory puts another in. He's going to want to score in frenzy in this match.
Yeah, and just no boost. There's just no boost for Alpine. He still tried to take that one away. He tried to. And, but, you know, for Alpine, I mean, that is truly the issue, at least for that first goal, was the pace of play required them to use too much boost, and they just couldn't stick with it. And then ultimately, when the final shot came, they had no boost to catch back up to it.
Well, the same old song and dance for Alpine in the first minute. You can find a way to turn the page on this, but Rapid right over Percy, and Percy is done with it. They were starting to do this at the end of game 2, just starting to run into the players on defense, and that seemed to be working. It gave them a little bit of space to work with, but how many challenges have Alpine won in midfield? Like, when there is a Pioneers player in midfield, how many times has Alpine actually won that challenge? And I could probably count up to 3. And maybe it's inaccurate, but that's certainly what it feels like. Alpine are just constantly chasing the ball back on their own half.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. And it's just these long clears is all they're getting. And Memory has just been soaking them up. And then you got people like Beast Mode, cherry picking at the top of the box. Here comes Rapid. Does he have a flip reset for us? He does, and gets the dunk off the crossbar. Memory tried to force it through. And Alpine alive just for the moment. As Memory whips around, can he do it himself? Percy there to shut him down.
Rapid is probably a little upset because he was like, I was in the right position. How could I expect the ball to bounce that hard in front of me on the rebound? And then even when he gets the flip reset and he gets past the first defender, he still can't get the goal. Percy got bumped. That was going to be a tight passing play, whether or not that occurred. But you like the idea from Alpine.
And that started in the last game, and it's carried over into this game. Alpine have done a better job of finding the gaps in the defense and passing to players with that through ball, but it's just not coming to fruition. I feel like the Pioneers, again, doing a great job of cutting things off.
But this is a rebound for Jordan. He takes the shot, 3 committed from the Pioneers, and Beast Mode will completely nullify the effects of that with a demo. But it's still pretty good for Alpine. They've definitely done a better job taking control of the pitch, and Magic Bear wins this ball as cleanly as he can. Memory struggles for a clear, but Rapid, if he can get a solid power shot, he doesn't need it. Beast Mode got it, and Magic Bear, trouble off the crossbar, he made the save. Memory threw it back around to the side. That's gonna give Rapid another chance. Beast Mode swings in quick. Oh, he missed the ball, and nobody, is it Jordan? It doesn't matter. Magic Bear was flipping forward. He wanted to play the demo game, but then Kansas City, they were able to recover.
And not a lot of boost for Kansas City. They were in a tough situation there. Unfortunately, Alpine couldn't take advantage of it. They had a huge opportunity. Big miss here from Percy. Does Rapid get there? He does! Squeezes it through in a 2-0 lead for the Pioneers.
In a game where you're already feeling like you're stretching for every opportunity, the pressure gets to you and just completely whiffed on the ball, flipping the wrong way. Now that's got to feel bad for Percy, and it's gotten real tight now with insurance. Pioneers punishing every single step.
And now your work just gets that much longer for Alpine. Only able to generate 1 shot so far here in this game. Jordan going for some good bumps, opened up some space. That was a tough save for the Pioneers to make. But here they come, back the other way.
Memory. Just trying to make sure that that ball gets funneled towards the box, but Alpine's defense able to get the ball out. But how about more offense? Jordan wants that, 2 taps, but it's still hanging in front. Memory will kick it up even higher. Alpine still hunting. Percy met by Rapid. The backboard defense of the Pioneers has been rock solid. They are the victim of one triple commit, which was made up for by a subsequent demo. Other than that, very spotless.
And with time running out, Alpine needs something desperately to go in with some time left on the clock. They would love, I mean, ideally, at least 30 seconds, but they're not going to get it here. They got to get down the field, but Pioneers just not letting them out. And the boost is running low here for Alpine, and Pioneers still just cutting them off every step of the way.
And in that situation, why is second man playing so far back when Jordan was behind the ball? Like, that's a situation where Percy needs to be ready for it. And that's what's happening on Alpine's passes. They're too far in front. The second man is too far back, but there's 10 seconds on the clock, and you're sitting on the box hoping for a rebound. Alpine struggle throughout the entire match, and Kansas City wipe the floor with them. They make stage 2.
Very strong series here from the Pioneers, in my opinion. I'll say it again. I thought they were vulnerable. This changes my mind. This was a fantastic win on their end. It felt like they controlled every part of this game, every part of this series. Everything went so well for them. Rapid looked good. Beast Mode looked good. Memory looked good. All three players contributing. That is a solid team win for the Pioneers.
I absolutely agree. It started off with Beast Mode, whipping out some good passes to Rapid returning the favor, and then Memory kicking his offensive gear into stride. And, you know, that's the Pioneers team that everybody watched wipe G2 Space Station, and it was very just solid Rocket League. I mean, that's all you can really say about it. Alpine, there's still a lot for this team to work on, and they've had their, they had their boom earlier as a team, and there was a lot of hope and expectation behind this roster that they would get better. And I still think that journey might be a little farther down the line than a lot of people were expecting. I still think it's a great team, just don't think it was their game that got in the way of the Pioneers. Round 5 comes up next, Marathon Mode. Our 2-2 teams try to qualify for stage 2. Who gets through? Find out after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, light it up. Oh, light it up, light it up. Ooh, light it up, light it up. Causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, light it up. Oh, light it up, light it up. Ooh, light it up, light it up. Causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, light it up. Oh, light it up, light it up. Ooh, light it up, light it up. Causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, light it up. Oh, light it up, light it up. Ooh, light it up, light it up. Causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. You're watching the North American Regional number 3. We are in Group B of Stage 1. I'm Leaf. Alongside me is Gibbs and Achieves. And I just want to take some time real quick before we dive into that last match just to mention something we mentioned yesterday. We have a lot of new faces here. And in case you guys didn't know, there's a lot of Rocket League to be played across the grid, across these regionals, across the field. And there's more than just that. Eventually down the road, we have the CRL and, of course, another tournament for collegiate students here. Go to playvs.com/collegerl. There's $50,000 on the line here and a spot open for the wild card tournament to get a spot into the CRL itself. So there's just a lot of Rocket League for everybody, not even just professionals, for everybody wanting to get into it. We've seen a lot of opportunities, Gibbs, for some of these players that have been in CRL play at the RLCS level now. So that road is there.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to be a Rocket League player right now. Like, I wish when I was in college, I could be playing Rocket League for some scholarship money for sure. So there's so many ways to go about earning money by playing Rocket League, as long as you're good. Now, if you're Leaf X, that could be a problem. But for everyone else out there, you have a shot. Go sign up with your team.
The big roast.
Where was that even from? Like, I haven't even really
left field, man.
I can throw one in per show. It's in my contract.
All right, go to playvs.com/collegerl. Make sure you guys get your team signed up. You do not want to miss this opportunity. It's a great road to take advantage of to try to get to this point. But let's talk about this point. This is RLCS caliber here, and we just watched Alpine versus KCP. And KCP, well, they're sticking to this grind right now, Chiefs.
Yeah, I think Jorby and Corelli really nailed that at the post-game analysis. All three of them really stepped up big here throughout this entire series. And I thought it might be a little bit closer, but I mean, when Rapid and Memory and Beast Mode are clicking like that, it's going to be tough for many teams to hold on. So Kansas City Pioneers, I mean, talk about the meteoric rise pretty quick, and we'll see if they keep it rolling.
And that was my one question, was they got top 4 in Regional 2, and it's like, when a team just comes out of nowhere, like not completely out of nowhere, but, coming from like maybe a 10th place team to a top 4 finish, can they do it again? And off stream, it didn't look good throughout today. It looked like some questionable games there. But as soon as they get on stream, I think they want to play every game on stream because they absolutely dominated a top 8 team right now in North America with Alpine.
Well, to talk about this meteoric rise in power level, JG7 from KCP is here to give us some thoughts. Hey, congrats on another dub there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It feels good to be back in the top 16 again.
Yeah, no, I want to talk about it here. We just talked about it. You know, all the players on your team, you know, are players that we've known for a bit here, and it just seems like something clicked though recently. Just want to dive in again on what it was that clicked, and like, are you worried that maybe this is kind of a temp thing, and what are you guys doing to make sure you can stay at this level?
So that's a great question, and that's something that we actually struggled with today. That's why we were shaky, as Gibbs said. Today was a huge learning experience for us. We felt like, you know, we knew what we were doing, but until we lost, we didn't fully understand. Today, we got to that point. We feel like we have now, you know, it's not just a one-off thing where, okay, cool, they had a good weekend and then cool grid finalists, like, but now we actually feel like we're here to stay. We know what we're doing and we can replicate it.
So that leads into my question a bit of, does anything change when you go top 4 finish, or say you had a day 1 exit, when you prepare for the next tournament? Do you do things exactly the same? Do you give the guys a little bit of a rest because they just finished top 4? Does anything change?
I would say we don't change too much because, again, our main point is confidence. So we don't take every loss as a big red flag unless there's something that feels overly awkward or uncomfortable. Then we approach it a little bit differently where, you know, we might tweak some things. But overall, right now, we're comfortable where we are. And it's more about practicing and replicating what we're doing.
Very good approach, I must say. That's, I think, the right way to go about it. And a bit of a different question. Describe your team in one word.
Oh, okay. That's not easy.
Fun.
Okay.
That's my word. That's my word. It's a great group of guys, and we're all great friends. And at the end of the day, we're playing Rocket League. It's a great game. And you know what? We're great at it. So we always have a lot of fun.
I think that's an important element too. I mean, having fun, we've noticed it with tons of teams over the course of all of Rocket League history and RLCS history. The teams that said they went into it with nothing to lose and just to have a good time are the ones that tend to perform the best. Now, on that note, is there something you guys do to make sure that atmosphere is in there? Because it's got to get tense sometimes when you know there's a lot on the line. How do you guys make sure that atmosphere of fun isn't lost?
Well, when it's tournament time, there is absolutely no fun. There's no laughing. There's no happiness until the series is over, and then we all let it out. You know, I kind of think about the Muffin Men run that they made when they were, you know, completely stoic on stage.
Just robotic, yeah.
Exactly. There you go. We don't let anyone laugh or say anything funny in the series because we don't want to lose focus. And then afterwards, we all make jokes about things.
Hey, it's good to at least just have a platform that you know works and is consistently working. So, as you said, you made top 16 again. Hopefully you can get top 8 as well. But JG7, thank you so much for giving us some of your time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There's JG7 from KCP. Yeah, no, I think that's honestly, I'm not surprised to Cheese when he said fun, because like you look at their play style, even though he said they're serious, you look at their play style, man, they're out there doing some fun things.
I mean, you got to be having fun if you're able to pull out some of the stuff that they can be having fun too.
Well, let's move on. Take a look at the standings now that we are almost done. Group B for stage number 1. We have one more round left, but just taking a look at the lay of the land here, this is what it is. We have only 3 spots left.
Leaf, look, version 1 and 72 pin connector. What are you guys doing finishing 1 and 3 when you desperately need the points? Right now, they are tied for the very last spot in the major, but they need teams like EUnited and Ghost Gaming, who has advanced, to lose out in the top 16. Also, Zero Issue and Stromboli to not make it to that playoff bracket by the end of it. So, not looking good for either of those boys. And even if all that comes true, they still have to play a tiebreaker game. So, for both version 1, the team that everyone thought would do so well, they were top 4 in the grid. And now they finished 1 and 3. But after going to Game 5 versus Team Envy, where they looked great, not a good performance at all from them.
I do have to touch on that Zero Issue thing. Cheese, we saw them at the beginning kind of look like they were going to have a blast through and get that 3-0, but something's fallen off here.
Yeah, ran into the wall on Envy, and since then, kind of, you hit that hurdle that a lot of bubble teams kind of run into. They don't have the stamina, the resilience to bounce back after a tough loss. So here's your last chance.
Well, let's take a look at our matches coming up. Then, of course, we have our round number 5, 3 spots, but 6 teams remaining. So that means 3 matches left. We still have that E-League stream going on at twitch.tv/eLeague TV. You can catch Zero Issue versus Down to Earth and see if Zero Issue can make it through and claim their spot after a rough couple of matches here. But on this one, we will have Alpine versus PK and Stromboli versus Sonics. Take a quick look at that Alpine versus PK one first, though, Gibbs.
Yeah, 2 teams in the top 8 of points in the RLCS X right now. One of them's going home today, so that is a tough draw.
Let's take a look at this one then. Stromboli versus Sonics is our first matchup here. So let's just plot through some analysis on this one. Achieves Stromboli and Sonics. Sonics, do you think they're going to be able to pull through with the roster they have right now?
They looked pretty good earlier, but I gotta say, Stromboli, we were talking about what it was before the show started today, and I have to say it looked pretty tasty. So I like Stromboli for that reason, but obviously you have to favor the Sonics here because they did just come off of a very solid series.
Well, it's time for our Verizon fan vote. So get those votes in chat. You guys get to do it one last time. Your opinions get to be thrown up on the screen here. Use the hashtag SQ or Boli to get your votes in for Stromboli.
Wait, is it really hashtag Boli? That's great.
It's hashtag Boli. There's actually been a couple good ones too on these, but let's throw our analysis out there too and get some predictions. Put it on paper. It's the last time we get to do it before we end off Group B. So Gibbs, start us off.
Last time this happened with the Sonics, they go into this versus Adept. I was the only one to pick Adept at that point, and now they don't have Shock. I'm going Stromboli. I think Chronic, I really want to see him on the mainstream. I want to see him do well. He's been doing well throughout weeklies in other tournaments, so I want to see his first crack at it, and I think he'll do it.
Yeah, this is the classic sort of experience versus the new kids that need to prove themselves, and the one with experience is kind of shaky. So Gibbs, I think, has a good pick. I think Sonic looked okay versus Space Station, but I like it. Let's get some new blood.
Here's the thing. I'm honestly still so on the fence. This one will probably go to a Game 5. Just to be different, I'm going to go with the Sonics. I think you guys aren't wrong in your picks. I think there's a full chance for that, but we can't fence in over here. So I'm going to have to pit Sonics and see if chat believes in me or if they believe in you guys. And it is
close. Okay, that's fair.
I knew that. That's why I knew it.
Good job, Leif. You went with the majority.
No, we just make right picks over here. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. We're heading into round 5, our final round over in the Verizon Skybox.
Thank you, Leaf. And the desk laid it all out for us. These 2 teams lining up. One will move on to the next stage. One will have their journey end here. Turtle, what do you think we can expect from some of these players?
I don't know, man. It's so difficult to read this because, we got hashtag Boli in the chat, okay? I was feeling the Stromboli wave. I think that Gibbs actually might be right because with that drop of Shock and now the new pickup of Rolled, that's going to be tough. That's a really big blow to your confidence because Shock did so much work on the offensive side. Things weren't connecting as well, but now with Rolled they have seemed to be a little bit less powerful on offense. Meanwhile, Stromboli, they got the young pickup Chronic, who's definitely going to be popping off. And I think this one's so hard to tell. You've got experience versus a team that's on the come up.
And we've seen how those teams that are coming up can make deep runs and test out or give teams that are more established a run for their money, and that one's going to roll wide. But you're right, Turtle. I feel like without Shock was one of those players with pop-off potential. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Roldiz to really have some big games to prove to people that it was the right call.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I thought that they looked great in that series against SSG. They kept it close in multiple games. Granted, we haven't seen the best SSG yet. They've been in a little bit of a slump, but still, Sonic's keeping it close. There was potential. The rotations looked solid. Roldiz had a couple of good shots, but there's a good shot from Alraz starting things off for Stromboli.
Alraz, we hadn't even mentioned his name yet, so he enters the picture with a bang here.
Yeah.
Past all the defenders, J-Rez, Sathu both hanging out in net, one defender flying by, Roldiz. And a quick goal. Barely a minute in, Stromboli taking that early lead.
That's the one issue, though. It seemed like on defense sometimes Sonics would get all over each other, panic a bit, and we see too many double commits. That was something that happened a lot against SSG. So hopefully they can clean it up here. Not the best start, but a demo like that. Now a pass to J-Russ. This was so clean. Those drop-down passes always look so satisfying to watch, James.
And we wanted to see something out of Roldis. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
That was exactly the right play to make. Roldis executed flawlessly. So 2 back-to-back goals. Now flip reset from Alraz. Save from Roldis coming off the backboard. I thought Alraz was going to pick up his second there. Roldis to the sidewall. J-Russ will pinch it down to the corner. Stokely, a big clear. Opposite side of the field now. Sathu hits off the sidewall. Over to Roldis, who put it right down the middle. Chronic into his own corner. Stokely, first hit. J-Russ looking for Roldis in the middle. Roldis shot. That one's going to be saved from Alraz. Roldis follow-up shot, and that one again blocked by Alraz.
A lot of this responsibility is going to fall on J-Russ. We can see already his impact on the field. Huge mechanics going off the ceiling. That nice little drop-down pass too earlier from Roldis was huge. But I'm still thinking back to the SSG series. J-Russ, he was a huge part of the offense for the Sonics. I even saw a couple of good dribbles. He got a mind game against 2 players for SSG. So we really need to watch out for him and make sure he has a decent impact on the offense, because he's really the only player, at least in my eyes, who can start that opportunity.
J-Russ, slow playing it, flick it by. Chronic will get the stop. In his own corner, ball getting hung up. Alraz pre-flip, hit, follows it up. Might look for a bump here. J-Russ going for the 50. Sathu, a quick follow-up. And now Sathu will stay with the play, going for net. J-Russ pops it over for Roldis. And Alraz will finally get that clear. J-Russ over to Roldis. Roldis going for the double tap. Chronic can't break it up. And oh my, that one should have gone in. Sathu will try to finish it. That's off the crossbar. Disastrous for the Sonics. It looked like it was surely going to be a goal after Roldis had that open lane. Chronic had missed the initial backboard read. And then
I don't know how
on that follow-up, oh my.
How did Chronic get that save, though, after he had missed? You think surely Roldis would smack it in. But somehow, I wish we could see it again. We're probably going to see in the replay. Chronic was able to recover and get the second follow-up hit after missing it, keeping Stromboli away from danger. And now it's still tied up. They've got a chance. It's been slower for Stromboli as Sonics have maintained most of the pressure, but if they can just break out one counterattack is all it takes.
Roldis will clear it downfield. We're still tied. Those first 2 goals back to back. Now, will we see another one? That one got in the way. Stokely gets credit for the save. Now back pass for Roldis. Air dribble from Roldis in the corner, stopped out by Stokely. Infield pass to nobody. Alraz, huge clear. Chronic trying to slow down this attack. J-Russ will kick it in reverse. Back pass attempted. Roldis has to touch it to safety on the sideline. Stokely with the challenge. J-Russ helping out. Stokely stayed in the play, but it pinches back to Stromboli's corner. They're trying to get it out. But we have the Sonics swarming. J-Russ looking for someone in the middle. Has a pinch go off to the side. And now Chronic, the big pop. Stokely airborne. Will he beat Roldis? Yes.
Oh, here we go.
It's skipping in front of net. Floating. And it bounces. Alraz will be denied. And we've got overtime.
Definitely, first game jitters. You can see on both teams. We saw a couple of double commits there for Sonics on the defensive end. Panicking a little bit. Stokely now has a shot, though. How did this one break out? I think this might have been a 50 from the midfield, and it was an open net. Oh, my goodness. The dunk from Stokely, and then the missed hit from Roldis. Oh, that's rough.
That's got to hurt Roldis. He knew Stokely was going there, and Stokely might have been able to score it if Roldis didn't get any sort of hit on it. And so Roldis trying to break up that play. Unfortunately, did not get the hit he was looking for, and Stromboli will make quick work of that one in overtime. We saw 2 quick goals, Turtle, and then it was silent for a while, and then overtime, they didn't waste any time.
Oh, and this should have been Sonic's game. It feels like Stromboli stole it, I'm not going to lie, because that last hit from Roldiz, I don't know if it was unfortunate necessarily. It was just a mistake from Roldiz where you should not get a touch there. But then the shooting for Sonics, there was like 3, maybe 4 shots that you expected to go in. One of Sathu's actually hit off the crossbar. Look at this. This is the play too. Roldiz.
Oh, yes.
Save from Chronic. And then, Sathu had followed that up too and hit the crossbar. That was back-to-back attempts where Sonic missed.
And you think if Roldiz hit that a little bit harder and went straight in net instead of that bounce, maybe, just maybe, he would have had it and Sonics would have gotten that win. It's a bouncing ball for J. Russ. In the corner, Roldiz taking time. Alraz back to the corner. J. Russ going for a pinch. Didn't go very far. Chronic trying to get it out. This one will float. Roldiz taking a wide berth, now hitting it hard. Stokely with the stop. Gonna go back to the Sonics territory. Quick counterattack. Sathu upfield off the backboard hard. But nobody from Sonics were there to take advantage of that backboard bounce. Sathu clearing it to the corner. Chronic trying to take it upfield. Sathu was going for bumps, causing some chaos on the goal line.
Yeah, that's where Sathu needs to fit in as well. Get some aggression going. It seems like the Sonics offense has been a bit spaced out than usual. You can see Roldiz now coming in from the midfield. The save was there from Stromboli. And what I've noticed a lot is, this corner play, so much reliance on the 50s right outside of it to keep the pressure. There's another shot that we're waiting for. Somebody from Sonics. Look at all this pressure. We just need the final shot to be a little bit more on target, maybe hit with a bit more power. Because if you're not converting, it's useless. And Stromboli for that one counterattack, like I said, at the end of overtime, that's all it took for Stromboli to break out.
Stromboli ended that overtime very quickly with the quick counterattack goal. Like you were saying, Turtle, they just needed that moment to break out. And that was enough, whereas the Sonics, you've seen them have so many chances already. Sonics, see if they can start finishing. J. Russ testing net. Chronic and Alraz both jump for it. And the Sonics continue their possession in the half. This is an infield pass. Lovely, but the deflection, Alraz barely nicks the ball, but it was enough to get it deflected out of the net.
Oh my goodness, how many saves are we gonna see from Stromboli where it's last second, they get the touch and it narrowly misses the net? Here's another one from J-Russ, saved by Chronic, of course, coming off the backboard. The defense, I am so impressed with. But at what point is this pressure just gonna make them double commit, or we'll see a mistake? In the last game, it actually wasn't Stromboli who made that issue, it was Sonics. The one time they were tested, Roldiz made an accidental hit. Stromboli got the lead. Still the offense, they can't even break out into the midfield. There's no transition game. It's just 50 after 50 and then one final touch before it goes in the net.
Here we see the breakout. Will we see another counterattack goal for Stromboli, whose defense has been holding up so far? 9 saves against the 10 shots from the Sonics. The Sonics have saved the only shot that Stromboli has put on target. Pinch across Stokely. Perhaps wanting to get the demo on Roldiz. Dangerous ball. Alraz can half flip back to this one. Sathu, the challenge win, double commit. Stokely gonna go for another play on the ball, and Roldiz will get that save. The flick. Chronic to his own corner. Stokely gonna quickly turn. J-Ruz. He has been attacking so much. J-Ruz, 7 shots out of the 10 for the Sonics.
Well, that demo there from Chronic is what's needed to relieve the pressure. You can't get a hit from Stokely, and how do you expect to keep pressure on offense when the person who's waiting and trying to receive that clear doesn't even get a hit? That's the unfortunate thing about Stromboli right now. As long as their defense holds on, you're fine, but moving out the offense. If you can't get a touch and nobody's in position, it's not going to work out. You're going to be stuck in your own half the entire game. Sonic still moving in with midfield passes, keeping the pressure, and the mid boost is all theirs for taking.
We're starting to see Stromboli gain a bit of ground. Roldes, backboard pass. J-Russ a little slow to that. Might open the door for a counterattack. Chronic needs to get a win, but he doesn't. J-Russ, second effort to pass it down to Roldes. Roldes jumps a bit early. And that's going to throw off the rotations for the Sonics for a split second. And now possession. Oh, that win from J-Russ, so important. Now in the middle, dangerous ball. Stokely will clear it to the corner. Sathu leaves it. It bounces past Roldes. J-Russ has Sathu on the back wall. Sathu going for bumps.
Oh, it's still up.
And now we've got overtime yet again. Stromboli took the first overtime very quickly. See how game 2 plays out. Alraz off the backboard. Stokely, his follow-up blocked. I thought Alraz was about ready to clip on someone.
Yeah, that looked like the end of overtime already in the first few seconds, just like the first game. And I'm paying attention to the third man now for Sonics. That's so important. There were a couple of chances, especially for Safi, where he's just waiting in the backfield. Whenever you make Stromboli panic, that's the opportunity. That's when you need to strike, and yet it seems like Sonics don't want to push up.
Oh, big bump. Alraz goes for net. And they do it again. Stromboli on the counterattack. The bump from Stokely and the goal from Alraz.
I kind of feel like I'm watching old school Veloce. This is such a defensive performance from them where they hold on the entire 5 minutes. You get into overtime, and then you start to be aggressive. You get the bump, an open net to shoot at. Stromboli managed to take 2 games in a series where they definitely don't have the advantage, at least with experience. And somehow, it's their defense that doesn't seem to panic.
Somehow, the defense holding up. They're getting a few favors as well from Sonics, just not striking the ball the way that you'd expect them to. And now they fall 2 games in overtime back-to-back. Sonics, they're back to the wall. This is their tournament life on the line, Turtle. There is no room for these types of errors.
Well, this is the difficult thing about losing a player like Shock. I'm not sure exactly what was happening behind the scenes, but if you lose a player like Shock who has crazy striking ability, this is where he would be needed. And I'm not saying Roldes, isn't a great player right now on the field. It's a different mind state, and it's a different play style, really, because at this point, we're just relying on J-Russ to hit a shot, but usually he's the guy who's attacking at first. And so that means Roldes and Sathu have to come in with the clutch shooting. They're nowhere to be found. They're a little bit too passive, where normally Shock would come in and finish that shot. We're waiting for one player to step up and be aggressive. Sonics to have all the pressure, all the possession. Nobody just wants to push up.
See if Sonics can start sinking their shots. Numerous opportunities, and they have not been able to make the most of them so far. So much possession.
Yeah.
The demo by Stokely. We've seen Stokely's physicality do wonders for Stromboli. J-Russ dribbling it on the wall. Stokely just getting demos left and right. Roldes will jump straight up. The backboard pass. It almost worked out. J-Russ now off the ceiling, has to bail. Wasn't the greatest angle. Backboard bounce. Chronic up early. Over to Alraz. Hits it off the ceiling. Chronic back down towards net. Stokely last one back. J-Russ wanted to pass that back middle.
I like the idea, though. That's what I'm talking about. It seems like J-Russ is always in position. We're talking about aggression. He's always there, waiting, but his teammates don't want to follow him up, because it seems like they're a little bit scared, hesitant, and fearful of the counterattack. That shot almost goes in off the crossbar. Now it seems like Stromboli have taken some advice from Sonics and decided not to put this one on the back of the net. They're just hitting crossbar.
Now on the other end, Sathu gonna have to half flip back. Stokely pressing J-Russ, flip reset.
We got it.
Did very well to win it. Now into the middle. Sathu almost had a scoring opportunity. That was a nifty little play from J-Russ. Chronic off the ceiling. Sathu up, beats Alraz by a mile, hitting it downfield. Stokely will tap it up to himself, taking it off the wall now, going for backboard. J-Ruz clearing it to his own sidewall, but Alraz there to stop it back.
I love that little touch.
Trying to boom it out.
You can see Stokely even earlier in the midfield. Nice little hit, keeping it close. And the transition game for Stromboli, even though it's not as frequent, maybe as Sonics, it seems to be more effective. Always getting a close control touch, then following it up with a very close attempt on net. Stromboli, again, looking more threatening than Sonics when they have a couple of chances.
Not getting the most time on the ball, but like you said, Turtle, a lot of times it's not about quantity, it's about quality.
Yeah.
And the quantity has been limited for Stromboli, but they've still been able to make it work. And we are past the halfway point of this one, still scoreless. We might see another 0-0 overtime game. Stokely, first touch is lovely. Second touch in the air. Now the flip reset. Delayed it a bit. Alraz looked like he got the boost steal. Now off the ceiling. You can tell the Sonics start to fray at the seams a bit in these tough defensive situations.
Yeah, and this is the most pressure we've seen out of Stromboli, keeping it in the corners and taking a couple of boosts. We've seen Alraz infiltrate the corners, which is great to see some aggression out of them. The question is now, will their defense fall? No, again, somebody's always in front of the shot. And at this point, maybe I would say for Sonics just to focus a little bit more on passing. Another save from Stokely. These guys are not letting up on defense.
I thought that was it. Maybe this will be Sathu. A light drop down. Chronic will clear it to the corner. Roldiz keeps the attack going. Sonics relentless in their approach. Stokely, the backflip, finally getting some space into a dribble. This one's going to go up off the ceiling. And again, Stromboli escape with their lives.
Yeah, it's almost like a trap that Stromboli are placing now for Sonics to get baited into. They just start going forward a bit. And Stromboli, one huge clear. That's what's finished, the first and second overtimes. Stromboli again with the same tactic. It's winding down 0-0. Could we get a third overtime?
J-Ruz gets beat by Chronic to the ball. Roldiz, huge play from him. If that ball was able to bounce through, it would have been game over. Stokely off the corner. J-Ruz will leave it for Roldiz, who blasts it straight downfield. Alraz to the side. J-Ruz trying to dribble it past. Will poke it by. Help from Sathu. Perhaps an opening, but Chronic will slow it down. Can't get the second hit, however. Opening a chance. Stokely will hit it high. J-Ruz off the backboard, double tap ball. Drops it down to the middle. Chronic will go towards net. And will this make it to the corner? No, it won't. Another 0-0 overtime. Stromboli has won both game 1 and 2 in overtime.
Even in the final moments, even in those final moments, you could see Sonics. There was a pass out in the middle, and we're waiting on that third man to go forward, be aggressive. It's a risk, but it's one that you have to take if you're Sonics. When you have all this pressure, surely you think that'd be enough to give you confidence to push forward, and yet that third man does not want to take the risk. They're just waiting for maybe the first two to make a play, but it's not enough to break the Stromboli defense.
Scary ball. Roldiz gonna hit that back. This is a tough situation for Sathu. Alraz going for the top corner, and he will end it. Stromboli in 3. And overtime, every game, they come out on top.
It's another hit from Roldiz. Maybe he was going for a back pass, something out of the ordinary. It's a repeat of the first game. I'm not exactly sure what Roldiz was thinking in both those situations. An unfortunate circumstance now for Sonics and Stromboli. I don't think I've ever seen a defense just be able to maintain every single shot like that in overtime and not even care. It was like they would get one last second touch and their teammates were acting as if it was normal. Nobody would get out of position. The rotations stayed the same, and they managed to find 1 or 2 transitions, but that's all it took to break down the Sonics defense.
And, Sonics, they had their chances, Turtle. They had multiple chances. The possession was there. If you look at the attack, you look at the numbers, you would have expected the Sonics to put in quite a few more goals than they ended up putting up. So Sonics fallen 3, losing in overtime every single game. Their offense, good time on ball, but the finishing was just not there, Turtle.
Yeah, that's such a unique series too, because rarely we'll see a team that's so defensive wait until overtimes to actually make a move. We never saw them transition out that fast until they got into overtime. So it's almost like the more pressure Stromboli were facing, the better they tended to perform and the faster they were with getting out of the defense, James.
Yeah, those counterattacks were deadly. It's what proved to be the end for the Sonics. Stromboli going to be taking that win and moving on to the next stage of the tournament. We're going to move on as well. The final match of the day coming up after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back from the break. We've got our last series of the day about to take place. It'll be Alpine and the Knights. But first, let's recap what we just saw. A 3-0 sweep. Stromboli getting 3 overtime wins in a row in the first minute of overtime, despite the Sonics having all the offensive pressure.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. This was like one of the weirdest series I think I've ever seen, because Sonics were so dominant the entire time in terms of keeping the ball on the other side. And normally with pressure like that, that was so overwhelming for Stromboli. Something is bound to break, and nobody wanted to take the initiative to move up. We wanted more aggression from Sonics. We didn't get it. Stromboli, they didn't even want to be aggressive until they got into overtime. They were just waiting the whole time. It was a trap laid out, very well timed, and they were just so patient the whole game. Then we get into overtime, a huge clear or a huge mistake from Roldes, where it happened twice, where he clears it to the other side, and it's Stromboli who goes away every single time with the win in overtime.
Yeah, it's again, quality, not quantity. That story playing out right in front of us. Stromboli going to be moving on to the next stage in the tournament. The Sonics will be exiting, and you know they're disappointed in how this regional event's gone for them. But Turtle, let's shift our focus to this next matchup. We've got Alpine going up against the Knights. Two teams that are already going to be in the major, lining up here to go head-to-head.
Yeah, I'm so excited about this because Alpine, as most people know, I've been following them throughout the grid, seeing how they perform. They have been improving so much. Magic Bear is finally back. He's feeling a lot better, which is great because he was sick for the past 2 weeks. They had to use their sub in the grid. And before that, previously against the Knights, actually, it seemed like they kept taking, a couple of rough losses. And the Knights, most of the time, were outpacing Alpine. So let's see if things have picked up on the side of Alpine's speed. Early on, it wasn't the best display from them. But on the other side, the Knights still looking strong and trying to make a name for themselves because they have also been a little bit quiet.
And these are teams, Turtle, in my opinion, that are, occupying about that same sort of ground.
Exactly, yeah.
Teams who have shown that they can get big results against big names, but haven't really been as consistent as they'd like to break into that elite status or that elite group of teams. But they are so close. And perhaps one day that switch will flip and they'll be there. Can say. First touch was denied by Percy Rodoko. Great control. Is going to be in the air. ZPS comes to help out. I don't know how much it helped, but still on the attack. ZPS. Now the shot will pan out. The Knights on the board first.
Wow, this is a tough situation. Percy was the one who was trying to get this hit. He didn't read the prediction too well. Maybe he thought ZPS would beat him, but it just looked like a straight up miss. And that is the last way you want to start out game one, giving the Knights a free shot on net. Oh, that's rough. But for the Knights, just to be in position, ZPS is going to hit that almost every single time. He is the main striker for the Knights.
Yeah, ZPS, great shooting. When you talk about those mechanical plays, I've seen Rodoko do some crazy things. And we've already seen him and his control on that play where he was able to pop it up and take it up in the air where ZPS helped him out. And on the other end, we've seen Magic Bear with some pretty lovely highlights. Percy can drop that down. Percy, there's no one back. It was 3v1. Percy handling that calmly. Now the counter. Pass. Percy shot finds its target. A great counterattack from the Knights.
Yeah, this was an incredible transition. Magic Bear in the corner. He gets the demo off of, like you mentioned, Percy's 1v3 on defense, who pushed up then to receive that pass. Two of those players out of Alpine doing it all themselves. And that demo also was huge for Magic Bear to open up the space. So all three of these guys, a nice little response to the Knights' first goal. Hopefully you don't make mistakes like that, because that goal was a little bit more earned than the Knights, I would say.
And the Knights getting that goal off the mistake, whereas it's good old-fashioned hard work.
Yeah.
I got it for Alpine.
Still going nonetheless. Oh, and the double demo.
You want to do some work? Rodoko's doing work in the trenches, getting demos.
Oh, that first demo didn't even seem like it was calculated almost. He had to turn into him. And then it was convenient that the last man was rotating back and in the same position as Rodoko. Two free nets. The first one was a little bit more given to them. And then now, like you said, they worked for it.
I was going to say on that play for Magic Bear, not only was the demo important, but that wave dash. He was on low boost. Great first touch. And now trying to make another play in the air. Percy, backward pass to Jordan. Jordan will just keep the ball in the zone. Rodoko trying to clear it. Jordan will turn. So Rodoko messing him up on his landing. Ball kicking off the ceiling. Rodoko shot off the ceiling of the net. Percy, another big defensive stop. Percy looks so comfortable when he's the last man back.
He had to recover so hard to get that save too, because going outside of the net, normally I would have expected him to be there in position for the challenge, but his rotation was just slightly slower than normal. And then now he had to recover again. Kinsey capitalizes on that third man just being a little bit too slow to get in front of the ball.
And Magic Bear was hustling back, low on boost. And Kinsey too fast. Under 2 minutes left to play. The Knights inching away. Now have that cushion, the 2-goal lead. Magic Bear off the back wall. Gets the demo. I thought he was going to go for a back pass to Jordan. Jordan wanted the ceiling play. Was looking for a teammate, but it was sniffed out quickly by the Knights defense. Percy getting a demo on Rodoko. Maybe a bit of vengeance after Rodoko's double demo that led to a goal for the Knights.
Look at the 50s from Kinsey, the follow-up in the midfield, wasting a lot of time and a lot of boost on the side of Alpine, and still going in for the offensive attempt. Look at Rodoko being a beast. That is the type of plays that we expect from him and the Knights as well, which has been the difference. I think that speed in the midfield, just a little bit ahead of Alpine. That's all it takes to open up a couple of opportunities. I mean, the last 2 goals for the Knights has been just based off that speed and also the demos on rotation where you catch them off guard. It's been a physical game. Still the Knights leading by 2, and this has been super comfortable for them.
See if they can finish this one out easily. Final 30 seconds. Alpine hasn't really had many threatening attacks. This one again getting pinched back all the way to Alpine's corner. Magic Bear getting shut down. Rodoko's shot, top corner, but it's saved by Percy. And if there's been one thing to take away from this game, it's that Percy, when he's the last one back, is pretty darn good at getting the saves.
Almost Rodoko too, getting the flip reset. We can take away the skill of Percy, but you can't ignore Rodoko and his mechanics. It was almost a fake. Look at him. You think he's going to get the flip reset, so Magic Bear jumped off the backboard, assuming he was going to get the flip in, and then he was out of position just because of that assumption. So much respect for Rodoko and his mechanics.
And you can understand why. Alpine seemed like maybe this one would have been a little bit closer, but the Knights pulled away. And like you said, Turtle, the speed in the midfield heavily in favor of the Knights as they get this game 1 win 4-1.
I mean, this feels familiar too from all the grid matches where Alpine go up against the Knights. This is something that happens a lot where it just comes down to the pace and also Alpine respecting the Knights a little bit too much. It's the same exact thing because even in their matchups against the Knights in the grid, they would push back too much as that third man or just not be fast enough to rotate in. There were plenty of chances where the Knights had so much space in the air to go for whatever they wanted. Rodoko getting flip reset, CPS, getting a couple of shots from midfield that he can just punch on net, force Alpine to waste some boost. And that's exactly what we saw here. So much space given to them. And Alpine, they had a couple of good looks with the passes, but that's all we saw from them.
And we'll need to see more if Alpine hopes to have any sort of shot at winning this series. And again, this is to stay alive in the tournament and move on to the next stage of the tournament. So no more lives. It's all being risked right now. And Alpine, they have a lot to prove.
Yeah.
Magic Bear getting demoed quickly by Rodoko, who has shown himself to be a little bit of a fan of demoing.
We got to get an exterminator. Please. I just want to see it. 7 demos. I was asking for the pre-jump yesterday. I don't think I got it. So let's see if that's going to happen. I would love to see more demos too from Alpine. Usually whenever the other team is taking you off the field, you have to respond with a little aggression of your own to even it out. We haven't seen it as much in that one demo, even in the previous game from Magic Bear on the defensive end. You can see how impactful it is. Just one simple demo, opening up the space. It's all you really need to open up that opportunity for your teammate.
Drop down pass. Verdoko now with space. Off the ceiling, and Verdoko putting his mechanics on display in game 2.
Look at how much space he has in the air. This is what I'm talking about. It's like they don't want to try and contest him in the air because they know they're going to get outpaced. They know the speed from Verdoko. The mechanics are too strong. A flip reset into the top corner. How are you going to stop that? You have to meet him in the air, and yet Alpine don't want to.
Verdoko, that was nasty. Perfect control off the wall. Kinsey, his shot saved by Magic Bear. ZPS gonna drop that down in front of net. Verdoko up very early, gets the bump on Magic Bear, but it's too late. The pass already coming through, and Percy with a hard strike.
Oh, massive shout out to Magic Bear, keeping this one close. And then he could follow it up to outpace the defender. Nice control, and that's the second goal now for Alpine, where it starts with Magic Bear in the defensive end. He transitions out for somebody waiting on the other side. It's Percy. I believe it was also Percy in game 1. That's a routine play for Alpine. It works again.
Another save, double commit. Percy with the demo. Seeing the pace pick up. Alpine showing some life. Jordan has Percy in the middle. Passes down to him. Percy with the slow play. Trying to drop it past ZPS, but ZPS will still get that block. Now bouncing high. Percy up early, off the ceiling, down to Magic Bear. Magic Bear is denied by Kinsey. Out to Jordan, who goes to Percy. Percy will let it roll up the wall. ZPS the pinch, down to Jordan. Jordan shot, blocked by Kinsey. Magic Bear keeping the pressure on. And this extended attack from Alpine is looking threatening.
Oh, it's still here, though. Look at the passes. Whenever that third man is coming in to keep the pressure, he hits it over to another teammate as the rotating out to get another touch. And the Knights, they can't recover because they don't know who's going to be there and when they're going to get a touch. It's almost like they have to react to that pressure, and it's too much.
Verdoko got that demo. Cleared up some space. Like you said, Turtle, demos can be so critical. Just one well-timed demo can open up a game.
A fake
Percy.
I like that idea for Jordan.
Percy going for the backboard. Dropping it down. Kinsey to the side. Magic Bear looking for Percy, but Verdoko up quick. ZPS gonna drop this off the ceiling. Jordan centers it to Percy. That shot gonna be wide, but Kinsey still didn't want to take his chances. Percy, first touch, pops it over the first defender. Verdoko does get that save. Lovely infield pass, the bounce shot from Percy, and Alpine will take the lead.
Oh, I love the vision on the side of Alpine. Whenever they go up these walls or even trying to keep the pressure, they always find a teammate who's in position, and it seems like they push the third man back a little bit far forward. This is an issue that the Sonics were failing to have in the previous matchup, where they didn't want to go into that space because they were scared they'd get intercepted. And while that is a risk, it's one that you have to take. Alpine now go up 1 goal. We've got about 1 minute and 10 seconds left. At this point, I just want to see them keep the aggression to stop the Knights.
The Knights have been shut down relatively well. Under 1 minute left to play. Alpine holding on to a 1-goal lead. Jordan will chip it. Now backboard pass. Verdoko gets bumped. Incredible play from Jordan.
Who was on the backboard here? Was it Jordan who got the bump? So he hits the pass in the midfield, and then flips into Rodoko as he's coming out, the snipe in mid-air. Jordan, that was a huge play. You've got a safety net now of 2 goals. Alpine surely going to take this one.
Percy, the hat trick. Jordan getting an assist. And he earned that one. That bump was incredible. Going for it again. ZPS will clear it out to the corner. Will we see the Knights make this interesting? Certainly doesn't look like it. As Jordan will put another shot in underneath the crossbar between the defender and Alpine. It's the same scoreline, but now in favor of them.
Yeah, he's warmed up and ready to go. This time, Alpine, they never are forced on a defensive area where they have to make a challenge in the air. That was the issue. The Knights so dominant when that ball got popped up, and now Alpine, instead of forcing things, high up, they just want to keep that pressure, and they've been doing it wonderfully. Like I mentioned, always finding a teammate. And in that instance, Jordan just comes down to the shooting, who has been getting warmed up. He's had multiple shots this game. And, Alpine, the mechanics are getting put on display here, James.
Certainly that is the case. And Jordan trying to dribble that one in by himself. Alpine, the 4-1 win. A perfect response from the 4-1 win that the Knights had over them.
I'm still, going crazy over that demo attempt from Jordan, where he actually bumped out the player in midair to swipe across off the backboard. It's so hard to read that because you have to predict where the player's going. The ball can travel at a consistent rate, and it's so much easier to hit. But if you're trying to get a player who's using all his boost spinning in the air and you still manage to get contact on him, that's on another level. Jordan, huge shout out to him as he popped off later in the game. But this was the goal from Rodoko that started out the game, and you think the Knights were going to continue that momentum, but Alpine shut him up real quickly.
Alpine looked very good. Magic Bear, the passing, Percy, the shooting. And then this is the play. Jordan bumping Rodoko out of the way.
Yeah.
That was perfect timing.
That's so frustrating too, because you're in the net and you have to get the touch. You don't even know that Jordan recovered on the wall. There's nothing you can do to dodge him because you can't see him. That's why those bumps off the backboard are so effective. We've seen those also a lot more as this format has progressed. We've seen more games. The meta with demos getting that much crazier. It started off with, the solo dribbles where you take out the goalkeeper in the air as you follow it up. And now off the backboard, how far will the physical plays go, James?
I don't think there's going to be any limit, Turtle. We'll see.
Yeah.
I think we'll still find new ways to get bumps and demos in some interesting situations. And this series now tied up at 1 apiece. Magic Bear wanted to dribble it past the opponents. Percy will come in off the ceiling and down Kinsey. Not letting Jordan get a touch, but Jordan gets the demo. Already getting physical. ZPS set that up for Rodoko. Rodoko didn't get the greatest touch, has to bail. ZPS will lob it towards backboard, then gets the demo. Kinsey off the corner. Percy respawns on the same side. Magic Bear. Slowed down by the flick from Kinsey. The touch up. Block from Jordan. ZPS. In his own corner, Percy will center it, but no one was there. Everyone from Alpine getting boost.
Yeah.
Seemed like everyone on the field was trying to find some boost.
Yeah, and Alpine keeping up where they left off in the previous game. The pressure, they'll go into the corners, but then find a teammate on their way out. Percy now the double tap. That could have been something crazy to set up Jordan, who now is stalling so much time because it almost got the flip reset. That would have been nuts as well. And look at how stagnant all of the Knights are on defense. 2 players aren't even moving. ZPS just chilling in net. And, it's not the greatest thing when your rotations are so slow, waiting for somebody to push up. Now Kinsey decides to rotate back. Jordan with the shot on net. The Knights put in such an awkward situation. Their defense is holding on. When will a mistake get forced out, though?
And they held on just long enough, Turtle. Having to stay all the way back in their own net, low on boost. Rodoko popping this one high. See if Alpine can keep that sort of pressure on to the point where Alpine has to sit in their own net, picking up pads, trying to find any sort of boost. Kinsey will catch that and take it to the corner. Oh, he does so well. Going for another 50 here.
Oh,
Jordan lets him hit it into him.
It's almost a good play from Kinsey. Kind of reminiscent of what Magic Bear does a lot. And look at him here. He tries to keep the ball close. That's what Kinsey just carried out with one little touch where nobody else can get a hit. You get it around one defender, and you got the whole pitch to work with. That's what we've been noticing. A lot more solo plays from both teams. It's very reminiscent of the previous game for the Sonics. That's a bump from Kinsey. And then now the follow-up. The physical plays are what's working for the Knights.
Huge bumps, and then this shot from ZPS almost made that angle work, then gets the bump on Magic Bear. And that's all that was needed for the Knights. They get the first goal of the game right at the halfway point.
Oh, good
DPS
kickoff.
quickly off kickoff, force Jordan to come back and make the save.
Yeah, I'm still scared now for Alpine. They were controlling the pace earlier now, and Magic Bear, the slow play from his defensive end. Another one where he starts it for Percy on the other side. That is a play that keeps getting developed. And Jordan, still the vision. It's going back and forth. They're threading the needle well, James. Finally, the shot off the post. Where was the accuracy? It's still looking good, and they keep this pressure up in the corners.
There was so much passing back and forth. Alpine now getting dunked off the post. Percy can't save it, and CPS will extend the lead despite all that passing and pressure that Alpine had to give up the counterattack goal.
I think Percy could have turned earlier there. I'm not sure if he expected a dunk to go off the post like that. Maybe he thought it was going to go more towards the middle of the field. He could have turned right away. It would have been difficult. He needed to get a touch and get in front of that shot as soon as possible. He waited too long, and now Jordan off the kickoff. Oh my goodness. Look at the display of control that Jordan has put on for us.
That light touch with his wheels, catches it, taps it around the defender, then that final flick like butter. Jordan keeping hopes alive for Alpine in game 3 with that solo play. And Turtle, you were saying it looked like they're both teams starting to go for a bit more solo plays.
Yeah.
And that time it paid off for Alpine.
Right. I mean, that's what both these teams are prioritizing right now instead of focusing on maybe passing. But that's the difference between both these teams. Yes, Knights are going for solo plays, and yes, so are Alpine. But when Alpine keep the pressure, they are always finding passes. The Knights will just send one person forward. If they don't succeed in that 1v1 play, everybody pushes back. But Alpine, they'll stay up, force a 50, and look for a pass to another teammate who's rotating on the other side of the map.
And we saw that play almost pay off for Alpine, but the Knights have been able to shut that down, even scoring on the counterattack. Now a demo from ZPS, trying to flick it by. ZPS getting a pair of demos on his attack, gets the goal as well.
Oh my goodness. Every play, it feels like, from the Knights always is a demo, but this is such a good response to Jordan's dribble. ZPS says, you know what, I can do it too. The control, it's a 1v1 play. It's the final flick. Alpine looks silly on defense.
We have the multiple goal buffer yet again. It hasn't really been close in these games. In terms of the score line, 4-1 in favor of the Knights game 1, 4-1 in favor of Alpine game 2. Now we see 3-1. The Knights putting the pedal to the metal now. On the goal line, Percy with a big save. Very easily could have been 4 right there.
Oh yeah, the Knights getting a lot better with maintaining those 50s and keeping pressure. You know, they're not doing what Alpine does with the passes, but the 50s have been stronger. But Jordan's on the other side. It's got an open net off the crossbar. Could have put that one in. The Knights still trailing. They're going to end up losing this one. They've got to look to the next game, James.
Alpine still having a decent amount of shots and pressure. But the Knights finding ways to break past the defense, using some demos.
Yep.
And it worked. The Knights moving one game away from securing their spot in the next stage.
That's right. We've had some very interesting looking matchups. And I actually think I swapped the teams. I meant Alpine are going to have to look for the next game. Because this has been the Knights so dominant with the shooting particularly, because it's weird because Alpine, I thought they looked the most dominant with pressure. They were keeping the passes in back and forth. We see them, like I said, threading the needle, but when the Knights get on offense, it's the demo plays that just throw everybody off. You know, they don't need the fancy pass. They don't need the crazy looks. If they get 1 or 2 dribbles, it's probably going to result in the goal because one other person is going to get the demo.
And this was a great game from ZPS, getting 2 goals, assisting another, getting demos, getting bumps, really doing a lot of work for the Knights, and it was paying off. Now they just have to get one more win. Alpine, we already saw it in game 2. They've got what it takes to beat this Knights team, but they're going to have to start putting it all together.
Yeah, it's so weird too because the way they look on the field when they control pressure is so nice. Here's a demo from Percy on Rodoko. This looks like what the Knights do on the other side where it's one person banging it off the backboard, gets a demo, and Jordan can have a nice open shot.
And Kinsey needed to get the touch on that ball. It was a tough ball for him. He was going top speed, going supersonic. Didn't have much room for error. And that slight error on the read cost him the goal, but can't really blame him. Magic Bear in the corner around Rodoko. ZPS also shut down. Magic Bear, the dish, and the save, and Rodoko will pop it. ZPS clears it out. I don't know how the Knights got away with that.
All 3 players were in the same spot. It was almost a benefit to have everybody clumped up because the 50 came out, and you have an instant clear from your teammates, the Knights. That was a scary situation. Alpine still looking to press on, but a good 50 from ZPS will relieve the pressure. Now Rodoko can get a 50, and he's so dominant to look forward now into the corner.
Rodoko, that was an important 50 win. If he lost that, the Knights would have been in a very tough defensive stance. ZPS off the backboard. Percy will clear it downfield on the ground. Rodoko pops it up. Now off the side.
Midfield pass.
Drops it down for Kinsey. Double tap off the corner into the middle. And Percy does well to get there before ZPS could get the shot off. ZPS to the sidewall where Magic Bear's waiting. The back pass will go all the way over to Jordan, who sails it towards the backboard. Kinsey off the ceiling and down. Percy centering it. Jordan shot, it's low, and it's saved. Rebound out to Magic Bear, and the ball will pinch to the corner.
Oh my goodness. Another play still where Alpine are bringing it across the field to another teammate who has a shot on net. The Knights, it's 1 or 2 players who stay on the goal line and can get the save. Maybe if you're Alpine, look to bang that first shot off the backboard to set up the third man, because the Knights, they are getting every single save possible.
And Percy almost found that far post on that shot. Oh, dangerous. Alpine now having their defense tested. Rodoko to the corner, can't get the double. Jordan passes to the center, trusting Magic Bear will be there first, and his trust is well placed. Magic Bear, the double tap pass off the crossbar, bounces down and out. Jordan almost in the right spot at the right time. Percy will come in and clean up. The extended pressure finally breaks through for Alpine.
Oh my goodness, I thought somebody was going to say this from the Knights, to be honest, because it seems like every shot Alpine put on, there's somebody with an answer. Like you said, the extended pressure forcing the Knights all over the place on defense. They can't rotate in time, and we finally get that finishing shot we've been waiting for. But somehow the Knights, you know, I think they can respond back, and it's going to be with those demos from Kinsey. That's what's been working so well for them. Alpine have never reacted or adjusted to the demo plays. And again, with 2 minutes left, there's plenty of time for the Knights to recover.
We'll see if they do. Demo from ZPS. ZPS maybe looking for a pass, but no one was there to receive it. Rodoko shut down by Percy, who was on the back wall, who now pinches it all the way down to the corner. Kinsey, hard hit up, but Jordan right there waiting. ZPS going to corner. Percy had him red. Now Percy trying to do some heavy lifting all on his own, keeping the Knights occupied. Now a shot, crossbar down and out yet again. Alpine have been out shooting the daylights out of the Knights. 10 to 3, now 11.
That could have been another one for Magic Bear. And this is how I thought the previous game was going to go. You know, had the Knights not performed so well with the demos and the solo plays, this would have been the outcome, where Alpine that pressure and the good passing is actually paying off for them, and they can have the third man come in for the final shot. This is really what I thought was going to be the outcome. And that doesn't mean the Knights can't come back. It's just whenever you're faced with even better pressure and better striking after all the shots, the passing from Alpine have been there, you know, you can't rely on that defense as much as you can with pushing up on the offense and getting good counterattacks.
Magic Bear coming off the back wall to shut down the play. The Knights, all their offense has dried up. Percy on the sidewall pinches it over.
Magic
Good bounce for Magic Bear. He's up early. Wanted to go for an air dribble. Magic Bear trying to mask what he was going to do.
I mean, he's looking scary. Magic Bear with the mechanics in the offense. He's had the same impact that Rodoko has had, I think, in terms of both these teams and the players that we want to highlight. Now Kinsey off the backboard. Still good clears. Even better pressure from Alpine. And it looks like they're going to take this one. The Knights can't come back. James, we've got game 5. I have no idea how this series has gone so far back and forth. It has been all over the place with different play styles, different players popping off. I'm just excited we get to see more of it.
Yeah, and it's all coming down to this 5th and final game of the series. Alpine and Knights, like you said, Turtle, back and forth.
Yeah.
Trading every single game. So we'll see how game 5 plays out.
And this is huge for both teams. I think they're sitting at top 8. Maybe they're tied. I believe Gibbs said they're tied for top 8 going into the major event. And, you know, this could get you with a better seed, a better position going into the major event. And we'll take another look at the goals here. So many goal line saves. That's what I'm talking about with the Knights. There's always somebody there, or maybe even 2 players likely to get the save. And it just comes down to the Alpine striking. Because like I said, the passing, always back and forth in the corners, just waiting for the final shot. In that game, Alpine popped off. We'll see if in game 5 they don't fall under the pressure, because they have been known to definitely get nervous and dial it down a bit whenever they get into game 5.
And not only is this a game 5, Turtle, this is a game 5 for your tournament life. This is about as much pressure as it gets at this point in the tournament. So it's piled on. We'll see how the teams react. Alpine looks like they're keeping their offensive prowess in form as game 5 gets underway. They're keeping all the possession early.
Yeah, it's still scary. I saw Jordan go for another bump off the backboard. If he could get another one of those, I'd be amazed. I'm surprised at how consistent you can be with even going for that attempt. And we're back in the same situation where the Knights trying to get it out of their own corner, and they can't fight the passing plays.
Good speed from Rodoko. Wanted to predict that challenge, but the demos now coming out. Demos have played a key role in this series.
There's one
and
there.
They play another one early. Magic Bear gonna score after the demo on the goal line.
Oh, and this is huge too. ZPS just got a demo himself, but that's what cut the rotation. I think when ZPS chose to go for that demo, he didn't rotate back to far post and couldn't get a touch on that shot. Jordan, he's so aggressive, he's physical. Normally I expect Magic Bear to be the guy who goes for the demos, but this time they're swapping up roles all over the place. There's a shot off the backboard. Jordan can't get the save. The Knights, the fastest response he could get.
On this one, almost was heartbreak. Kinsey was so close. The follow-up from Rodoko, it actually skipped off Jordan's hood.
Yeah.
Or off his bumper, rather.
Did you see how fast Kinsey was in the air, too, off the kickoff? I don't know how he reacted so quickly.
And his shot was incredibly hard. That rebound coming out perfectly. So we have a couple of quick goals, and we're back to even. Percy up to Magic Bear. He's going to test ZPS. ZPS, great backboard hit now over to the corner. That was the perfect hit in that situation to buy time. And now Rodoko with the demo. ZPS weaving his way around. Can he sneak it through? No, Percy with the stop. Percy as that last player back.
Yeah.
Answering the call another time. And a huge moment for Alpine.
he doesn't make a mistake when he's in that final moment. He's got a player to deal with, maybe even a 1v1 situation where they have the ball fully in their control, and you have to make a stop. That's when it's the most difficult. Percy had read the opposition so well. ZPS went for a fake to try and bait out Percy's flip early on, but he didn't bite, and they stay tied up.
DPS cutting out the pass to Percy. Now Rodoko stopping the midfield clear. Kinsey off the ceiling. Jordan over to Percy. Percy shooting opportunity. It's low. Back to Jordan. Jordan will finish it off. The passing coming out from Alpine.
Yeah, nobody wants to get in these passing lanes whatsoever. Look at how clean it is. In game 5, you're still going for these passes. I talked about their emotions, making them maybe be a little bit scared on the pitch, but no, they are fully aggressive, and they keep going for those crazy passes.
Now double tap ball. Percy, he's been making defensive stops all day, but now showing us his offensive firepower.
Yeah, he's been trapped on defense. He beats out 2 players from the Knights. That's a difficult read, too, because it could bounce anywhere if it hits that bottom lip of the stadium. Of course, he read it perfectly because Percy, you know, if he can read those defensive situations where it's a 1v3, 1v2, you'd expect him to make that read on offense. And he definitely answers. Now Percy, another attempt for the solo plays. This series, still, even in game 5, we're seeing solo play after solo play, James.
It doesn't look like the pressure's really getting to Alpine. If anything, it looks like they're playing better. 2-goal lead. Infield pass, Magic Bear. Broken up by Kinsey. Percy just picked up the midfield boost. He'll pinch this back to the corner. At this point in the game, Alpine happy to let time melt off the clock.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's in. That's in.
Jordan getting called off from this shot for Magic Bear, and the lead is extended for Alpine.
Oh, and I've gone to Kinsey's perspective. He's the man back who needs to get the save. He didn't even think the pressure would be given up that easily. For an early shot, Alpine doing what the Knights can't do, and that's infiltrating the passing lanes, getting in the middle of it, and you put an early shot on net. You know, Alpine have put on so many passes across the net, across the field. There it is from Kinsey, though. The mechanics, even whenever your defense doesn't look that great, so long as you can hit shots like this, you still got a chance.
Kinsey not giving up. That one off the ceiling. Beautiful from Kinsey. Still
believe. Still believe.
And rightfully so. 1:51 left on the clock. 2 goals, much more attainable. Rodoko up early. Percy had dodged the demo to get that save as well. Jordan off the bounce. Fakes out Kinsey. Goes for a 50 against Rodoko. ZPS up his own backboard. Will clear it to the midfield where Magic Bear was waiting. Back to the corner for the Knights. Jordan pops it high. ZPS, good challenge. But a hard clear from Magic Bear. This is going to be awkward for Rodoko. Percy testing Kinsey. Now the demo opens up the goal. And Jordan with a hard strike. They've done this multiple times. Alpine taking advantage of those goal line demos.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are exchanging blows with demos. You know, you go for that third man, you make sure you open up the shooting lane for someone like Jordan, who's almost always going to hit those. That's what the Knights started off doing. Alpine adapted that, but they also kept their passing plays. That's the difference here. The Knights, even whenever they get out on offense, they're just clearing it to nobody. Where's Rodoko going with this? Nobody's on offense waiting, and you give possession right back to Alpine.
Seems like all the wind is out of the sails for the Knights. And that back and forth series that we had, the pattern finally going to be broken if Alpine can hold off. 3-goal deficit, under a minute left. It would take something spectacular from the Knights to fight back. But we see another goal. Almost. ZPS will get that save.
Yeah.
Oh, not the greatest touch. Kinsey going to come in. And another save for Magic Bear. It was out of necessity from his previous poor touch.
That's the end right there. You get that save, it's over. You deny the Knights their final opportunity to maybe get another goal and create, you know, what was it? It would have been like 20 seconds to get 2 goals then if they had put that one in. It's not possible. Alpine move on. So clean from them. They battled back. It was match point for the Knights earlier, but Alpine managed to hold it.
Alpine really hitting their stride in those final 2 games. You can tell the Knights didn't have an answer, and they will be moving on to the next stage, taking down the Knights.
Yeah, and that's a big shout out to Alpine's defense because it started off rough. They didn't know how to react or recover against the Knights, and they had barely any pressure. It seemed like they'd get the ball out to almost nobody because they'd be panicking to get it clear. It's the same thing the Knights were doing here. It's like they swapped roles. And that's the weird thing about the series because the Knights, it's almost like they changed their playstyle for no reason. You know, at the beginning, they were always trying to find somebody on the other side instead of going for every single solo play imaginable. Now, Alpine, they incorporated everything. They had the solo plays, they had the demos, and also the passing to keep the pressure on. And that's why Alpine in this series had the edge towards the end.
Hey, you're right, 100%, Turtle. They were the complete package, especially in that home stretch. And to me, I was especially impressed by Percy, who all series long was left in these tough situations, 1v2, 1v3, where he has to make the stops. And not only was he making the stops, sometimes he was kickstarting counterattacks to score. So Percy, a great series from him. Alpine, this is a very good win. They're going to feel good about this, taking down the Knights to move on. This was a tough matchup to be eliminated. So Alpine coming out on top. That's going to be it for me and Turtle. Now we're going to send it back over to the desk.
Thanks, James. There was our last match of Group B of Stage 1 overall. And I just think it's a good time now just to recap that up, think about what we saw there. I want to talk about Pittsburgh Knights off the bat here. I think we could all agree this was going to be a close match, achieves right off the bat. But Pittsburgh Knights, you know, getting some good results in grid, probably wanted to make it into that top 16.
Oh, definitely. Of course. Everyone wanted to make the top 16. But I thought it was a good showing overall for the Pittsburgh Knights. I mean, disappointing not to make it, of course, but they played very well here against Alpine. But you got to give a lot of credit to Alpine. I mean, they've had a rough couple of weeks of it here, so it's good to see them bounce back and come out and make Stage 2 again and look like the team that surprised us all back on Regional 1.
This is absolutely huge for this team of Alpine. We talked about Space Station not getting a lot of practice this past week because they were moving. Magic Bear's been in the hospital, and for 2 weeks, he couldn't play the grid because he was really sick. He's obviously feeling better now, which is #1 priority. But on top of that, with very limited practice, they come out, and sure, they were a little bit weird today, which you would expect, but Alpine, they make it through to top 16 once again. They want to go for 3 straight brackets.
Now, we're going to look at the overall points in a minute here, but just for Pittsburgh Knights now, what does this mean for them, Gibbs?
It's not great. It's not great for them. They go from bracket to 9th to now falling out. Like, obviously, they had some tough matchups along the way, but there were some winnable ones there where they could have bounced back. That they're still looking fine, that they're still going to the major. They have clinched that spot, so they don't have to worry about that. So they still have that tournament to look forward to, and we'll see what they do from there.
Well, let's take a look back at today. It was a long day of Rocket League. We're going to look at the Group B standings. Group A was yesterday. Today was all Group B, and then we head on to Group C tomorrow. But this is what it looks like at the end of the day. Today achieves some notable names not making it through.
Yeah, we talked about it right at the start. You know, who knows what could happen? And, you know, Zero Issue, Stromboli, Plot Twist, all take down some good teams. You know, version 1, Knights, Sonics, all kind of tank out, especially version 1. Real unfortunate for them, as you alluded to, Gibbs.
Yeah, there was a 4-way tie coming into this, and we were all saying who's going to be the team to do well. Plot Twist is the only team that advanced out of that, and they went 3-0, taking down Space Station. So that's a huge win for Plot Twist. It makes their major chances a lot better now. But for the other teams, they have to now watch the top 16 and hope that these results don't go their way.
Well, speaking of the top 16, let's take a look at Stage 2. That'll take place tomorrow. We're calling that Group C. It's 16 teams that we whittled. There, we found it again. Whittled down from 32 teams, and here are those teams. Yeah, this is a beefy 16. I mean, I guess it is. All the teams are getting so good now. Of course, it's going to be beefy for Stage 2.
One of the things was the race for that #2 seed, so you don't have to play Energy. If you go 2-0, you just won't play them, and G2 got it. So they're very happy about that. As long as they go 2-0, they won't have to play Energy in that round. I think that's what everyone was playing for, but look at that bottom there. Number 16, Zero Issue. The full Mexican squad making it through. Congrats to them. And now everyone, when they make their power rankings for NA, you can't put the USA and Canada flag only. Got to throw that Mexican flag in there.
And they deserve it. They worked hard, and I was a little bit worried about them, considering that they started to tank out after they beat both the Knights and Alpine, and then went 2 sweeps in a row to go in 2-2. So to be able to battle back and come up with a big win against Down to Earth was huge for them. Very happy for them to make the top 16 here.
Yeah, no, I think this is one of the coolest things just to talk on the format overall is that these opportunities are there. We touched on before about, even starting from just something like the field, you go through collegiate, you go through all these qualifiers. There's chances for people and any which way now to put together a team and find themselves here. And this format is because of that.
One correction, Team Envy was actually the 2 seed. Those weren't seeded in the right order. So Team Envy will go 2-0 if they do, and they won't have to play that squad of NRG.
I don't know whose fault it was, but I'm blaming you, Gibbs, because you interrupted.
Sure, go ahead. I mean, that's fine. Feel free.
But yeah, no, it's really incredible to see those things and those stories like Zero Issue as they continue to climb, but more stories to be told in the future. Right now, let's take a look at what the landscape in North America looks like as we look at the points leaderboard all the way up till now. Gibbs, I'm going to leave this one to you. You do get to talk here because I feel like there might be some scenarios for teams here when it comes to implications for top 16 to that major.
Yeah, let's look at the top 16 first. Magic number 260 points right now. So Rogue fans probably sweating a little bit sitting at 250. That's obviously if everything goes wrong. That would mean teams have to win. Like every placement would have to go the complete opposite of what you would expect. So very likely those teams are in. What it comes down to is that bottom right there. Version 1 sitting at 120 points, did not have a good day. Down to Earth even at 130. There are 4 teams below them that are out of the top 16 that are into the top 16. So as we look to the next page here, you'll see EUnited and Ghost Gaming are sitting just 10 points down. What that means is if they get 1 win tomorrow in the top 16 round, that'll knock out both those teams tied at 120 points. So that basically means you not only do you have to hope that they go 0-3, you actually have to hope that they don't play each other.
Yeah.
Because that is a chance. So round 1, there was a 25% chance that they played one another. They dodged that bullet. That is not happening yet. But round 2, it could happen there. Round 3, who knows? So we'll see how that all plays out. But everyone's alive here in the bottom that have made it. So we got Zero Issue. They're still alive. And the Bowley squad at 50 points. They need to basically make playoff bracket top 4 and all of that. So it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Some teams are watching with some popcorn and other teams are playing for their lives.
And other teams are just biting their fingernails like,
yeah, true. Probably not eating popcorn. Yeah.
I think that's the crazy thing here. Yeah. Is like for version 1 is like, they're watching right now. They're probably watching harder than anybody else out there on these games tomorrow. So yeah, a lot of implications there. But we do have to take a break. Well, I guess a long break. It'll be a few hour break until that happens. A whole night, in fact. So I'm gonna get some final words from you guys before we go take that very long break before tomorrow. Chiefs.
Congratulations, Zero Issue. I didn't give you a lot of credit. You looked great. I'm glad you made it. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. And Stromboli, keep being tasty.
Gibbs.
It's been a long day. Been a lot of Swisses. We got 1 more to go before the majors. It's been fun, and I'm just excited to see what happens. I really want to see what Space Station does, because obviously no scrims for a while. I want to see if they keep elevating and make that playoff bracket anyway.
Well, stage 2 is tomorrow. Join us at 1:30 Eastern time for the pre-show where we break everything down in case you missed some of the stuff today or just want to know what it's going to look like for the rest of the day tomorrow, and 2 o'clock, of course, for kickoff. But on behalf of everyone here for RLCS Season X, North American Regional number 3, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.